It is episode 225, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And you guys missed out because we were getting decorations with Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. We were finding out about Marie Kondo and finding joy. There's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on. And Eric is still salty. The saltiness continues. And unfortunately, I'm going to wait for some more people to come in. But I'm going to warn you. I actually think Eric's saltiness may not only be justifiable, it may be enhanced. The salt mine may activate the second factory by the time we're done, because I have discovered scandal. We'll get to that in a minute.
Scandal on show.
Don't know what time it is.
So 2:25. Scandal.
That's right, scandal. Josh says it's Friday night. You know what that means? Because Carlos is live. It's also time for us to discover scandal. Good evening, Jeff.
Yes.
And as always, if you wish to avoid scandalousness, AMG Collectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. They are substantially less scandalous. Eric's pretty scandalous, but there is other scandals that we'll be addressing tonight. But nonetheless, YouTube channel, podcast episodes every week, and occasionally some bonus videos. So check it out if you can. We appreciate them supporting the YouTube channel, the podcast, and the live stream. Amanda says, why has Bobby brushed his hair? Job interview. Maybe he just wants to look good for the Friday Night Live.
I do have hair. And it is.
I said, why you brushed your hair?
I didn't brush it. I'm always wearing a hat. How do you tell?
I don't know what to tell you. I'm actually well overdue for a haircut, but I've just been kind of lazy about it, to be honest. I'll be honest, like every day I'm like, you know what? I'm going to wait until it warms up. And then I'm like, I remember it's Canada. And it's like, it might take a while.
There you go.
It hasn't been bad the last couple of days, but I definitely would like it a little warmer. And good evening, Amanda. Carlisle says, looks like Bobble's beginning to fill out his shells. We already, don't start. We already had, don't even start. Don't even start that.
It's already finished.
We would have been ready at 8 o'clock sharp if it wasn't for this discussion. Just stop it.
It's not my fault.
Amanda, it's good today at school.
He started it.
There you go. Who gets it first to the Hall of Fame? Carlos, Justin, or the great curator? Ooh, that's that right there was a bold group. Well, statistically, we're closest. I would say out of those choices. Statistically, we are closest.
Actually, it's kind of funny. I didn't vote for Victor. Sorry about that. I think we said that. I think he's in the Hall of Fame. He's one of those, it's like live or dead kind of thing. Is that guy still living, or is that, is he dead? I don't know. So I thought Victor was, so I didn't put his name down. So I feel bad. He would have got 6 votes.
Well, anyway. What will make it feel worse, Bobby? The scandal, because I'm about to get to it. Paul says, evening all, and Eric. Cece says, good evening, gents. Bobbles, thoroughly enjoyed your latest video. Brings back memories for sure. Excellent. Mike says, did I miss Eric? We'll finish, get the rest of it after. Going off? Nope, we're getting there.
Eric's all right. Dejected today.
So before we get to all that, listen, as usual, I don't care about Eric.
Yeah, right now, cheer him up. Let's cheer him up with some scandal.
It's time for some scandal. So all of you, I've talked about this before. The thing with the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame has always been that every year there's an argument or some kind of scandalousness. This year, I actually was shocked, much to my surprise. It seemed to be like everything went off more or less without a hitch. Didn't really hear any major hiccups. Really nothing major seemed to crop up. Like, it seemed pretty quiet. Waters seemed pretty chill. But my friends, on Tuesday, we were looking at the spreadsheet and we were going through the different results and everything. Everything seemed more or less in line, to be expected. My predictions were pretty close to bang on. The people that got in, congrats to them. But more or less what was expected occurred. However, Bobby, I know for a fact that there was a major omission. I know for a fact that the ballot of the Burrell that not only happened, but we played on this very live stream 1 week ago was not counted.
Why not? Who was that? Do you know who
I know this for a fact. You know why? Because on the very spreadsheet, Brandon, there is a tab that shows every single vote and who voted. And I checked because I went through the totals. But you know what I did after the podcast, Brandon? I went through the votes for this channel because I was curious who specifically voted for this channel. And you can check. It shows you exactly who voted for who. And you know what vote I didn't see? I did not see a single vote from the Burrell, which led me to go look. The Burrell's ballot wasn't counted at all.
Why not?
So Bobby, it wouldn't have mattered if you voted for Victor. It didn't count.
Well, I feel better now. But I mean, wow. And how many
there
others
other
are
Canadian
like
voters?
Did Yannick's vote? Did his go through?
Yes, it did.
How
it wasn't that? It wasn't a border issue.
Well, for the record, I did tease Jake about that because he actually messaged me after. He did appreciate the podcast episode, Brandon Eric. He actually caught that and appreciated it. The problem is, so you remember when I tried to add the tag into the comment section?
Yes.
The tag only works sometimes. The problem is you have to put the tag in somewhere in the title or in the description yourself. Otherwise, it only sort of works sometimes.
Oh, so it's sort
Yeah,
of
because otherwise you don't get a notification, and the video had like no title. Like it had no title, so how would you even know what it is? You can't find it.
Yeah, yeah.
This is just another example of the man trying to keep me down.
Which
You
man
do
is
kind of
that?
like men keeping you down, though.
Okay.
Just saying, he's not opposed to it.
No.
I bet if Peter Forsberg tried to keep you down, you'd be like, all right with it.
No opposition there, I would say.
Yep. You guys can watch Manual in Space. It could be a great time.
Man's business.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm just posing questions, Brandon. So first of all, scandalous.
That
I was getting too excited. I was choking on my beer on that. I was getting too excited. I
It's none
needed
of
a
your
second.
business. If
I'm just saying.
hot, punch.
But listen, I'm deeply concerned by this. Brandon, this brings the whole integrity of the entire thing into question. I feel like we're going to have to do a Florida recount.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like, because I know for a fact Ham voted, so Florida man was involved. So how do we know there weren't other anomalies? I can tell you definitively the Burrell's ballot did not count because, and here's where it's critical, Brandon. Oh, but Carlos, it wouldn't have changed the top 5. I understand that. But we were tied for 13th when we should have been 13th alone. I'm sorry, Big Scott.
12th,
You're supposed to be 14th. We are 13th. Give us our due.
But who we're tied with is not.
I didn't get my ballot in because
You were fixing
time
the
ran out on me. The clock ran out. But that would have been another one.
I
that
did
would
it at
count.
the
So,
11th
yeah,
hour.
I mean,
You
I
did.
did it at the 11th and a half hour. What do you call it? Jeez.
Well, the reason why Bobby was extra
plans
fun for me,
that
the reason it
didn't
was
work.
extra fun for me is not only did you do the ballot, you came back in time that we were able to play the ballot under
We
the
played
wire. So we
Yeah.
have documentation that the ballot was made.
We do.
Good evening, Dan. Paul here says evening, Jen. And Boston's worst. Facts. Philly Joe. Good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you. Look, the point is scandal. Like I'm just saying, this is scandalous.
It stands as
Like,
scandal.
how can you not count the vote of a? You can't not count the vote of a hobby goat.
Yeah.
The man's written 3 books.
This will not be forgotten. Okay.
Mhm.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been on more podcasts than I've made.
Mhm. Indeed.
2025 election will go down in history.
Again.
It shall
thought it
go
was
down in
4.
infamy. It
I
shall
knew
go
it was
down in
4.
infamy.
Should have been.
No,
more. Yeah.
no, the other one was a 2024. This one was a 2025. This is the first 2025 one. There hasn't been one other than this one.
No.
So Dan, the 5th spot was 1 vote difference. Every vote counted literally. It is true. It is true.
Maybe that would have
Yes.
influenced somebody else in that video.
So that was actually a comment that Brandon made on the podcast where he was, and I think I want to say Chris made a valid point that it would be interesting. And he posed a hypothetical. I didn't understand him at first, and then I went back and forth with him. By the way, the comment section on that was very good. Thank you, everybody who participated. It was actually very good engagement on that one. So he kind of posed an interesting question, and Dan also kind of alluded to as well in his comment. It would be interesting what it would have looked like if the initial ballots had been anonymous at first, and then the results are public, so you can see how everybody votes. Because then you can't see that somebody. So would
super scandal.
everybody have? Well, the question though, Bobby, is would everybody have gotten the same amount of votes if you don't already see a trend building with momentum for certain voters? Because then if you're literally allowed to, in a vacuum, vote for whoever you want, but you're just making the choice of your 10 or whatever, and you don't know what everybody else is doing, would you make the exact same choices? Or let's say you do it on the last day and you literally had the chance to watch other ballots, maybe it puts some thoughts in your mind for some options that you didn't consider originally.
You're bringing actually something to the table that should really be discussed. Because realistically, this is a vote for, is it influencers? And are you not influenced by the influencers posting
Especially in
their
sports cards.
votes? So you are absolutely correct with that, Carlos. I would have to say that maybe the votes would be completely different. Maybe the top 5 would be not the top 5 or the last, 1 or 2, 4 or 5. It might have been different if and only if we didn't see those.
Yeah.
Things would
And
change.
also, by the way, jokes aside, What if your timeline had been shorter? What if people didn't have more time to think about it, or just went for it and
That's
just like
true.
make your pick your 10 and go. Pick your 10. This is your 10. Just make up your mind. Go for it. These are your 10.
And then maybe I would have been the deciding vote.
Obviously, I think
And then it's pure scandal.
so. Indeed. Mike here says the one thing we overlooked: Eric made it down a slow hill on this mountain bike without an injury. Should be worth at least one vote, perhaps.
You don't know
Good evening,
about
Scott.
my injuries.
Dan says there was
The
definitely
way
the
you
powers.
walk is enough information.
I was going to say everything. Listen, you let some more men
Like
get on
that.
top of you, you'll be
Hi.
fine. They can hold you down. You'll be all right. Dan says there's definitely the power of suggestion this year's ballot. Facts. Eric, did you get any GoPro footage of your mountain track? There was some clips.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll come to play. Philly Joe says, Carlos, I thought the YouTube Hall of Fame was BS. It is. Philly Joe, I think you know full well, if there is one thing that I like doing more than anything else, and Brandon, you can co-sign on this. Eric, you can co-sign on this. Bobby, you can co-sign on it. I do like me some rabble rousing.
Well, BS was right. It's Bobby Scandal. I know.
Amazing.
Ooh.
And
How we
Brandon,
got that in there beyond me.
I do kind of like any excuse at all. Like it's not like I needed much provocation. I just like saying scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all,
I just really enjoy it.
This no.
You need one of those buttons.
Yes.
Scandalous.
Okay? This is important stuff. Why do you think we do this? Why do you think we come out here every freaking
for the
Friday,
whole thing,
200 and something episodes? This is important stuff that we're doing, and I demand to be recognized for it. All right. I explained this is all I have in life. This is everything to me. Okay. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do now going forward.
What do you want to do with your life? You want to rock?
I would like to rock, yes.
You're twisted, sister.
Yeah,
Anyways, back on the money train. Let's go. Out of the scandal into the fire. Let's do it.
very upset.
Bob Jackson says, I thought the like button was to help Eric. Bob, you got to look. Hold on. Remember, everybody, you got to read the whole thing here. Says, we charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make worse his pain. Your choice. Your intentions. We are not judging your intentions. The point is they do one or the other depending on you. Choose your own adventure.
It's like the true what is it? Field of Dreams. Yeah. Ease his pain.
Yes. Field of Dreams. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. So the important thing, Bob, is no matter what, it's covered. Help,
Okay.
pay more money. Exactly. You got it, Bob. Dan says, nobody cried over the votes this year until Eric, trendsetter. Listen, I was disappointed. I was crushed that we had not had, like I said, Brandon, up until this point, up until I corrected this egregious wrong, we did not have a single argument. We did not have a fist fight. And there was no scandalousness. So it is my job, once again, not only did I bring Hamlet into this, I brought Shakespeare into this. I'm here once again to correct this by fixing this problem. Scandal.
Then they come to find out that the votes for us weren't added to the total, right?
Yes.
So we're getting screwed.
So look, all I gotta say, look, let's be honest, Brandon. Let's be 100% truthful on this. If you are not counting the vote of the Burrell, a man who is known by one name, Burrell, then how many other votes might not have counted? Like they said, we have, on the spreadsheet, it says there were 148 votes cast. How do we know there were not 957,464 votes for this channel? How could we possibly know?
It
All this
poses
for naught.
a very, very good question.
Mhm.
Questions must be asked. I mean, that
Not only asked,
Well,
they must
do
be
it.
answered.
just asking questions.
Mhm.
Where's
Yeah.
the votes?
There was clearly voter suppression happening.
Yes.
Like these are facts.
All of our followers to head down to the Capitol.
Yes.
Okay.
Which capital?
The one where-
Eric, hold on. Can I propose? I want people to go down and I want them to storm the capital of Denmark.
Whatever
We can do that.
capital you're closest to. I want you to go down to the Capitol.
No, the Dutch will get theirs, Eric. The Dutch will
I have
get
to go
theirs.
up to the
Go to
capital.
Greenland. Greenland's closer. Greenland's closer.
and let our voices be heard. Okay.
Mhm.
I'll go. I'm going to be there with you, but not really.
Okay.
And we're going to go and we're going to fight like our lives depend on it.
Peacefully.
Peacefully.
Actually, for geographic accuracy, not Denmark. Sorry, the Netherlands. But you can also storm
That's
Denmark. What the
close
hell?
enough.
What the hell?
Right in there.
And
Their flags are pretty close together. Their flags look pretty close.
It's the never, never,
make my
Netherlands.
voices heard.
Oh, Netherlands, yeah. My mistake. Yes, you're right, Eric. It is scandalous. It should be. They should be verboten from voting. Oh, yeah.
Verboten?
Verboten. Yeah.
Verboten.
Yeah. Yeah. Verboten from voting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So says, guys, look better if I got here.
Yeah.
We've gone international, and I think most of it's wrong. Denmark, Netherlands, whatever.
Europe. Color
Mike
Europe,
says
you're
it.
good.
Yeah, it was a hanging
Europe.
chad that did you in. Bob says, demand a recount. I am demanding a recount. Like I said, I want my 950,000 votes counted. I happen to know for a fact the hobby president, like, listen, I don't mean to be double scandalous, but I don't think all those votes represented individuals. I think some people voted more than once.
You think?
So if that can happen, Brandon, in something as prestigious as the hobby presidency, then for goodness sake, I want my 950,000 votes for this channel counted.
We need the Warren Commission back.
And how many illegal hobbyists voted for this?
Oh yes, exactly.
So, Derek, did you vote?
I think there's a million.
Illegal. This is one of the biggest.
You're super illegal. You could not be more illegal if you tried.
Hobbyists, okay, illegal card collectors voting when they don't have the right to.
Eric, you collect hockey cards. It's not even a real thing.
True.
It's like a counterfeit sport.
Leaf hockey cards, mostly at that.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a whole lot of Leaf hockey cards over there, man. Those aren't even legit either. Good evening, Orlando. I did give Jake a little forewarning that I saw the anomaly and that we'd have some fun with it. So he knows. Here you go. I jumped the hobby stash on Eric. Stanchion. There you go. Like I said, listen, I happen to think that Eric is an illegal hobbyist. I think we all know why.
Those damn illegal hobbyists.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get rid of them.
I like to file an extension.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
For sure.
Let's see.
That was my that's my voice for what's his name? Rattle. He's got the funniest voice. Whatever it is. I don't know what he's in Canada and I don't know where he's from. That's not even Newfoundland. Like honestly. Something weird.
You see that right there?
Yep.
Refuses to show his papers.
Oh.
Oh, you got to show the papers.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he had orders. Right?
That's right.
Time to Scoreboard says, who's got the best chance of getting in next year? Minus another scandal. Who was 6th this time? Isn't it Junk Wax Hero? I think it was Junk Wax Hero.
You were 6th last year.
Wax Hero.
I know that, but listen, it was all the new folk.
No, that theory makes no sense because clearly we should have been next in line. Okay, we are the Adam Vinatieri.
There should have been carryover. The previous year's vote should have counted for this one. Obviously,
we are the Adam Vinatieri of the hobby YouTube class.
Why does everybody get in after the?
We're also carrying Tom Brady.
Damn right.
That's fact. That's fact.
I'm just
Everybody
saying.
went on to carry Manning.
Yeah,
everybody gets in on the first year vote. What's going on?
No, well, four out of the five. 4 out of the 5.
4 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
Yeah, 4 out of 5.
And what happens? Everyone becomes veterans.
Yeah, basically. Well, so I actually think, like I said,
unconfirmated veterans. Like honestly, we're just sitting there in the back, kind of voting. We're voting. Yeah, but you guys
there were
at the back there.
You remember I said that there was a whole bunch of folks that qualified for the first time to cast a ballot. And then there were a bunch of channels that qualified for the first time to be voted on. I think that's always going to be the case, though. I think whoever are the newest channels who are newly eligible are going to get their crack at that first.
Because they're the new and popular, right?
Yeah, because they're
so
because more than likely
Hall of Fame. It's like
look, they're the most recent one to put up stats. All right, they're making videos.
Out of there, just Hall of newbies. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. So, in theory, Junk Wax Hero has enough buddies in a lot of it, and his channel is pretty popular. I wouldn't be shocked if he's somewhere in there. I would expect him to bump up to the next year. And the next couple are within a couple of votes of him also as well. So pretty close. Bobbles is already a Revolutionary War Hall of Fame, so he doesn't care about the hobby one. That is true.
Oh yeah.
And it says, what qualifies a voter for this farce again? Sports card related videos for a minimum of 1 year is a voter.
Yes. I did 3 years, 2 years, and up to 3 months. And I can repeat my whole, and it didn't get, nothing, 0. I'm pissed now. All that time it took. You know how long that took? That was like, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Wasn't it like 45 minutes later?
It was probably like 45 minutes. Bobby, that's what made it even better, is that you actually took that much time. And again, we played the ballot on this live last week, and it didn't count.
That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? All that time wasted.
Oh, Brandon, that's what made it even better. I gotta be honest. That's what made it. When I saw that, I was like, so that's why I was teasing you guys with it. I didn't want to give it away. I was like, actually, Bobby's one didn't count. Actually went through all that trouble.
Of all people, mine didn't count.
His specifically, I know for a fact did not count. It wasn't shown.
Yeah.
I'm disgusted. I am absolutely disgusted by this entire farce. And I if I didn't need to be a Hall of Famer adjacent so badly, I would withdraw from the voting for next year. Okay, as to put my foot down. But I really need it.
Oh, you do?
Want or need is the question, I guess.
Bobby, Eric has nothing much else going on.
I have nothing. My daughter is 20. She doesn't talk to me anymore.
Valid.
That's normal.
My wife and I have been together for 30 years. She's totally done with me.
Yeah, she basically just wants to hang out with Ham now.
This is all I have.
You have your cycling.
Barely. His cycling is trying to kill him. Cycling's trying to do him in.
And even Puck won't
all
talk
my
to you.
bicycles have been captured by an evil spirit, and they're trying to kill me now.
Even
all right,
Puck,
I'm going to mute him so I can finish reading these comments. Orlando says, Young Wax Hero missed by 1 vote. He voted for the guy who beat him out.
Probably.
Irony.
Oh, yes.
Philly Joe says, congrats, Orlando. Your speech on Monday. I believe that is correct. Amanda, this is totally legit like school elections. Exactly. Facts. Monday speeches.
Yeah.
Orlando, if you need somebody to do Hamlet.
Yeah.
Just saying. He auditioned already. Amanda says, Bob Jackson, I'm going to see if I can vote next year and vote for Ham to push Eric off the ledge.
Oh.
I like it.
Ham will be number 1 on the list just out of spite.
That'd be amazing. Amazing. I'd like to declare Eric eligible for the Hobby Hall of Lame. I like it.
He'll show up with Michelle beside him. I didn't think it was funny.
What's gonna be awesome is that I bet Michelle is gonna vote on behalf of Eric's YouTube channel.
Oh, she's gonna do.
She'll also vote for Ham. She'll also vote for Ham.
Vote Ham. He wins by 1.
Yeah, it took Susan Lucci 20 years to win an Emmy. Maybe you'll win in 10. Who knows, man? Who knows?
Oh, I'm not doing this for 10. I'm sick of this crap.
I can't even watch the Emmy anymore. That's horrid, awful stuff.
Award shows are always terrible. They've never been good.
Oh, you don't think?
Wait a minute, what is that background noise?
When they have good music.
Someone's playing some.
I was gonna say, what the hell are you playing over there, Brandon? What are you doing?
It was the clip of Eric.
Oh,
that sounded familiar.
I was gonna say
familiar.
Jesus,
It was that little section where he crashed, and that I clipped out. It was just playing over and over.
It hurts.
What you didn't get was the medical attention coming by. They're like, "Oh, don't worry, we'll help you." What are that? Frozen mayo packets. You put them on the wound. Boom, boom. Why you hit me in the face with them? Oh my god! Just saying. So anyway, scandalous. I think it invalidates the whole thing, and I think we're gonna have to do it over. I think Jake, we're gonna have to start again. We got to start counting again, and this time, make sure to get all 950,000 of my votes. All of them.
Do I have to do another?
940. If it's 949,999, I'm going to know the fix is in.
Here's a great question for the chat. This should get a conversation real good. All right. So we just had the MVP voting and all the NFL awards votings last night, right? Which is more scandalous?
Ooh.
The anomaly that happened in the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame,
Mm.
Beyonce winning Country Best Album Grammy Award, or the MVP award last night. Which one is more scandalous?
I don't know who won last night.
Josh Allen.
Now remember, Brandon is a Baltimore Ravens fan, so he's Team Lamar. So he might have a little bit of a stake in this one.
Mm-hmm. I'd say the Country Grammy.
I definitely didn't understand that one, but
no.
Beyonce lives in a country.
Yes.
That is true.
So what's
She's
the problem?
from Texas,
I don't see the
I
issue.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes.
No idea.
There you go. I like that. Maximus is here. Hey, Maximus. Been a while. How's it going? Does Haley Welch sign her out as this Hawk 2 a girl? Maybe. Actually, didn't she sign for Leaf or somebody? I thought she signed.
did.
and
She
I-
did.
did like some Leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did. Yeah. Can you pick 2 out of 3? Beyonce. See, y'all don't understand that Beyonce lives in a country. I bet you know, Brandon. I know for a fact you would change your tune if one of Beyonce's songs had been about a pickup truck. If she had sung a song about a pickup truck, you'd be like, that is literally. If you
I
put a
think she
pickup truck
did
in it,
with the
it could
country.
be a rap song. It could be a dance song with beats. But if you're talking about a pickup truck, it's a country song.
I don't
I'm
even have a
automatic.
pickup truck myself.
I'm a huge Chris Stapleton.
So you're a
fan.
fake country fan. I can't even consider your opinion then.
I've
What are we
never
talking
heard a country song without a pickup truck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's Heartbreak or a pickup truck, bro. That's the
Yeah.
entire genre.
That's the old stuff, not the new
Love
stuff.
you.
What's
The
new
old
stuff?
stuff is the stuff. There is no new stuff.
What is the new stuff?
I was gonna
Chris
say it's like saying that. Well, hold on. Remember, Brandon is a little bit. Older.
Okay, there's
He's like
Donald
saying the
the
new
guy.
Roman
He's
Empire, the
like-
new Roman Empire versus the old Roman Empire. Oh, Caesar is that new Roman Empire, not the old one.
So the new country is the new country. New country is you didn't get a flat tire, you didn't break up your girlfriend, didn't break your leg. Is that what it is?
You know what the new, you know what
Hey,
the new,
if you,
you know what the
play
new
those
country is.
songs in reverse, like if you listen to them on rewind, you know how they said the metal stuff would like corrupt your brain. If you play those in rewind, you have like the perfect life.
Well, Brandon, if you play a country or track backwards, the truck gets fixed,
Yeah,
and your girlfriend
That's what I'm saying.
goes
Your
back
dog
with.
comes back.
You
Your
just
woman
go back.
comes
Yeah,
back, like it's the
pretty much.
perfect life. You have money.
Now,
Like
Bobby was
everything.
asking what new country is. New country is now you've got a flat tire on your Tesla truck.
That's it.
That's what it is. It's not a Ford F-150. No, it's the Tesla truck, and that's what happened.
The one that ran out of gas.
Yeah, that was a new one, man. It's really rough. It's a tough time, man. Jeff here says Dan Campbell not winning Coach of the Year. I'm sure Eric had something to do with that too. Listen, Eric has cursed everything. to Detroit.
Ooh.
They owe me money.
Eric,
Pay me
you
my
wait.
money. I lift the curse.
You wait until the Eminem diss track. You're going to be singed. You're going to be on fire flames. In fact, if he finds a way to incorporate a pickup truck into that, not only is he going to burn you, he's going to win Country Album of the Year next year.
Probably. He's probably next up for it.
He deserves it.
I gotta get some shoes on. It's cold.
If anyone takes the Grammy seriously after this,
No, the Grammy sucks. Who
I
cares?
can't even. I can't even. have a
Although,
conversation.
hold on. Although, I didn't watch the Grammys. I don't give a
I
shit
didn't
about the
either.
Grammys. I don't care about award show. But there is one thing though that I'm going to highly recommend that if you haven't seen it, you should check it out. It's a short clip. It's like 30 seconds or a minute or two. They do, you know how they do the interviews for the Grammys and the red carpet and everything, right? So there's a musician there with a band Spirit Box. So they were up, I think, for Metal Album of the Year, whatever it was, with some other folks. One of the other ones is a musician named Poppy, and she is someone who was up for one of them with a band that she was working with. It was a metal song and qualified under the category, but the thing was that they were both in the category. There's only 2 women in that category specifically. So one was Courtney from Spirit Box, and the other was Poppy. One with the band and one with Poppy featuring whatever. Those are the 2. So Courtney from Spirit Box goes in, does the red carpet interview, the usual thing. She's there, got the microphone, everything, and the interviewer on the side is like, "Oh, it's rock royalty, Poppy," and she literally just looks at her like, she's Courtney from Spirit Box, and she literally looks at her and she goes, "Yeah, you're Poppy," and after about 5 seconds, she decides to just go with it. She goes, "Yeah, I'm Poppy," and the thing is, and then she does the rest of the interview as Poppy. As this other person. And the best part about it is she's actually friends with Poppy, so she knew enough about her albums and stuff that she had done that she literally just pretended to be Poppy for the entire interview.
And
Until she got
hopefully,
the
the interviewer is now fired. Hopefully,
But you know what the best part is, Eric? Poppy, again, they are friends and they do know each other. So what happened is Poppy obviously got caught wind of this. This became a viral moment from the Grammys, especially in the metal community. So Poppy released a shirt that says, "I am Poppy."
nice.
So there's merch, and now the Spirit Box just released a new single, literally in the last couple of days. So in the comment section of the single, I go, "Oh, man, Poppy Box hits hard. Poppy's killing it out here." Amazing. The meme has taken hold. It's fantastic.
I haven't. That hasn't come across my algorithm yet because it shouldn't, but maybe I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to one of the clips. It was actually it was funny. You could literally see her look at the interviewer and go like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then after a couple seconds, she goes, "You know what? I'm just gonna roll with it."
And
She literally just made a decision.
All right, Beyonce, royalty in her genre, which is not country, by the way.
Everything's country.
Everything's O-Peachy.
Everything is. Listen, country is like O-Peachy.
Everything. So she's royalty.
You'll change your tune when Kiss wins for best country album.
That would be cool.
I'm just saying, Gene Simmons will take it. He doesn't care.
No, he does not.
He is also poppy. Everybody's poppy.
Everybody's poppy.
Everybody's poppy. Everybody's Spartacus. Everything's O-Peachy. All right?
That's right.
Get it through your thick skulls. All right? And Brandon, for the last time, you put a fucking pickup truck in it. I don't care what the song sounds like. It's a country song. We've learned a lot tonight already, and we're only 30 minutes in. We've learned a lot. Rick says, Carlos has 2 more years to make it. After 10 years, his channel's dropped from the ballot. Well, I don't think it's been that. I think it's, I haven't been on the ballot all 10 years. But yes, I like your idea. You can drop ones off the ballot. Why not? Bob Wizzle says, driving my pickup truck all over the place, trying to get home fast, watching Manual in space. See, that would be a great country song. Would you take pavement and chocolate sticks? Maybe. I've never seen a country girl dressed like Beyonce. Expand your horizons.
No, you do not typically see that.
Didn't Jethro Tull win for heavy metal one year? I think so. Yeah, I think something like that.
Well, actually, David Bowie did win with the R&B one time with Fame.
Sure.
Out of being a rock and roll, you know.
I love
the blues. Anyways, just saying.
But they're not metal by any means.
Who?
Phil Joe says, yes, my good scandalous.
Not metal.
No, it's just rock and roll. It's not metal. No, Jethro Tull is a different cat. That's for sure. I love him. It's one of the first 8-track tapes I got. Sorry.
Bobby Jackson says someone needs to bet Paul Stanley again, just like Disco. Yep. Then their top 2 hits will be Disco and a country song. I like it. Good evening, Dom. Gene Simmons was more deserving of the NFL MVP than Allen. Lamar was robbed.
Thank you.
You got 2 people voting. I think the scandal is still.
I think it's pure scandalousness.
Yeah.
I would have been. I'm content. Now, having just found out that he won, because I've been busy all day and I didn't pay any attention to that.
And you know what's worse, Eric? I happen to know for a fact that both Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson both voted for the PIC channel. And both their votes were also not counted.
I didn't see them.
There was 3 guys that were up for that, and all 3 of them could have won it, and I wouldn't have argued. And Josh Allen's one of them. Lamar's the other, and the other one is
Saquon.
Yeah. So if any of those 3 won, I'm fine. You know, but they're all very deserving. Anyone other than those 3, then you gotta shake your head.
So
like,
y'all know
one, you'd be like, all right, I'm done. I'm done.
Everybody knows if you listen to the podcast, I am very passionate when it comes to football. Like, I mean, this is the best weekend in the world. We got the big game coming up. According to some people, it's tomorrow, but we're not going to go there.
We call it soccer here.
But anyway, I personally, if Allen got it as co-MVP with Lamar, I could have understood that. If Saquon won it, I could see the argument there. But when you compared Lamar and Josh Allen just apart, I don't know how Allen beat him out. Like, I was diving into, okay, did Allen play a harder schedule? Well, they only played 5 games throughout the regular season with teams that made the playoffs, and the Bills went 2-3. The Ravens played 10 games during the regular season against teams that made the playoffs, went 7-3. So there was like this spread there. And when you look at the comparison of stats, like about the only thing that Allen beat him in was rushing touchdowns with the tush push. Like, and come on, Lamar has Derek now, so he can just hand the ball off down inside, near the goal line. So it was like, where were the voters voting? That was my thing. And yes, I am a Raven fan, so I'm a little salty, but I feel it was just, there's only been 3 players since 2018 to win the MVP, and I think they needed a new name in there. There's been people talk about player fatigue when it comes to these awards and stuff. You know, fans get tired of seeing the same people. You got Mahomes in the Super Bowl, and that was kind of something I alluded to with getting bored of seeing the same teams over and over. But I guess the same thing could happen with the individual awards if the same guy keeps winning MVP or whatever.
You don't mind if it's your own team, though.
So I have a couple of thoughts. First one is I'm not surprised who makes this comment. Not surprised at all. Maybe Will needs to hang out with Eric. You know, they can be held down by the man. Moving on. Philly Joe says, get over it. I know, Philly Joe. Listen. Brandon, would you accept if we all agree, we get together as a people, we make sure that the votes are counted properly this time, not scandalously, like, you know, some places. If we make sure they're counted properly, I am willing to help facilitate Lamar Jackson for Country Grammy next year.
Ooh, that would be interesting. He might get that.
I think he deserves it. I'm sure
he did go to Louisville, so he has a little bit of that country. Yeah,
look, we'll get the man a truck. We'll get the man a truck, and it shoe in done. Not even a question.
Might be able to pull it off. Yeah. All right.
Cool. Would that suffice as a make good? Would that help a little bit? Take the edge off?
Why not? No, in all seriousness, I just thought it was a bit weird. Allen had a great season, but I think he should have got MVP? No. I think if it wasn't Lamar, it should have been Saquon. I would have been fully on board. Saquon had a hell of a season. Helped, you know, Philly Joe there. I'm sure he's an Eagle fan. He helped the Eagles obviously get to the Super Bowl. I would have had no qualms over Saquon having it. So
qualms there is then.
Mm-hmm. Now, for the record, one of my favorite things to look up from time to time is, especially with the big game at the end of the season. You know, they complain if you say Super Bowl. I put the logo in the thumbnail, but I literally put something bowl just to mess around. I love doing it. It's one of my favorite things. But the NFL gets militant on that shit. Like, they really do. They're so weird about it. It's like, guys, let people. Well, Bobby, you saw what happened when for years it used to be that you could actually say, like, so Super Bowl Sunday. The best thing about it for businesses was like Leon's and some of those companies. They would sell TVs. They love selling TVs, couches, and stuff related to it. Hey, get a new big TV for the. Now they say get a big TV for the big game, because we can't say Super Bowl because Roger Goodell will fly down in a helicopter.
So
and shoot laser beams.
What if I made my best soup, and it was like a super bowl of soup? Could you say it that way?
We'll see. We'll see if Roger Goodell comes by with laser beams. But they're militant about that.
They're kind of
Leon
protective
has
over it, like
to get a
the
big
Stanley
bowl
Cup.
of soup on a pitcher on a big screen TV and go, be in touch for the Super Bowl.
Now the thing is for me, one of my favorite things is I love the little prop bets. I like silly prop bets. Silly prop bets are fun, but I feel like I was looking up the other day and it's like most of these prop bets are pretty lame. They're like standard versions of what you expect. You know, who's going to win the MVP, the coin toss, the Gatorade, you know, the national anthem. It's like I was hoping for a little creativity, guys. Like, I want the silly prop bets, the really dumb ones.
Yeah. It's like the bad commercials, so.
It's gotten rough, man. Well, you know, you saw, I don't know if you caught, but I think some of the Super Bowl commercials have already started to air like on social media. So like, if you're watching it to get the commercial, you probably are. It's a good chance you've already seen a couple of the commercials.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, they're already out there. Would they put an asterisk if Saquon would have beat the record in one more game? No, it would just be considered a different record. Yeah, but it would be a different record. It would be the most in a season, but you'd have right now you've got a 14 game record. In the record book, I don't think they keep them separate, but at the same time, they are different seasons. Like, if you have more games, you have more games. It's easier to get more yards. The O.J. Simpson one in 14 games is actually really impressive. And little did you know it was just practice so he could run from the law.
That's it.
The man ran. Man ran fast.
In a truck. In a truck.
Yep. That's all I'm saying. Wild. My goods here. So Dom says a lot of people would do that if they did that when OJ passed because he was the first 2K rush in 14 games. So what I'll say for me is whoever has the rushing record has the rushing record. However, I think the OJ Simpson one is the most impressive one in 14 games. Like, that's extremely impressive because you got to keep racking up yards. You basically can't take a game off. Like, you've got to consistently rack up yardage game after game after game. You can't have like a 60-yard performance in the middle of it and hope to compensate for it. So overall, I think that's an impressive one. And the 16-game record is fine too, but I personally separate them in my mind. But at the end of the day, whoever has the most yards is the most yards. But the records have changed. Like the passing record, it doesn't mean what it once did. Even if you had the same amount of games, the passing is different. It's easier to pass for more yards. So
it seems.
yeah, rushing record in 2022 is in 14 games. Stupid to keep extending the season, then hyping new records. 2002. There you go.
Yeah.
And well, Will does struggle with the passage of time. That's a 20-year gap between those two things. But what is time? What is time?
It's relevant.
Saturday, Sunday, it's all the same.
Pink Floyd's best song.
Bob said just sorted by yards per game average. So a yards per game average, I think, would be valid because then more games actually makes it more impressive. If you can do that over more games, I think that's even more impressive. Maris got the same slack for passing Ruth in more games. Yeah. But baseball, I will say, is more militant about it because I think it was a very different world in 1961.
Yes.
Today, they're like, just give them a record. We need to hype it up. Give them a record. Make it up. Come up with a record. Most chocolate chips consumed by Eric in an hour while on a bicycle.
7. Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that.
What he said?
Now, is that with or without the man holding you down?
The man is always holding me down. Hate the man.
Statistically error adjusted, greatest QB year, I bet, is the Marino 84 year. It would have been probably one of the more impressive years because I think it was 5,000 yards, 48 touchdowns in 1984 when nobody had come close to those kind of numbers prior to that. Because you're talking about to the early 80s. Nobody was doing that yet. Later on, it would become more common, but not at that time.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting the way that worked out. But the same thing happened in hockey. You didn't have anybody get 100 points in a season until you did.
Yeah.
So and then once that happened, the floodgates opened. It went a completely different direction. Yeah. Nobody for decades and decades and decades gets close, and then suddenly you crack it, and suddenly the floodgates open.
Well, yeah, the equipment got a little lighter, but the stick, the flex in the stick really went. Where an average shot back then was about 70 miles an hour, the average today is 100. And Bobby Hall had the record at 118 miles an hour back in 1960 something. So you kind of look at it now, 100 miles an hour is nothing for these guys. So,
yep.
But then the goalies got bigger too.
They did, and the equipment got bigger, and it all got bigger.
And bigger, and then they stopped it. Now it's at the biggest point that it's possibly been. So, but we don't have the high-scoring games. Well, we actually sometimes do, yeah.
The last couple of years have actually started to creep back up because we had that McDavid 150-point season. That wasn't possible. That wasn't possible a decade ago. A decade ago, that was literally impossible. Like, it didn't matter what he would have done. He couldn't have gotten close to that number. Yeah. CC says, if Mahomes pulls off the impossible of winning 3 straight, does that elevate him to the level of Eric's favorite player, Tom Brady?
Maybe.
Tom Baby.
Mm-hmm. So my take on this has always been, I think it'll be the most impressive accomplishment, and the fact that it's never been done before, I think, is pretty good. Like I said, I've got my issues with Tom Brady, although him screwing over Eric's friends in their autograph thing kind of is a plus for him. Listen, Brandon, I got to be honest. It's warmed my heart towards Tom Brady, only a little bit. I might even be able to vote for him for the country Grammy.
Ooh.
I might even think about it.
So if the Chiefs pull it off and they win 3 straight, I'm going to give them the due, but I'd be really curious. I want to see Mahomes play a season without Andy Reid because, and not to compare it over to basketball, but I'm going to compare it to basketball. You look at the most notable 3-peats. Who was the coach? Phil Jackson. And I always alluded to that man was a genius coaching. Yes, he had great players that he was coaching, but I would like to see Mahomes play without Andy Reid and see if he can still do the same thing.
So was Glenn Sather ever noted as a great coach? Anyways, moving.
Oh, that team was also ridiculously stacked. Like it wasn't just one guy. It was ridiculously stacked, that team. I think though, Brandon, if we're going to be fair in this comparison, he can play without Andy Reid after 20 years. Because the other guy got the coach for 20 years. That's a little different. It's like, oh, but Carlos, you won a Super Bowl. The other coach wasn't bad either. Bruce Arians was not a terrible coach. But in fairness, he also had the other guy for 20 years. So they kind of had each other for a very long period of time. It wasn't like 1 or 2 years.
And one of the greatest coaches, he only didn't even win cups. Mr. Cherry. Like weird. I don't know.
Don Cherry's not even a good coach. Get out of here.
Come on.
Rick here says honors show last night. Honors show
Look at
last night
Lightning
mentioned
Bolt.
all the players who passed away except OJ. My greatest thing is like I always laugh because Don Cherry got so much credit for being so mediocre. He literally only succeeded. All I need is Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
Like
Mhm.
you and like I could get a dead body over here to coach that team.
No.
They'd be fine.
No, Bobby Orr was literally on his last leg and then left to Chicago. And when he was doing,
And then became a Hall of Famer. I know.
Yeah.
and he was coaching the Lunch Pail Gang. That's, when he had still to this day, the record of most 20 goal scorers on a single team. Bobby Orr was not on that team.
No.
Esposito was not on that team.
No.
No.
Hmm.
If I can name all the guys, you had Don Marcotte, Bobby
Busick.
Scott, Rick Middleton, Brad Park, Jean Rattel,
Busick.
Peter McNabb.
Busick.
No,
Busick. Bueller.
Bob Miller. Bob Miller.
Who serves?
I'm having a hard time remembering the rest right now. But Stan Jonathan.
Oh, there's a guy who could shoot the.
All those guys to this day, there's never been a team with that many 20 goal scorers on it in one season. And that was Don Cherry's team with no Espo, no Orr, no Hodge.
Which year was that?
You get too many trees, Eric.
I've got hockey reference on it, so be careful.
I think it was 79.
So the last one where they didn't get to the Stanley Cup final.
No, that was the year that they had too many men on the ice and Lafleur scored.
The dynasty.
This is like Jericho's book of 1,000 holes where every move is armbar. Second move is armbar. That's true.
Yeah.
So let's go back up here. Hold on.
Yeah, Taz, Terry O'Reilly. I can't believe I forgot him. I knew I was
Yeah.
somebody.
And
Yeah.
your buddy, supposedly.
Hey, listen. Somebody, me, was in Taz's living room hanging out with him a few months ago.
And you forgot his name already.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Psh.
So, happens.
Let's see here.
Age.
Yep, pretty much.
Yep.
So Bob Jackson's saying 77, 78. Let's
All
take a look. All right. So let's look up both
That's the
7,
Islander dynasty.
See here.
Or the start of
Who
it. Yeah.
we got here? Who is on this team?
77, 78.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. 77, 78 Ross.
Terry
Let's take a
O'Reilly
look.
for sure. I won't forget him.
Yep. Good. Yep, Terry. He had 90 points. Pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah, Rick
Jean
Middleton.
Rattel was second in scoring on
Rick
that team.
Middleton, Nifty, John Rattel, Stan Jonathan, Bob Miller, Bobby Schmatz.
What about Peter McNabb, Eric?
I said Peter
He
McNabb.
said McNabb. I'll give him
He
that.
said Donovan McNabb. That's what he meant.
Oh,
Oh,
I always get them confused. They look so much alike.
They basically look alike to you. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
they have the same last name. That's close enough, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It counts.
All the McNabbs are the same.
Yep. Looking at this, I'm even more thoroughly convinced. Yeah, a puppet could have, a dead man could have coached that team.
Pretty much. You know, there's
What's on Cherry going to do? Hey, I hate Europeans. What does that have to do with anything, Cherry? Like, what you're not helping. How about a hockey play? I don't know anything about hockey. I know.
So Vetchum's going to win the record. Oh, I hate. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, if he was from Saskatchewan, he'd be like, oh my God, I love it.
Yeah, right.
Gretzky sounds like a European name anyway.
Yeah, true. Well,
Russian.
there you go. Was he Polish? Is that Polish or Ukrainian?
Oh, Russian.
Gretzky?
Yeah.
I think he's a mix of something.
He has Russian heritage.
Some. I don't think he's completely Rusky.
Maybe. Who knows?
We'll have to look
My
that
favorite
up.
part is that Terry O'Reilly leads the team in scoring and also 211 penalty minutes.
That's kind of crazy. That would be that's sort of a record, I would say.
Mike's saying Belarus.
Oh,
All
Belarus.
part of the Soviet Union.
Well, it wasn't before, but now it is. Okay, so hey, just saying. Actually, the Soviet Union isn't Russia anymore. So hey,
Right.
prior to, it's not even Russia. So there you go.
Hey, listen, there's pocket satellite states. Like
PCCP, USSR.
Eric's house is part of Russia.
The language that the Gretzky family spoke before coming to Canada was Russian. That is the language they spoke.
I thought they spoke, complained to referees, please don't hurt me.
I thought it
That
was.
was after they moved to Canada.
Wasn't it patois?
Brantford, though? Is that Canada? Are you sure?
From what
Brantford?
from what I understand geographically.
Mm-hmm. Listen,
I believe
I need you to look outside your door and see the Russian flag flying at full mast. Are you sure, Eric? Comrade? Are you sure?
I don't want to look.
One of the
Just
funniest
saying.
things. One of the funniest things I
Red
saw.
Dawn? Is it Red Dawn? Are we doing that again?
Maybe.
I'm waiting for Brandon to do Captain Lou Albano with the whiskers. It's a
Hey,
solid
I told
call.
my wife I was gonna like cut it, and she said no. If you do anything, you have to trim it. So
Well, put the elastic band on it then, and we'll be fine.
Yeah. And put some like pins and stuff in your face.
Yeah, missing that. Everybody's got to count how many they got. Like if you had 7 or less, you're nobody. You don't even get adjacent.
Wow, not even Jason. Dang.
No, it's like 8. So 1, 2. If you got a big one, you get counts 1.5. So you got like 3 on 2 of the earlobes. You add a tat somewhere on your neck, like that's another 4. Yeah, minimum requirements really only 2 holes in your face. Beyond that,
I just like how it splits. He's got like they're going out
yeah,
like
it'll split.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
you I
should
should
actually just do the double.
ponytails.
Yeah, you gotta braid those.
Well, I think I'm trying to remember because didn't Albano do something like that? Isn't that the kind of the deal?
No,
No,
he
just
put
had
an
it
elastic
on
band
elastic
around it.
band. Yeah.
Oh, was it an elastic band?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I said
Okay.
elastic band. Yeah. I had to correct you on a reference to pro wrestling. It's hard to believe.
I think
It's Captain Lou. That's like Brandon's era.
I'm not sure if he was born when Captain Lou was popular.
I was gonna say the only Captain
Cyndi
Lou reference
Lauper
I've
was
got.
singing in the 80s and 90s. Don't you worry. He was
She was, but that wasn't her prime. The Rock and Wrestling
He was in
Connection
the
was like
videos?
early 80s.
It was
I
like
could get real
84.
creative and do like the Raleigh fingers with the mustache and get it curled, and then
Oh, that takes a lot of wax.
yeah.
Yeah, the Cyndi Lauper's run with that was over before WrestleMania 5.
I was watching.
1984 is her height.
Yeah, she did have some. Obviously, her career went beyond that, but that was like her apex. Like her big hits were right around that time.
Listen, I could listen to her sing True Colors today and enjoy it just as much. The rest of her stuff I never really liked.
She-Bop, you don't like that.
I didn't like the she bop, the you bop. No.
The she-bop was basically what happens with you and Emmanuel in space. Like it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, actually, that's the theme song, I think, in the background.
Just saying.
It might well be.
Eric likes to pretend it's he-bop. It's fine.
She had about 4 or 5 really good songs. She was really good. Actually, you should hear her sing. She sings a song by what is her name of this lady who sang in the 50s. She sings this At Last. You know that song? At Last. She sings that at the level that you would never believe that somebody could sing at. She has the most amazing voice. Like her pop voice compared to her regular voice is amazing, would blow you out of the water. So if you want to listen to something, reference for everybody, go listen to Cyndi Lauper sing At Last. I forget the lady's name who sang that. It was a black lady from the 50s.
Is it Ella Fitzgerald?
I don't know if it was Ella or not. Might have been. Somebody look that up, please. But that's a high reference anyways, and you will see the true nature of her talent sung through that.
Well, like I said, I could listen to her right now sing True Colors, and I would enjoy it just as much as I did in the 80s.
I still do. Anytime it's on, she's good. There's a couple really good songs she has right there. The other ones were kind of poppy and fun.
Yeah, it was. I've never liked pop music.
No.
No, it was never, even growing up in that era. I'm like, I was listening to the Beach Boys. I went through a huge Beach Boy phase in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah.
And by 80s, you mean
Largo,
80 minutes ago?
Antigua. Oh, I'm done. What?
Well,
By 80s, you mean 80 minutes ago?
that was a little bit
Earlier
past
today?
That was the 80s. No, that's when they came out with that.
That came out with the movie Cocktail. So I don't know when that came out with Tom Cruise, but
80 something.
yeah, maybe.
Just Captain Lou. There's a Sia's Elastic Band.
Yeah, but I'm saying we combined the two things. There you got Cindy Lauper and Captain Lou.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got both to combine there. Now, actually, so it was funny because Seth Paul's saying here, heard Cindy Lauper won a Grammy for Best Country Album. No, but she was part of the Rock and Wrestling Connection. So I was like, I feel like there's a lot of cred there. It works. She can have Best Rock Album. She can have Best Country Album. I bet she was in a pickup truck once.
Does she go down in the Hall of Fame of WWF or anything? Like
I think she is.
I thought she did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she
is
did.
the Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
because they got a whole like entertainment sub. Look, Drew Carey is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Oh no, really?
Yes,
I liked him in his old show, but he can't price
Donald
his right
Trump.
like Bob. Like,
Yeah,
come
he
on.
did.
Are you
He
saying
did
that
a whole.
the WWE Hall of Fame is easier to get into than the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame? Is that what?
Donald
Dude,
Trump.
I'm in the WWE Hall of Fame. I'm in the WWE Hall of Fame, and all
Yeah.
I did was make fun of WWE, and I'm in.
He can't make the hockey, but he can make.
They knew how to count. They knew how to count over there.
Exactly. He's
Psh, just saying.
trying to make it.
I heard Roseanne Barr is singing the national anthem of the Super Bowl. She'll also win Country Album of the Year.
I don't
Says
know.
Eric,
about
was that
with
before or
one.
after your Menudo phase?
There was a minute back in the 80s where Menudo was kind of a big deal. Yeah.
Again, 80 minutes ago. Go on.
So was Enya. But anyways. Okay,
I
let's
didn't get
move
into
on.
Enya. No.
You couldn't get an Enya, eh?
Wow.
Man.
Wow. Luckily, we're in the first hour. We haven't even made it out of the first hour.
It's unpredictable.
Wow.
So
Brandon,
editing-
we learned a lot of things and we got to a lot of places. And we also learned that everything is, everybody's
Covered a
poppy.
lot of ground in 60 minutes.
We
57
really
minutes.
did. Like we've learned that everybody's poppy. We learned that everything's so peachy. And we learned that all you need is your pickup truck away from Country Album of the Year.
Yep.
That's a lot, man.
why don't we pull a Costanza and just go out on top and call it a night?
Here we go.
I actively refuse to do that. You did not pay good money for the like button to have that happen.
True.
That's all I'm
And
saying.
we're one vote away from scandal. So
Yeah.
it's just all happening.
Bobby, I got to be honest. The last hour to me has proven like we've already accomplished as much, if not more, than bunch of
Most of
voted channels. Like, come on.
We are on top of it. If they were to revote right now, we'd be like number 3.
Yeah.
Just from this last hour.
Just from this, our entire candidacy would be right here
Let
in
me
the
make
last
a
hour.
video. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So we'll just give them the video of the last hour.
And this is not going to.
Yeah. Mike Good says, try the meatloaf, Bobby. We'll be here all week. There you go. It's true.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? So there you
Yeah.
go.
Works
We're
out.
getting references all day, boys.
Look, it's like the O.J. Simpson, 14-game record. Our average amount of references per minute in this hour is elite, top tier.
Mm.
I'm just trying to see here. I wanted to double check. I was looking through. See, usually I grab a couple of links just in case if there's anything. I think honestly, a lot of the regular stuff this week already got covered. I did do a video that I did the update on the backyard breaks thing. I did enjoy that Whatnot specifically managed to get. They didn't say anything publicly, but they managed to allow to leak out that we're not going to say anything publicly. And I'm like, you guys are stupid. Literally, all you have to do is go like, we denounce these words. We've banned the account.
Please denounce.
It's like it's not that hard. Brandon, where are they finding these people? Can they like hire one PR guy? One?
I honestly don't know. I will say they're like, I don't really get into much of the live stuff. I know a lot of people enjoy it. But there is a platform out there, and this isn't to like show for them, but some people may have already heard of it. But I'm very curious to see if any of this stuff going on with what happened, if it helps this other platform grow. And it's already grown pretty good. It's not on the Whatnot level yet, but I'm keeping an eye on that to see if more people move over there. So
There you go. Here, Ty says, this is insane. I learned a lot in an hour, as you should. It's important. My good says, Carlos, so you're doing a Super Bowl watch party
Yep.
watch along tomorrow. Per Will, yes. For everyone else, we'll do it on Sunday.
this is the
For
second
everyone else, we'll
person.
do it on Sunday.
Yes.
We'll do it on Sunday. Bob Jackson says, considering how their website functions, I'm not surprised at all that they're doing. But the Why Not website is very clunky at the best of times. What's funny though, and Bobby, I've talked about this. I've given the story before. I did try to use Whatnot a little bit because, again, for the wrestling, the breaks can make sense. If you can get a character at a price point and they're opening a whole case, you're giving yourself a chance to get a couple of singles that might be worthwhile. Again, if the price point is right. But the problem is like,
And it's
getting your
timing, is
address-
it not? Is it's live, right?
it is, yeah.
So timing is everything. If you get it
Yeah.
the right time, you miss two people that would vote bid against you, then how do you lose?
Exactly. So the thing is, if you get at the right price point, you can actually buy into multiple breaks and be like, okay, so the total I spent is X, and I was able to pull this stack of cards, and that stack of cards was worthwhile to me. I would have paid more for that if I had bought the cards individually. Great. So it is certainly possible, and it's definitely happened. But the key is, and then if you pull a big card, well, then fantastic. But otherwise, you can do all right. But the problem is that the payment processing they've got is very clunky. If you try to switch address, because if you're a Canadian buyer, you're going to usually have your US address that is going to help you with that to make it work properly. So the problem is if you try to use it, well, then if you try to switch and it doesn't accept it and thinks that there's a discrepancy, then it just blocks it. And then it's like, okay, well, now it's useless to you. And I had that happen with where I was trying to use the correct address with what I needed. And they're like, oh, the card is on a Canadian address. Like, yeah, of course it is. I just want you to ship there. I just need you to ship it to that location. Why do you care?
Why do you care? You've got the money.
That was literally it. Like if it, on eBay, they don't give a shit. They literally let me switch back and forth between the two because they're like, we like money. You pay for it. And as long as you paid for it and it's payment for shipping, we'll send it wherever.
US
we don't
funds.
care.
I
Yeah.
took care of
As
the
long as the payment
thing.
goes through, everything's cool. We're good.
Why would anybody question you on that? That's stupid.
I don't even know, man.
I don't want your money because it's Canadian converted into American. I don't. What? Hello? Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was the thing. And as soon as that happened, I couldn't use it properly. I wouldn't let me actually buy in any of the breaks. And I was like, well, then screw it. Then I don't care. So
That's why
they
you
basically
left?
said, I'll only pop in occasionally just to watch a couple of breaks just to see how it's going. But yeah, I literally cannot buy into them without having to redo my account or do something.
Oh.
I'm not, that's too much effort. No, thank you.
You're not
That's
worth
a
it.
lot of effort.
You're
Yeah,
not.
like
worth
that's not going to happen. No.
They're not
Mike
worthy.
here says, well, doesn't the coverage start Saturday for Sunday's game? 48 hours of Joe Buck before the Super Bowl. Listen, the coverage started days ago.
Yes.
But Jackson says a bunch of stuff only works on a phone and not on the website. Yeah, that's also true. The website sometimes doesn't work properly, and then the app will let you do certain things, and the site will let you do. It's weird. The whole thing is
That's
it's
Instagram.
weird. Yeah.
Don't
The-
use it on
the-
your computer because it doesn't work.
Oh, it does for me, but yes. But the thing that I find very odd is that they spent so much money giving money to these influencers to do. I'm going to buy a bunch of stuff at the show sponsored by Whatnot and Whatnot. I gave them 50 grand, 100 grand. I'm like, spend the 50 grand on fixing your app.
Yeah.
Do that.
There's a lot of folks on their payroll.
Yeah. But spend a couple of those dollars on fixing the app. Make it functional. That's all we're asking here.
I think even they were donated under you said, right? I don't know, something like that.
Covering the game for 2 weeks now. Yep. My good says they should play the game on a Saturday night. That way on Monday you wouldn't have to use a vacation. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if they put it on Saturday night for no other reason than I would love a full Sunday of saltiness.
Yeah.
That'd be
nice.
awesome. That'd be awesome.
You could do a video too.
Amazing. Bowser says at least half the streams on a PC on the website are sideways because people don't know how to click buttons on their settings. Yeah. It's
On Instagram,
I'm not a big fan of it.
I go to create and it freezes up like almost every time. It's like, come on, really? It goes create and then it goes into the spin motion. My computer doesn't do that. My PC, and I'm going, what? And then you can go on your phone and do anything. It's like, anyways, it took a long time to even post pictures, but they're getting around to it slowly. It's like WhatsApp and all these Instagram, they lack.
I think it's going to be funny though. I think that's going to be Fanatics' opportunity to, because again, I believe Paul Lesko was talking about. No, sorry, not Paul Lesko. Boston Card Hunter. I think apparently there's been another lawsuit against Whatnot, and and just from brief scan, it's like the dumbest thing. I think it was like parents of a kid, and I question this because I would love to know how they managed. They said that the kid had managed to incur tens of thousands of dollars in purchasing spots and breaks in only a couple of hours. And I'm like, wouldn't your card stop?
So,
Wouldn't your card literally stop?
Yeah.
Eric's
He
card
was the
stops
one-
if he spends anything more than a chocolate stick.
He used the one Dad
That's
was
only because
using.
Michelle has that limit on that.
Mhm.
But I was sitting there like,
Phone call.
I'll see if I can find the exact thing, Brandon. But when I heard it, I was like, what? Hey, here's the thing. I don't even care. I don't care if you lose all your money. I don't give a shit. My thing is the dollar amount was so high that I was like, what are we using, like Eric's Amex Black card? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
Well,
why do you have that much money on this card even to be able to do it?
do we think it's the kid actually did it?
Oh, I totally think it's the parent that did it. Like, I think the kid's the fall guy. I think the
Kid
kid's
doesn't have
totally
a
the fall guy.
credit card, does he?
Or is it the
No, you
the-
can load a card onto the app so that you just push a button. You can
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Or is
course.
it the age old trick of eBay?
Yeah, my dog ate it. The kid did it. Yeah.
My kid bid on this without my permission. My kid got my phone and bought this item. Can you cancel? Like,
Don't you
the
worry.
kid's always the problem.
Yeah, all those people addicted are going. Yeah, my kid kind of did that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, no, my point is like I'm saying, I'm not kidding. I totally think it was the parent. Like, I don't buy for 1 second it was the kid. Not for
No,
1
I
second.
think it's an excuse for somebody that thought that they could buy in. They didn't hit. They lost a crap ton of money.
Mhm.
And they probably attempted a chargeback and couldn't get that
Yeah.
to go through. So it
Yeah.
came down
So-
to, oh, my
So
kid.
I'll read what's on the screen there. I'll include a link in the description for folks. You can check it out. I'll read what it says on the screen though. So right there it says on October 24th, 2022. Man, it's a couple of years now. But anyway, it says Milestone discovered that its principal minor child had accrued $67,181.54. The 54 cents is key. That makes it legit.
Oh, yes.
Charges on Milestone's Amex card over the course of approximately 2 hours. Said purchases were processed through PayPal and were for goods advertised for and sold through an outfit called Whatnot. So I'm looking at it going like, if you're somebody and you have an Amex, don't you put some kind of or I don't know about you guys, but if I've got anything that's like a larger purchase, sometimes the credit card company will call you and be like, hey, by the way, we see these charges. Is that correct? Is that all right? Or is there any issue? And that's kind of where the question is like, okay, I guess we'll see. I just thought it was so random, but on top of everything else, it was just funny to me. To be blunt, I consider that we can take it one of two ways. Either it's a parent trying to use the kid as the fall guy, which whatever, that's one option. Another one is just like you're really bad parenting on your part.
Right
Like,
there.
what are you doing?
That's the key right there.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I mean,
So, like-
I guess the kid's not going to college.
No.
You had your chance. You had to buy into some brakes.
Do you know what you've done?
That's the last time you buy repack, son. It's like, what did you
you
pull?
got-
What did you
All
pull?
you got was the shitty Zion Williamson.
Oh God, why? I don't know, man. I don't know. So anyway, so what I was trying to get at, here is that Whatnot is on the exact opposite of a heater. Like they are like they're like a literally like everything you do is wrong. Like and it's like you guys need a W somewhere. Like you need a win. I don't know where you're gonna find it, but you need one desperately. So my thought, Brandon, is like at this point, if I'm over at Fanatics Live, it's like, bros, we could put together a quick ad campaign and go, yeah, we're not going to let creepy people like Packard breaks on the platform, whatever. You could literally just pick up the pieces. Honestly,
Well, I mean, Fanatics they're kind of on a heater too because they're really pissing King Golden off. So I mean, what they could just keep pushing their campaign to piss Kenny off.
look, that's just funny. I don't, but I don't think like other than our entertainment, we lose nothing with pissing off Kenny.
Oh no.
That's just funny.
Now, the interesting thing here, there was several levels of questionable security here when American Express didn't question $67,000 in charges in 2
Brandon,
hours.
that's literally what I just said. That's
Right,
what I'm
but
getting
then
at
you
is like,
have
wouldn't they
PayPal.
question it? Yeah.
You have PayPal, then you have whatnot. Like, there's like levels to this shit. Nobody questioned it. They
Yeah,
were just
it's like
fees, baby.
Again, like it is possible, but what I'm getting at is like PayPal should be looking at it and going like, well, that's a lot of charges, in a very short period of time. Like that seems like a lot. And then
Maybe we
Amex
should
at the
call
same time.
these people. Somebody's buying a lot of shit.
Dude, I've bought things on a card for like $1,500, $2,000, and the first 1 or 2 times they would actually call to check. After I made it clear, like, no, actually I needed to buy that. That was a thing that I needed. And then after that, they're like, okay, fine. And then they basically just bump up the limit and they say above that limit, then they'll still question it. But now they say, oh, okay, so you actually make purchases for this? Yeah, that's fine.
But that's where the question, like, I guess it has to come back to Dad must have, obviously he had that card on file.
Yeah.
Dad must have been buying it too for a good bit for nobody to be like batting an eye.
That's what I'm kind of wondering. Yeah. Because when I was spending a couple of grand was basically when I bought the condo. And I was paying for furniture, and I was buying this and buying that. Like when you when you're basically moving into a place, there are charges up the wazoo for all kinds. And you just bought a house, and there are charges for all kinds of stuff. So it's going to be higher than like a normal kind of time. So for them, they're like, oh, that's a bit unusual for you because normally you're buying stuff that's like $200, $100, whatever on this card. Why is that? It's like, well, I just moved into this and I'm buying, a new couch and blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, okay, yeah. That's the furniture store. That makes sense. Okay.
Or they'll send you, like, I've had it where especially if I'm out of state traveling, making purchases, they'll like send a text or something and say, confirm these purchases or whatever. And you have to like reply back with yes to go ahead and authorize the card because they're just questioning, what the hell the activity is different. So
they're just seeing that the pattern. They're just seeing that the pattern is out of the norm. That they're just seeing numbers that don't make sense compared to your normal. So they would question it. So again, I'll take it at face value. But if you're spending $67,000 in 2 hours and nobody thinks that's weird,
right?
Interesting.
Yeah. Right.
Interesting. Okay, that's my take. Golden Crown is karma, sure. Bernard Ryan, good evening. It'd be nice to see the hungry Ken Golan from Shop at Home again, not as passive King Collectibles Ken. Hey, listen, he might get angry enough. Kenny might get a little upset. So my thing though was like the whole thing with the whatnot is that right now basically everything they're doing is giving them little problems here and there. It has been very entertaining to watch right now, especially. But I'm sitting there going like, yeah, one of these other platforms has just got to take advantage of it and try to steal a little bit of their thunder away. Because, again, nobody in this space has the balls. But if you're the national, you don't need whatnot. You don't really care about them. Like, they're not, they can buy booth space, sure. But if they're not there, you can sell the booth space to somebody else, even corporate booth space. Somebody else will buy it from you. So why wouldn't you then consider maybe that would be kind of an interesting way if whatnot wasn't at the biggest show. That would kind of send a little bit of a message and create a bit of a problem for them. Because again, they didn't show any courage in being willing to be like, backyard is a cash cow, I get it. But how much bad publicity do you want? Like they're just basically they're more trouble almost than they're worth at this point.
Yeah. The platform I was talking about, if anybody is looking for something, like if you enjoy buying or whatever, I don't know how much like breaking goes on there because I don't do a lot with the live stuff, but District is a pretty interesting live selling, but it also has static listings like eBay. And the cool thing with it is it's
smart.
It's the District is the app, but then inside of the app, there's tons of different marketplaces. And some marketplaces are like, it might be just for clothes or just for toys or just cards or whatever. And some of them might like have a hub marketplace and then they'll have sub marketplaces. It's kind of cool because it also has a community aspect to it where like there's chats, like me and Carlos are in the Discord. It's kind of like Discord built within the marketplace, so you can get to know other sellers or buyers or whatever, advertise. You can advertise on your Instagram. The live selling, only one person can be live at a time per marketplace, but they have what they call co-hosting, to where like Bobby, if you wanted to sell and I wanted to sell, we both could go live together and just like take turns selling stuff, and it actually separates who's selling what for your invoicing. So it's pretty neat. They're still kind of new, so there is some aspects to it that they're still trying to build up and work on. It's brand basically Ivan. I don't know, people may have heard of him. Watch the Breaks. I think he's on Instagram and Twitter or whatever. But overall, it's a fun platform, but I can't speak on like the full tone of it because I'm not in all the marketplaces and I've never done live selling, but I know a lot of people like that. So,
and Brandon's part owner. Anyways,
no.
Whatnot should Whatnot, I haven't really spoke on any of it, but I will give you my opinion. I think they should have, the easiest thing for them as a corporation is just to say, hey, listen, we suspended him for 3 months, and that's it. Time served, back in the game, and that amends most everything for the most part, because hey, he did this, and now he's better. He's went for retraining or something like that. And that's all you have to do in today's world, because people forget, because there's 15 other stories or things that are happening in the hobby that they're going to be focused on. They go, oh yeah, that guy. Oh, okay, he's back. All right, cool.
Well, I think, Bobby, so what you're saying is true. It's what plays out. What has actually given enough oxygen to keep it kind of around for the last couple of days and the last week or so is that Backyard has multiple channels. So when they suspended the one account, all the other accounts just kept running the way they were, and they just shuffled over the account. They shuffled over the breaks into those accounts.
Suspend the account. They just had to suspend him. That's it.
They did.
And that would have rectified.
They suspended him and the account. It didn't rectify anything.
No, not really.
Yeah. So that was the thing. They suspended both those things.
It's like time served, really, in a sense, right? Someone does something, go to jail, you come out rehabilitated, whatever you want to say, and he's back in it, and everyone forgets about it. Moves on.
I don't know if this will
back
be
in the saddle.
I think this one might have stepped over the line that people won't put up with.
Well, they're putting up with it.
Well, I mean, him specifically, like if he starts getting back on camera or whatever.
People care about cards. It's not going to get voted into the Hall of Fame, so don't worry.
Well, the thing is that we talked about this already. The thing is that he doesn't need to get in front of the camera again. Right. He's a part owner. So in reality, he can just operate as the man behind the curtain and just let somebody else do it. Like it's not a big deal.
People like his weird outgoing persona. So there you go.
Yeah, it hasn't hurt business.
Selling feature in itself, but obviously he oversold on the last deal. So we'll see what goes forward. It doesn't matter to me. I don't even care about Whatnot. So Whatnot is like Whatnot. It's at the end of the sentence.
I just want to say that
you already said something
before the show started. I think it was before the show started. Bobby told us that he had just downloaded the app and was on Whatnot. So, right, Brandon, right? Did he or did he not say that he was on Whatnot earlier tonight and downloaded the app?
I think the quote was, "If you can't beat them, join them."
Yeah, I think that's what I think that's what he said.
And this is the fucking reason why you guys aren't fucking adjacent.
Listen, Bobby, I was trying to stay out of the fray. I wanted to let you sell whatever narrative you wanted to tell. I saw you carrying the bags with the dollar signs on the side of them as you walked out from the Garage of Knowledge. But the Garage of Knowledge was temporarily the Garage of Sellout. Do what you got to do, man. It's fine. It's okay. Mm-hmm. Eric, it would be the height of hypocrisy. I am a man of peace, but I would be a man of hypocrisy if I questioned selling out, as I have pitched selling out many a time. Yeah, I applaud it. I applaud it. To me, it's a virtue, but we gotta don't leave it open so that then they can question you in front of the others.
Yeah.
Yep, it happens. I don't need no Hall of Fame adjacency. I have my own Hall of Fame. Don't you worry.
And I was going to say, with the big cash prize, you can buy your own.
Yes.
Like, listen, again, Fanatics Overlords. They've dropped the ball. Fanatics Live could be the future. And if Fanatics Live is the future and you want us to pretend that it is, I will accept a big check. And with a big enough check, Brandon, I will make my own Hall of Fame. And I will be the only one in it, and it will have a big-ass statue. Forget about a patch. I don't need a fucking patch. I got a statue.
Yes.
All they got to do is make all the cards that are relevant in the hobby redemptions. It seemed to work with the skins. Just make them all redemptions, and then they sell everything on Fanatics Live.
Carlos,
Love
your
it.
statue melts in the spring, so you better, anyways, take a picture.
That's if I let Eric design it. No, Bobby, if I let Eric design it. Listen, if I get the sweet Fanatics mail day, we're putting it in the good. We're putting the good stuff, man.
Hold on.
Bronze. We're getting a big old
Carlos?
bronze statue. It's gonna be awesome.
Wow.
Did everybody see Carlos posted about his redemption on Instagram? I'm still waiting for the damn journal entry, Carlos.
Eric's working on it. I needed someone who could write like an 11-year-old.
Shit.
Infinite rage. Infinite rage.
Infinite
I think
rage.
that should be the requirement now. If you're going to post and share a damn redemption card, because I still don't believe if redemptions work or exist, because I sent in 5 of them and like shit, I didn't get nothing back but junk. So I think if you get a redemption back now, you have to write a journal entry. Requirements, hobby requirements.
In the dictionary, redemption says dummy. Yeah, right there.
Yep. Well, look, I'll say to their credit, again, not the issues with it notwithstanding, to their credit, I think it ended up taking about 2 weeks from me punching in the code in the site to getting it in the mail. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. So now, obviously, they had it in hand. That's why I was saying the booklets. Apparently, they literally made them all redemptions. So they were in stock. Basically, you just punch in the thing on the site. The site was easy enough to use. Punch in my address, punch in the site. They go, yep, we're packing it out for you. And then they say, all right, it's been shipped. And then I got the envelope in the mail this week. I was like, all right, great. Good job, Billy. I still need my blasters, but at least you got something out the door. I'll give you that one.
Exactly.
Brandon Ryan said, I believe everyone was secretly wondering what the final straw would be in the hobby. Guess this was it. It is never the final straw.
There's no
Never.
drop.
Never. Tom says Fanatics Monopoly. Listen, we can only hope so. Again, I will sell it for the big old check because I got a bronze statue to build, and that shit ain't cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You might even go with gold.
Maybe. Again, it depends on how many zeros they put on the check. If they do like the really good
Probably
check,
build it with
maybe.
Bitcoin. It would look kind of cool.
I want one of the really big checks that we can hold up.
The golf novelty checks.
Yes, that's what I want. I want one of them.
Yeah, I want it to be a golf novelty check because that's how many zeros they had to put on it. They needed the space to be able to get it all the way to the end of the check.
Mm-hmm.
Infinite rage breakers.
What are you going to do, right?
Listen, what's going to happen, Bobby, is at that point, I'm not even going to make the statue in gold. I'm going to make it out of palladium. Or I'm going to make it out of one of those other metals that are actually more expensive than gold, but nobody even thinks about. That's how rich I am. I don't even need you to know how rich I am, but that's how expensive it was.
Mm-hmm. Rare earth mineral. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go big or go home. I think we should start a coin called palladium. Or maybe that already happened.
I'm sure someone did. Almost everything that someone could throw in there, someone's at least tried it.
Until
Even if
the
we
new
haven't heard of
metal-
it, someone's tried it.
The new fancy metal comes out, and then everyone calls it that. So yes.
Well, because there was because you had silver, you got gold, and I think palladium. I think they do make coins out of palladium. I think that's
Well,
one
there's
of them.
platinum for the longest time.
Yeah,
and
but
then
there's
palladium, and there's one
Yeah.
step above palladium. I forget what it is. What's
It's
that
some
one?
weird. It's some weird funky metal, but
Yeah.
it's expensive. Like it's
It's
expensive
super
by the ounce.
expensive.
Yeah.
Titanium.
No. Titanium. That's easy. Titanium. That's what your
And,
hips made of.
and worse, titanium is super light. You don't even feel like you're getting. You don't even feel like you're getting your money's worth. The titanium is super light.
It's expensive.
Yeah. Palladium though is one of the very expensive ones. Mark Burley gets a statue. Anything can happen. Hey, you never know, man. You never know.
Can happen. Can happen to you.
Look at that. So yeah, so that was one. The whatnot thing we touched on because they had that update, and then
I seen a movie. It's been how long since
A
I went to
movie?
the theater? The popcorn was phenomenal. The movie was Mark Wahlberg in Flight Risk or something, whatever it was.
Okay.
Horrible. Popcorn was amazing. Like honestly, it was nice to have popcorn. It was really good. So I went to the
Did
theater
you
for
get a
popcorn.
popcorn?
How much butter did you get on the popcorn?
I got the double butter. I got the layered. Yeah.
Nice.
The
Nice.
layer.
Did you get a popcorn bucket?
No, we don't have buckets here. We just have the pails.
Shit. See, I decorated my shelf, and I know it's small back here, but I'll show you.
I got a maple leaf one that paid like $22 for, and it was like at the gardens. Or not to me, at the.
You have to get the damn popcorn buckets.
No, we don't have that here. You carry that into a movie theater?
Actually, no. So I go to the post office every day, obviously, and the movie theater is across the street from the post office. So anytime there's a movie that comes out that I might be interested in the collectible things, I'll go over and see if I can grab them. So this has never even been used. Actually, here's the receipt where I bought it.
I got a few collectibles when Marvel movies came out. I got a few of the sippy cups and whatever. They're just regular cups, but I'm just calling them sippy cups because,
Right.
You know, they got plastic straw and everything. So
I think this might be right. Rhodium.
oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be right. That sounds right to me. Let's see. Rhodium.
Again, never.
I think
used.
it's, even on the periodical scale, there's one more that's even rarer than that. There's like 2 or 3 that are right up there beyond.
Rhodium is $4,625 an ounce.
Yeah, that's
I
crazy.
just want to make a
What is
statement.
the highest priced one on the periodical scale? Highest price?
I don't know, but I just want to say that I want to make sure I'm heard clearly. Anyone who collects Marvel items, especially Marvel cards, is a big cards. They are a big loser. A big loser, probably from California. Probably from California, and a big loser.
All right, so
I'm
the answer,
definitely not
Bobby,
from California.
the answer is rhodium under the regular periodic table. However, the AI overview from Google, the Google says that there is a Californium, which is apparently the most expensive metal per ounce, valued at about 750 million.
Whoa!
It's used in nuclear power generation and medical treatments. Californium.
Really? Is that like Californication with a lot of extra zeros?
Maybe Anthony Kiedis promoted it. I don't know, man.
Oh, you never
Possibly.
know.
Huh.
Oh, I was just checking. Yeah, Amanda's still watching.
It says 750 million per ounce. Per ounce.
Where do you find that? What's the thing behind
Well, it's radioactive. So
Oh shit. Okay.
I don't think you want Eric, Bobby, if I get enough zeros from the Fanatics Overlords, I'm making my statue of Californium. And I'm sending Eric to worship in front of it. The glow is a feature. The glow is a feature.
Zeros.
Yes, the glow is a feature.
It'll be a green glow.
Platinum group metals, yes. Somebody tag Neo.
And anybody who tries to tank it down on you, they're going to be exposed to radiation. Yeah.
Yeah, gold is 4,000 Canadian an ounce. We're talking 4,000 US an ounce. The rhodium is 4,600 US per ounce.
That's crazy.
Very expensive. Very pricey. Man is thrilled.
Yeah, I just want
She'll
to
be she allegedly will be doing the podcast later, but we were promised things like this before.
Well, she lies. We should add that to the rules. Carlos lies.
Wow.
Amanda lies.
Carlos lies. Well, I think you just lied.
Well, my lying is in the rules. So it's there. It's already there.
So, I was just wondering if she was still around. So I
Yeah.
threw that line out into the
In the algorithm. Yep.
Like says, you're giving me nightmares. Talk precious metals. If they're on the periodical chart, it gives me nightmares. It's true. Boron is frightening. Dom says Eric works for Beckett and Zack Snyder apparently.
Ooh.
I really liked the director's cut that Zack Snyder did when he came back and redid Justice League. I thought that was really good. The original Justice League they came out with Josh Whedon, I thought sucked, like everyone agrees. But when Snyder came back and redid it and made it like 3 hours long and all that, I thought it was phenomenal.
I kind of like D. Snyder better, but anyways.
There you go. So apparently the reason Californium is so expensive is because it has to be produced inside a nuclear reactor.
Oh, so it's actually a man-made.
It's a man-made metal. That's the reason why.
Wow.
That's the reason why it's so expensive. Is that you literally have to make it inside of a.
But rhodium is an actual.
Rhodium is part of the periodic table. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Rhodium. Yeah. Oh yeah. So you got to put it in that thing in France, into that circle thing, whatever they call it.
You basically treat it like a box of national treasures and put it through the. Fire the beams. Fire the beams.
So like the CT scanner. Yeah.
And then it either becomes Californian, becomes really expensive, or a member of the Fantastic Four.
Or it moves to Floridium.
One or the other.
Yes.
Could you imagine if there was a Floridium?
Oh, there probably is. Just
Ham's like, I got a bunch of the Floridium. It's like, what's it doing? Why is it glowing? Funny story that.
The Californium is blue and the Floridium is red. What's going on? I don't know. Just saying.
Paul says, speaking of precious metals, did you see Zanu got a 99 PMG Masters file? Oh, 1 of 1.
Why don't they put that in cards? You wouldn't need the 1 of 1. It just has, a gram of Californium. Yeah, that would be an amazing card. Whose card would that end up on? Whose card? Think about it.
Radioactive resulting in death.
Yeah.
Oh, probably Fishboy's card.
Falling off. Oh no.
Probably Fishboy. Would be
That's
better,
a real
Brandon?
1 of 1.
What would be better, Brandon, is if the Californium card was a redemption. It's like, why is it a redemption? Because we're sending it in the special box, and you see a guy in a hazmat suit. It's like,
coming in.
Here you go.
Here
you go. Why are you holding it so carefully? I can't drop it. Just take the box.
And then when you grab it, then he's going like this, running down.
Ah!
I'm out of here.
Get clear. Get clear.
See, we talk about everything: music,
the periodic table.
Precious metals.
Brandon, I got to be honest. Brandon, I got to be honest.
It's an issue.
This right here, this might be already our magnum opus for 2025.
Like
this
it
is
would have been massive
right
first show, but
this is huge.
We wanted to get warmed up, so yeah, that's good. Yeah. So now we're Hall of Fame.
There's going to be way more bullshit later in the year that can.
Oh no, there will be, but
no.
But per minute. But Brandon, per minute though.
Yeah.
Like the per minute bullshit tonight is been in an elite level. Like we're talking top tier stuff right now.
Californium level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 750. What?
Listen, I said, we keep.
We've had Eric rants, we've had Bobby rants. I've ranted. I mean, shit, it's all been inclusive.
I didn't rant. I just was talking.
You basically told me and Eric to fuck off.
I did tell you to fuck off.
They probably deservedly so. The important thing, though, look, all I'm saying.
I just said you would never be adjacent, so that's okay. Anyways.
All I'm saying is that we are this close to earning the country Grammy. We are this close right now. Watch out, Beyonce. We're coming for that. We're coming for the Grammy.
You have a truck, Eric?
She's got one name. I got one name.
You have a Jeep?
We're going at it.
Oh, okay.
I got a truck. Don't you worry.
Pharrell, Beyonce, they both start with B. BS.
We're practically there.
Yeah.
Dom says this whole episode is going to be year-end highlights for sure. Yeah, my year-end highlights might just be like, I'll just play episode 225. Hit play. Hit play, fuckers.
January
Boom.
1st. There we go. We're going to go back to January.
Well, that was easy, Brandon. Piece of cake. No problem.
Maybe we should just stop now and not do any more for the rest of the year.
That sounds an awful lot like something
you want tonight. He wants to get out of tonight for some reason.
He wants to get out every night, but that's why, Bobby, this is why my commitment to the people is such that whenever Eric seeks out something that might give him joy in his miserable life, I say, nay, nay, good sir.
I know. Just take a break, Eric. Go to the washroom. I want to go out and actually I wanted to get an ice cream sandwich, but it's too damn cold here to have one. So. I had to put my shoes on for crying out loud.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Well, I can't wear my slippers. It's just not warm enough. Now I'm okay.
Some boots, big old fluffy boots. Keep the toes warm.
What, old muckalucks? What are you kidding?
Old muckalucks, exactly.
I'm not a Homo sapien.
You sure? Might be.
I'm just saying.
Like it says, to round out the conversation, we need the Dodgers to sign 6 Japanese pitchers and backload their contracts, so also that we cover everything.
Pretty much, yeah. At this point.
All I'm saying.
Okay.
I I was just happy that today it was caught by surprise that my cards package came in early. I think they switched over to which one. I sent it like FedEx like normal, and they said, oh, it's going to be like 3 days. I'm like, why 3 days? I was like, oh, we're using this whatever the level is. It's a different name. Usually it's basically if they ship it one day, it's the next business day.
Oh, it's
Generally
FedEx
speaking.
one day. Yeah.
Yeah, generally speaking. In this case, they said, "Oh, it's a Monday," and I'm like, "Okay, well, fine, whatever." But then suddenly it switched over. It goes on truck for delivery. I'm like, "So much for Monday." Okay, great, fine. I was here anyway, so whatever. So I go, "All right, I'll sign for it." There you go, done. And so I got the wrestling cards that came with it, but I did get. It's very exciting.
Precious metals. No.
Ooh, fancy patch one.
Oh,
yes.
nice.
Vinyl.
But
Super
it's the vinyl
factory.
1 of 1. It's a vinyl 1 of 1 as well.
Yeah.
Extra fanciness.
Spectra.
Yeah, Spectra, and that is him and Christian Kirk. So it's him and Christian Kirk duel.
Okay, that's it. I'm collecting precious metals from now on.
Maybe you should.
No, the
Well, we talked about
card issue.
we talked
right.
Well, we talked about it before, Bobby. The
That's what all the cool kids
in the late 90s, before precious metal gems, Donruss had the precious metal one where the cards were made of precious metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had the
precious
gold
was it,
card, you
though?
had the platinum card.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they had gold and they had platinum.
What electroplated kind of gold?
There was
22
this.
karat
I forget what the
Hamilton
amount.
gold
What
kind
was
of thing?
what was the amount? Let me see if I can find it. Because they had a certain amount in it. Obviously, it's not going to be a ton relative to it. But
I just want to show that I have lots of PMGs. I have a lot of them.
A lot
So
of
if
green.
anyone's interested, I will sell them for $100 a piece. I have a lot of them.
Who are they?
do you
of?
know?
Oh, this is of Ted Donato,
Who?
Kyle McLaren,
What?
Alexei Konstantinov,
What not?
All I'm
Kevin
hearing is SP Signature Legends.
Jared breaks.
Mariusz Czachowski,
Palladium.
Joseph Stumpel, Adam Oates,
Tumpel.
Kyle
Steven,
Adam Oates again. Yeah. So, I mean, if anyone's interested, I'm willing to sell.
he mentions
$100.
Flawless and the gems, but Panini also has, I think it's Impeccable. And then in their Eminence products, they would actually put a full ounce of metal in them because they did gold. I don't know if it was gold. I don't know if they ever did gold bars, but I had a Kobe from the Panini Eminence Kobe product that was a full 1 troy ounce of platinum in it, and I think they do silver. They may do gold, and I may be wrong, but I know they do platinum and silver in those, and it'll be like a full troy ounce of it. So
Your Eminence, yes.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
well,
it's worth today in terms of weight value. Obviously, the Kobe thing would be more because of what happened there, but
No, Rhodium.
when I had it, a troy ounce of platinum was worth $1,200. So the card
you
had
wanna laugh?
at least $1,200. Yep, right there you go. That's impeccable.
But
There
you
go,
don't know who
Carlos.
it is.
Great.
You don't know who it is. You don't know who
That's Rosen.
the Chosen Rosen, of course.
Now, is that silver or is that one of the?
that's
platinum bars?
that's 1 troy ounce of silver.
Okay, because they do.
That's
I
what
know
they
they
put on
do
the card.
platinum bars, and I'm pretty sure they have gold ones too.
They do have a gold one for sure. The gold one, I believe, is a 1 of 1. That's what they do with those ones. And by the way, to answer the question about the older card, the 90s one. So according to this, I'm just looking at Baseball Cardpedia. It says each card is printed with 1/2 ounce of real silver, gold, or platinum embedded on the card. So that's the late 90s version. So a 1/2 ounce on that one. So the card itself would be made out of the material.
So it'd be about $2,000, half an ounce, right?
Well, if you do a gold one, 1/2 ounce of gold is still a lot. That's actually pretty good value, all things considered, on a card.
$4,000 an ounce, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah.
That's the rhodium. The gold's still pretty high though.
That's the color of Californium.
Especially with the glowing. Yes.
Yes. The green. Yes.
All right. So here we go. Hold on. I think they use rhodium to make the 1924 Stanley Cup card. Maybe. Let's see here. So thank you for that, Dom. Brandon, start the pump. Facts. Didn't Topps do 2011 baseball with diamonds? Maybe. Now the thing is, black diamond, like in Upper Deck does black diamond, and they've got manufactured diamonds. Like that's not a real thing to me. Flawless has diamonds.
Mhm.
Well, they
But
keep
you can have
advertising that, right?
man-made diamonds. Man-made diamonds are not expensive. They're not that big a deal.
Yeah, but they think that it is the process behind it because the pressure and whatever it has.
Because
to
you can make it. All right. So Paul's saying $2,870 an ounce for gold right now.
I just
US.
looked up
US.
troy
US.
ounce.
Yeah.
I just looked up a troy ounce of platinum, and it's down to $1,006 currently. So that card actually has dropped in metal value because it was $1,200 when I owned it.
So realistically, has the player brought it up? The issue?
I think because of that was a Kobe product, and it was before his death, like several years before the death. That probably holds it up a little bit more. When I had it, he was still alive and everything, and it was mostly the metal value was where the value was in it. So
Kind of sad. But yeah.
Yeah, that's actually been the running joke with that whole with that Chosen Rosen card is that I actually would love to buy it, but the sellers are trying to hold above, and I'm like, guys, it's basically worth melt value. Like,
Yeah.
It's melt value.
like, they're like the piece, the silver bar on it is worth about $30. That's about what it should be, give or take.
But that's a nice thing with those cards, though, is because Neo's videos of these players or cards will go to zero. Those can never go to zero. They actually have value.
As long as you can melt the bar. As long as you can melt the bar.
And if you really
At
get
least it's
spot,
Gold.
you have to
This
consider
is
spot on
solid
it, so you're
gold.
losing.
I just want to let you know this is all solid gold. It's worth about $2 million.
Oh,
Mm.
I don't know if that's real. I'm gonna need you to grab a lighter and melt it.
No.
made of 22 karat Hamilton gold. Hamilton gold was a very fancy word they used way back when, which really means electroplated. Just saying. It's like,
I'm just saying, like I
Hamilton
said,
gold.
whenever Eric is a guy who's been talking about, hockey, like it's a real thing. I'm gonna need you to melt that gold before I believe you.
It's gold. That's what I was told. I got a really good deal on it.
Mm-hmm.
Hashtag melt your cards. There you go. Tom says 2011 had the Topps Diamond Anniversary 60, so they did a bunch of diamond themed parallels. Yes, the diamond themed parallels I do remember, including embedded diamond one of ones. I'd be curious if they did the man-made diamonds though. Like I said, now card companies have started to do a lot of those because obviously they're cheaper. You can get the look. The idea is the aesthetic, but it is it's not the price of a real cut diamond. They're not going to spend that much on
And
it.
they're diamond chips anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Real. Game worn silver bars. Don't encourage them. Yeah. You know what's funny though? I talked about it before. For the cup, they did a couple of theme sets where because I have a Medana one where they did, the idea was to replicate the concept. They would take a piece of sterling silver and they literally would label it sterling silver. They would take a piece of sterling silver and engrave the player's name. It's not meant to be exactly what's on the cup, but the idea was to imply it. It's the aesthetic, trying to get the look. But the way you can tell it's sterling silver is they actually do label it as such. They tell you. So now you know what the percentage is, the purity of the silver. But it can actually tarnish. So like on the Medano card I have, so it will actually tarnish, just like regular silver will. So it's just kind of funny.
But sterling doesn't tarnish so much. I thought.
It does.
Obviously.
It can. Yeah. But that's why I say I laugh because it's tarnished a little on the side. Not a big deal, but that is what it's what it should do. A little bit of tarnish is normal. You can polish it if you like, but it's not really worth it. But it tells you that the metal is reacting like a metal, which is to say they're using actual metal.
So if you bought Kurt's Card Care, would that fix it?
With what's actually in Kurt's card care, you're basically putting water and soap on it. No,
Basically. Oh, there's some isopropyl alcohol in there too. So
I don't know I don't think that'll help your silver too much. I think you just polish it a little bit.
It's an acid-based thing. It should cut through.
Yeah. If you really wanted to, I would just use silver polish.
Basically,
the real deal. I would just use the real silver polish.
Yeah,
because you can do that. There you go. I believe this is the most strange conversation the live stream ever dropped into. Precious metals minus gem.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Kin, the point that I'm glad you joined in, but the point that we're making is our versatility.
True.
We are not limited. We are not stuck on one thing. We've covered the gamut. So Brandon, Kin is here. And he just joined in during this conversation that we're here. I believe this is the most strange conversation live stream I've ever dropped into. Precious metals minus gem. That's because we're versatile, damn it.
Yes.
Yeah, I
we
was
are-
listening. I got a text message that some cookies were baked.
Oh,
And,
Cookies?
I can smell them.
This is my cheat day, so I had to run down and
Wow.
grab some cookies. So I was listening while I was eating some cookies.
See, precious metal to cookies. Bam, Ken.
Do you have
See
milk
this?
with that?
I
See
want
what we did?
cookies.
You drinking
Damn.
milk for your bones there, brother?
What's that?
You drinking milk with those cookies?
No, they were just little sugar cookies, just little small ones. I'm trying to be good. Like
I like small ones because like broken cookies, less calories.
yeah.
Broken cookies. Is that science? Hashtag science.
It is. Well, you have 100 calorie, and then you have a little piece. It's only 10.
Yeah,
10, 20,
exactly.
30. Hey,
I do appreciate the hashtag science. It's important to have that. So here you go, Eric. You'll appreciate this one. This also came as part of the mail. I'm going to turn the light on just to show it a little better. I did show the picture of it the other day, but I'll actually, now that I've got it in hand, I can actually show it properly.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, there it is.
Nice chunky patch.
It is, yeah. So this is one that I've been trying to track down for a while. All the early 2000s, be a player and in the game, there is some nice stuff on it. But again, what their Achilles heel always was is they wouldn't number the damn cards. So you got to know that these ones are, the print run on these is 9. And then the gold one is a 1 of 1. Yeah, that's it. But it doesn't say anywhere. Like, you got to know. If you know, like, I was around when this product came out, so I know. As soon as I see it, I'm like, yeah, that's a tough one. Good patch piece. I like it. But do you think you got to watch out for, and this is why it's so tough? They did all the stuff with the vault stuff. Because you'll see the little V on it and little foil. The V, 1 of 1. Which is, it is the real cards, quote unquote, but they came from the factory. It was leftover inventory and stock that they sold after the fact. This one is the correct, full, proper card from the original without any of that stuff. This is the one I was looking for my checklist.
No shenanigans.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't mind. Look, I wouldn't mind buying a vault one because I bought a few where the patch is nice. I'll buy it, but I'm buying it at a discount because it's obviously back stock. It's extra stock. It is a real card. Like, it is real. But at the same time, I want the one without that. This is what I was looking for. This is the real deal. So that's a win. It's a good one.
Good win.
Eric, do you still have your crumble cookie box? Eric always keeps crumble cookie box.
I don't think it's been buried. He kicked it
Oh,
under the desk a few times now.
Yep. It's a good patch, Ken. It's a good solid patch. That'll wind up on the Instagram.
Take
Right
the
now, I'm
dust
on my
off.
wrap. He's got 2 boxes. That's nice.
Always got a baby. It had a baby. Holy God. Jeez.
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that one will wind up. That one will wind up on the Instagram a little bit. Right now, I gotta go through all my wrestling because I got lots of it. Right now, in this most recent mail day, lots of it. Some good stuff. So we'll
I've
get through a
shared
couple of
this
those, but I'll
before
flip
on here. But I
for it.
really wish they would make cards like this more, like the style and the way that they did this, because I think it's just there. It leaves so much room to put the patch in there like that, and then still be able to put the auto on it. We don't need to feel the patch and everything. Just having like a nice big patch in there, and then them still being able to sign it on that acetate covering. I don't know, like, this isn't even a very high-end product. This Topps Tribute, and they were able to make them like this and that product. I wish the companies would do similar things like this in other products just to get that nice large patch in there.
Yep.
Keep
Eric's
doing
just
that.
telling you number one.
No, I
much.
was not saying that to Brandon. I was
would
saying it to someone else.
To the Burrell? How dare you?
No, I
Yes.
would never,
Mhm.
The audacity of you, sir.
never would
Who
I.
was that? Is that Amanda?
No,
That was name. That was name.
it was name.
So anyway, kid here says, y'all are hockey guys. Answer me this. You should have said riddle me this.
Mm.
Riddle me this would have been so
That
good.
would have been good. That
Yeah,
would've
like
really
it-
added it.
We were doing so well with the references, people. Come on. All right,
Answer
anyway. So
this.
answer me this. Why do people crap on be a player and in the game cards so damn much? All right, hold on.
Oh.
I actually have an answer
The
for you.
list
I
is
do have an
long.
answer for you.
The list
I have
is
an answer for you.
What kind of crack cocaine are you talking about?
No, Eric. There are a lot of people who have downplayed be a player and in the game for many a year.
Oh,
I can
yes.
answer that. I can answer.
Yeah.
Do you want to give some theories though? I'll come back. But do you want to give some theory? I can answer this question. But take a second, and I'd love to hear your theories, and I'll come back and give you some hashtag scholarship on this one.
We know ITG, and they're just not real. Well, they are real cards, but they had to go through the process of licensing, and a lot of times they weren't licensed, so they would issue, be a player. They just didn't have the finesse that the other cards did have. Some were creative, but not all. That's for sure. I just really never even got into them myself, but there was a few that I did like. They just don't hold their value either. On top of that, that's another part of that. Anybody else want to take it from there?
I really like mine. I have quite a few.
Certain ones, yes, are good.
I have quite a few. I think they're great. I got 3 framed on the wall there. I think here's one right here. Here's in the game, be a player right here. I mean, this is my opinion. This is the nicest Stevie Y autograph I've ever seen.
But no logos.
Okay. No, but this card's gorgeous. Okay. You see him in his uniform. You see the Captain C up there. I think this is the nicest Stevie Y auto I've ever come across. That's why I bought it.
He's a tough auto too. He doesn't say.
I just think they do.
A hard autograph.
I think they did because, of course, they've been, they haven't been around in a long time. But I think they did a fantastic job on their jerseys, autographs.
They actually filled the void, I would say, for the discount collector who are looking for somewhat of a high end card in a low price point.
Yeah,
that has that kind of.
They came slabbed,
but it doesn't have the logo. It doesn't have exactly what you're looking for, but it does have the other things, maybe the autograph or game piece. I guess they could do that on top of that.
I'll still buy them. I'll still buy them. And I think they're fantastic.
Now, so Bobby kind of indirectly alluded to the reason why, but what he's saying is only half the story. So to give a little bit of context here. The problem with in the game and be a player is when you're talking about in the game and be a player, you're talking about 2 distinct eras. There is pre and post Brian Gray buying it.
Oh,
there is pre and
you're
post
BG in it. Oh my god!
But he's part of it. He's part of the story.
Oh, he's part of the story, all right.
Yeah, but there's also pre and post the licensing thing because in the game / be a player was licensed. Yes, so this is important. This is important. Because when Dr. Price, who is an actual doctor, not like a lot of the hobby doctors, he actually has a degree that has earned a doctorate. Like that's a real thing. So anyway, the point is, so when he got into it, he had to prove himself, make the things like if we ever get a chance, Bobby, we really do need to get him on to tell the story properly because he can actually give some. I'll give you the short version though. Bottom line is that he went through the proper channels, bought the ability to the intellectual properties to be able to use. Revitalized Parkhurst, brought it back as part of his story, did the missing link sets, all this stuff, right? But then at a certain point, he decided to make a go of it to create what was in the game and be a player. The be a player was with the auspices of the Players Association. And then eventually he was able to incorporate not only the Players Association, but also the National Hockey League. Now, the reason why this is important, so I'm glad you asked, Ken. Again, here we go. I'll give you a little something. This card represents 2002, 2003. At this point, they're still fully licensed. And the way you can tell that is on the back, you've got a little signature, the facsimile signature. On the back of this one is Ted Saskin, who was with the National Hockey League. That's actually who signed the little signature down there at the bottom. Oh, yeah. So it was Ted Saskin, who was the Senior Director, Business Affairs and Licensing, National Hockey League Players Association. So they still had the cosign on the bottom of the back. So this is a 100% fully licensed. You can see the Dallas Star logo. You see all the stuff is right there. There's no exceptions have been made. At a certain point, they lost that licensing. And when that happened, then they switched over to the second era, which is they kept going, but the licensing went away. So they started to get creative with headshots. They would crop very tight on it. And this is before BG took over. But they would still get creative with the designs, but they would have to get around the fact they couldn't use the logos. So as a result, they kept hanging in there without the logos for long enough that it actually hurt the reputation of the brand. Yeah. So people started treating it like it was always unlicensed, but it wasn't. The first section of it was totally licensed. You could get game use material, autographs, all that. And some of the designs were really good. Some of that stuff was actually very well done and very quality. There was good quality on a lot of that stuff. But because of the second half, where very clearly it's not licensed and the production runs started to drop off and you're trying to get around it, that is what made it the cheap be a player in the game cards.
Yep.
Because people treated it like it was that way the whole way. It wasn't.
No.
But the reputation sticks. People remember the last. They remember the latter portion of. And then Brian Gray took it over and everything. By that point, it was already unlicensed, and he just kept it going because obviously Leaf and stuff he does anyway is unlicensed. And then you're still kind of using naming conventions, but it's clearly not. It is not the early 2000s Be a Player. It's not the same. So in the game and Be a Player was very different from like the late 90s into basically 03, 04, 04, 05.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Because we used to buy it. Me and Steven used to buy that because it was actually more affordable.
Now, what's the difference between these Be a Player made by Upper Deck?
It is only Players Association, not the NHL. That's why you're looking at uniforms like that.
They had to color in Patrick Waugh's uniform.
Because it's only Players Association. Only.
Right. So, but is this Be a Player associated with the Be a Player we were just talking about?
Yeah.
No.
That was it. So the thing is the branding is the manufacturer changed.
Yeah.
Because Be a Player became its own manufacturer. But look on the back. What do you have the little signature there?
Yes, Ted Saskin on all of them.
Yeah. So it's still under the same thing. But by this point, they had the full licensing. The NHL came into it. It's because they became their own manufacturer. They weren't doing it with Upper Deck anymore. By this point, they were doing their own thing. So it is. So like I said, people didn't understand the distinction. They didn't, as time went on, they lost the connection to actually, I could break up the history of the company into two parts. And if you understand that, you'll understand like this section is licensed. It's 100% the same stuff. Then after it becomes a little different.
Yeah, a poor current makes for a hard to match past. So you go, they haven't done shit for years, so their whole name becomes crap from looking back. So you kind of go, this would Be a Player, but no, that was okay. But this part, nobody divides it as that way. It's just almost all looped into.
Yeah. Well, the funny is like if you had to literally be there, it is, but you had to literally be there. So like I was just able to give you that history because I literally lived it.
Yeah,
I was there during that entire run from switching from one to the other, and for me it was just natural. I saw the evolution. But if you come at it like you're a kid now, and you're like, oh yeah, that's the unlicensed junk. Well,
yeah,
to you it is because you don't know there was a difference.
And when I was opening packs with Steven early on in those time periods, we would stay away. We would buy it because it was a little cheaper, but we would try to stay away from it. We would try to get a little bit higher tier product. Sure. Something a little different, something that had a little bit more variety. And that's
what the early Be a Player Ultimate was. The early Be a Player, the first couple of years of Be a Player Ultimate was a high-end product. Like it was very expensive. It was in a BGS style holder and even unofficially a BGS holder for 1 or 2 years there, very briefly. But they maintained the style holder afterwards. Even after the Beckett Association was dropped, they kept the style holder and they just would use the label. They create their own label and put the thing on top, and that's how they designed the cards.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. In my first book in 2003, I actually had to go over to Brian and ask him to sign a piece of paper, so because I actually used one of the Parker's the wrapper, the goalie on the 1961 wrapper, and so I had to get him to sign something to say that nothing in the future would happen if I used that logo because he owned the rights to Parker's at that time. So we became friends earlier than that, but about that time. And then every time he would see me, it was kind of funny. It was sort of like, hey, where's my free book? And so it's like, I already given you 3, man. Like, it's like he always wanted a free book because he didn't bring one with him to the show, right? Because it was the only book actually at that time, 2003, 2006. So anyway, kind of funny.
Yep.
We have some stories.
Yep. Cyber Champ says the Vault 101 trash really rubbed people the wrong way. So that's why I made that distinction about the foil on the front.
Yeah.
It's the low price and the license blows my mind in time, and that's part of the reason. I gave you part of the reason why. Appreciate the knowledge, no problem. BAC Masterclass and in the game Be a Player. Yeah, I really like the stuff they did. And I'll actually answer this part. So what is the Vault stuff? Okay. So let me help out. I'll actually include a link in the description if any of you are curious and you want to look at it on your own. This is actually what ruined a lot of the product. Because for people that don't know, it creates a scenario where you can buy something you think is one thing, but it's actually something else. And it was this product that kind of wrecked it and made it hard. So this is where you literally have to know what you're looking at. If you do, or you lived it, it's no problem. But if you don't, then you have to navigate, and hopefully you know somebody who can explain this to you. Otherwise,
there's so many issues to go through. So it's hard.
So it was 2016 here in the game, the final Vault. So that's basically what one of the products that it was. So what happened here is it combined a bunch of in the game releases into one product. It was a bunch of hits, but basically what they did is they took game use memorabilia, autographs with different print runs, the mask cards. So you can see here. So I'll read off of this here, but I'll leave a link in the description if you want to read it yourself. As noted by Dr. Price on his blog, every box is intended to give collectors the final vault bang for their buck. The release comes from the reacquisition of assets that were originally sold off when in the game was purchased by Leaf. Price also revealed that a portion of the profits will be donated to Make-A-Wish Foundation, so it did have a charitable element, so it wasn't, just a cash grab. But these are cards that were originally produced for in the game. But as you can see from that little picture, it's autographs, it's memorabilia, it's like there's a Mario Lemieux jersey autograph there. The correct one, without that little stamp on it, is a very, very expensive card. Even as it is with that, it's still a cool card. Like if you're a Mario collector, you still might be very interested in that card. There's a Maurice Richard memorabilia piece there. There's a Gordie Howe jersey autograph 500 gold card on that screen right there. That's an awesome card. But that little stamp on it drops the price a lot because it's not, it says Vault 1 of 1. It's not a 1 of 1 because there's a red 1 of 1, a green 1 of 1, a blue 1 of 1 because they've got different color stamps. They just kept putting 1 of 1 on them. And then here, this Dominic Hasek there in the top second from the left, that's a Vesna pad. That's a real piece of the Vesna pad, which is a massive card. But it's got the little Vault 1 of 1 stamp on it. Drops the price down. And they've got all kinds of stuff here. So in a box break, inside of one of these boxes, this was released in 2016, April 2016, you got 10 cards per pack, 1 pack per box, and 10 boxes per case. Inside of it, you would get 4 autographs that were stamped with Vault stamps on them, 5 memorabilia cards, 1 of 1 stamps, 1 mask card stamp for a total of 10 cards. And guess what? That flooded the market back in 2016. These Vault cards continue to exist to this very day, haunting player collectors because every single time you think, oh my God, that's the card I need. Oh, that's the Vault one. I want the real one, not the Vault version.
And in the years of late, you have to say that, the, what's it, Treasured? Is he doing Treasured? Is that what it's called? The newer ones?
You mean it's President's Choice?
President's Choice, yeah. The whatever I think it would call.
But now that is a new design. Like he actually hired a guy to make a new design and whatever.
It's very boutique in a sense.
Which is, I like some of those cards because I like that they came up with their own designs for it. It's completely unique. It's not like the other.
You can't stay out of the business. We met.
He enjoys it. He likes it.
We had coffee, I think, last year, I think something like that. We were at a coffee shop and we sat there and talked for about like 2 hours. And it's like, the stories he has, we got to get him on for sure. Because he's told me some stuff that you can't really say or he couldn't say, but he is actually instrumental. Like I would have to say that he is probably a later pioneer of the card industry because he did set a lot of precedents with what he did with Pro Set and all the other things that he was involved with. It's just amazing. That's where the Hall of Fame should really come in for guys like him and Jeff Morris and a few other guys who were really there at those times when the industry really changed. If you go back prior to that, then you have Gary Carina's O-Pee-Chee owners and a few other guys. You got Vertica, of course, and a few other guys along the way. But I think there should be something put there in the hobby, but nobody's willing to take that on, or maybe there's just no way of doing it. I have no idea. But there should be maybe acknowledgement, maybe in the Hall of Fame. I don't know. No, that's more of an online thing, I think. So I think we'll have to do something. We'll work on that.
We'll figure it out. Brandon says long lost Vault cards are untouchable because of licensing issues. Shame. Yep. Paul C says Vault is annoying with the V1 of 1 hides on a bunch of cards I'm chasing. That's the reason why, like, no joke. When I was looking at the scan, I was death staring the scan because I was looking to see it. Wait. Is the stamp on there? Can I find the stamp? Is it somewhere? Because sometimes it's in the corner, sometimes it's over on the side. So I was literally staring the damn thing from top to bottom, going like, "Is the Vault?" So when I finally didn't see it, I was like, "Oh my God, thank goodness!"
Thank you.
Because it was the real one. It was the one I was looking for. It was the one I was looking for. Well, there's only 9, Bobby. So the problem is like, so it's not. So whenever it shows up, I'm like, "Is this the day? Is this it?"
It could be sealed packs. There could be 8 in sealed packs, and you got the 1.
Yeah. So great info on the Vault stuff. No worries. So see, I am a hobby doctor, Ken. This is what I do.
Yeah.
When it comes to this stuff, I know it because I was around for it. That helps a lot. That really is super. Unfortunately, to Bobby's infinite point on this, it's not well documented.
No.
I was able to pull up the information. I was able to pull up the information on Cardboard Connection, but guess what? How many people even know what to look for?
See, history isn't history until you live it, right? And then you can look back upon it. You know, I look back upon the 70s, you know, 80s as my time period. You look back at the 90s and 2000s, and the kids going forward, they're going to look back on 2022, 20 whatever, you know, 2020 whatever, and all that stuff. So everybody has their era, and nobody appreciates the previous one because they all live the one that they enjoy the most, and that's what really happens. The other ones kind of tail off and they become vintage or historic or whatever they are from there. So whatever area that you grew up in, we have that, we're, you know, predisposition to enjoy it more because we lived it. And going forward, nobody really cares about anybody else's era except their own. And I think that's where we're at. We're in an era where, you know, most of the people my age and stuff like that, they're, you know, either retired, gone, sold all their stuff or whatever. And it's moved on to the next era, which is actually Eric's era, which is about 10 years to the X gens. And they're following up behind. And then you have Carlos's era. And I don't know where we put Brandon in there. I guess he goes back to
the Mesozoic. The Mesozoic.
Pre-war. Anyway.
I collect my era.
There we go. I knew it.
There you go.
Were you sad?
You're still
Hey, fellas,
when
I'm
you
gonna
got
actually-
the telegraph that said that President Lincoln was shot, were you sad?
I got, I got notified. I was one of the first ones to be notified. So I was pretty
The carrier
appreciative
pigeon was
of
quick
that.
that day. The carrier pigeon was quick that day.
Yes,
But
So
I'm
Brandon, appreciate you joining in.
in.
Yeah, appreciate you joining in.
Yeah,
Take her easy.
Go finish out a couple hours before I hit the pillows and see my daughter and stuff. She was watching a movie with my wife that I had no interest in, so they are
What was it
watching
called?
the
Come
movie
on.
now. So what's that?
What was the movie called?
Oh, they were watching Twilight. And to any
Yeah.
Twilight fans, I don't mean to offend you. It's just not my thing. So I hopped up
Mhm.
here and had some fun. So,
Totally. That's
but no, appreciate all y'all as
Where are all
always.
those
And
stars now?
everybody have
Sounds good,
a
Brandon. Take it easy.
night.
See you
Hey, man.
later.
That's good. Take it easy. So yeah, so kind of to put a button on that thing, the reason why I said that it was extra tricky is that it was very much a niche product. And hopefully you understood from what I went over there is that by that time in the game was gone. They had repurchased some stock that was actually originally sold to Leaf. So that was kind of to clear it out. It was effectively clearing out old stock is what was going on there. So by that point in the game as it was under Dr. Price was gone. It
Yep.
was no longer so by that point there was a little bit of gap there between the last time he was producing cards and this product. And it was, like I said, just kind of moving this inventory. Again, there are plenty of cool cards in it. But if you don't know what you're looking at, I've seen all the time, I'll see like, hey, what does this Vault 1 of 1 mean? And exactly the question you asked, and that's what we just covered. So, but again, it's because I know what it is, because again, I was around for that specific time, and I was a player collector, so it affected me when suddenly some Medanos appeared with a little V on them. And then I'm like, wait a minute.
And only a guy like Brian Gray could take over that and move forward with it. You know, a certain person of his personality type could really take that over and do something with it. And he actually, obviously, he's done well because he sold it for probably who knows what. I think he didn't say how much he sold it for.
No, I never did.
On his show.
Yeah.
I think he broke that news.
I'm sure.
I think he
it was
alluded to it. I don't think he gave an exact number. Yet.
millions.
How much?
I'm sure it was millions.
It was a few. That's for
It
sure.
was, yeah. Jeb says it would be like if Topps released their last 10
Where's
years
his
worth of replacement.
announcement though?
We're still waiting. The
I
last
know.
10 years worth of replacement cards that they printed and stamped a set 1 of 1 on every single one of them and released it all in one product. Basically, yep. Effectively, yes.
Last time I seen Brian, he was on. You were on with. You ruined him.
Mhm. What'd I do?
I don't know.
My good set. From mayonnaise to precious metals to being schooled on hockey, you got hose for the Hall of Fame. I know.
There it goes.
I know. Again, they didn't count my 950,000 votes. 950,000.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
A lot of zeros.
I was collecting hockey at that time, 2016, but my focus was narrowed to one player PC on my team. Didn't pay much attention to less mainstream, non-opera deck stuff, which is, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. That's
But
most
yeah, it
people.
was that happened a lot. Like, to be honest, that happened a lot. And even not by 2016. By 2016, they were gone. There was also that quick cup of coffee where Panini made hockey cards. It was very brief, very super brief. But for a couple of years there, they made cards as well.
But it was really popular if you had sort of like yourself, Carlos. If you were a player collector opposed to a set collector, and that's really where the fine line divided between collecting, in the game or BAP, those, because you wanted those players because they were kind of an extra, and it didn't really cost you a lot of money. But most of the people wanted to stay with the mainstream or stay with the the current sets or so-called rookies or what have you. So yeah. Totally
So
different.
we've kind of touched on this before. Being a player collector, especially at that time, it is a form of type collecting. But what that does is it forces you to really have a broader knowledge of it because you're dealing with all kinds of different issues.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the only way when you're going to look at the checklist, you must understand the checklist for this product and for this product and for this product. You can't just rely on knowing one product. You have to be able to shift. I need to know what's going on with being a player in the game. I need to know what's going on with Panini during its cup of coffee doing products. I need to know what Upper Deck's doing. Tops had its run there in the
there's
2000s.
9? Otherwise, you'd never know.
Yeah, because
The
I said
regular
you can.
person, which is actually beneficial to you because nobody really knows what you know, or very few.
Yeah.
Right.
So people can stare at the back of this until they're blue in the face. There's no numbering. There's no indicator. It's a nice
Dollar
card,
bin.
but they don't know
Dollar
what it is.
bin.
Yeah.
You can pick
Well, that
those
used
out
to
of the dollar
happen.
bin if you go to the right place, right?
The thing is,
no one knows.
that's happened with some of the in the game used. So they had the in the game used product that was the one that did all the memorabilia and autographs and everything.
Yeah.
The gold versions on the first couple of years of that were so subtle, people couldn't tell they were the gold version, and
I
it
remember
wasn't
we
noted
talked about
anywhere
this
on there. It was
Yeah.
too subtle. It actually didn't. It looked like almost a tint, as opposed to a gold.
But the person who knew.
Yeah, and all the gold ones were out of 10.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's big. Yeah.
So if you know it, then yeah, you know. But otherwise, no. But you can sneak by and buy a bunch of gold ones, and no one will be the wiser.
Is that all documented somewhere?
If you look at the checklist, it'll say gold, but you have to have the picture one to know what it actually looks like.
To know what you look for. Yeah.
Yeah. Like in my Medano box, I was able to put together most of that collection. So I have the gold and the regular version. I can put them if I put them side by side, you'll be able to tell. But if I just hand it to you in a box, you're not going to know.
Yep, true.
Yeah, early in the game, if you know, you know. That's facts. Eric Super collects Bruins Legend, Paul Coffey, and Black Hawks Great, Boobior, Vault 1 of Ones. Facts.
1 of Ones.
Thankfully, my player collection was Andrew
I'm mad
Shaw,
at
and he wasn't in
Paul
most sets.
Coffey. By the way, I'm mad at Paul Coffey.
You're mad at everyone.
Sell you a car?
No, when he didn't reach out to us when he came into town last time, like he usually does.
That's Paul Coffey. He owns a car shop up here.
Because he came in because he's the assistant coach with the Oilers.
Yeah.
And when the Oilers came in, a few weeks ago, he was too busy to hang out.
Maybe he had priorities.
Hey,
we all have them. You got.
Oh, it was like I got some grass growing to do.
Excuse me. I should be the priority. So the next time I talk to Paul, I'm going to have to set him straight.
Will there even be a next time?
I don't know.
That's the question.
I think the part that's disturbing about this conversation, Bobby, is that he's saying he should be the priority, and yet we make him the priority every single Friday to make fun of him, and he
every
complains.
Friday, and he gets all the like money paid out by his pocket, and I just, what do I get? Nothing.
Nada. Again, they don't even count your vote.
Yeah, true.
That's how bad it is.
How significant am I? I'm a nothing.
The disrespect, Bobby. The disrespect.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm used to it.
It's unbelievable. But yeah, signature series, I agree. But yeah, so hopefully Helpkin. That was one of those ones where it's like, it's weird, man. It's so weird. Some of those here, but if you don't know and you don't see it, like, you won't know. It's interesting the way that worked out. Okay, so here we go. Here's a good example. I wanted to see if I could pull something up here just to show you. Okay. So I don't think they did a very good job color correcting this image, but it'll give you the idea of how problematic it can be. So this card it's a vintage memorabilia Jacques Plante. This is from the In the Game Used series. That is the gold version, believe it or not.
Where's the gold on the bottom?
It's where it says Jacques Plante, the little box.
Yeah,
whatever. That's awesome.
And like briefly where it says vintage, that's got it. If you hold it in hand and light properly, you get a bit of a tint.
Yeah,
it's not a vibrant gold. It's a very dark, very, very muted gold.
And it's hard to see, actually. When you scan those cards, it's so hard. Yeah.
Yeah. But then look at the back of this.
Card anyways.
So the regular version has got more like this. It's closer to kind of a silver color. So, but the problem is, if I just hand that to you without any context, you're like, oh, that's a Jacques Plante memorabilia card. Okay, cool. Well, actually, that's out of 10.
Really? That's an ugly card. It's not really nice.
Yeah, but my point is that if you look through a box, you may not realize that that's actually the out of 10.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a super ridiculous price card, but it's still got some value.
everybody knows a little bit more than the next guy, and they can benefit from that. Knowledge is something, in the hobby. Actually, it's almost everything. If you're really a hardcore collector and you really look for stuff, knowing your stuff is really key. If you can pick out of 10 from a $5 box, you're rocking.
That actually used to be a very easy thing to do. I used to have a lot of fun taking advantage of that.
I'm sure,
because it was just you go through the little dollar box because most people didn't catch
how
it.
much? $15. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because again, and this was something I never understood why Price never. I was like, dude, just write it on the back. Just put like out of 10, just anything.
Brian was a different kind of guy.
Yep.
My friend did all the write-ups on the back of those. He worked there, and he worked for him, so get to know a little bit about stuff.
You know what the irony is? For his President's Choice product, he does put the numbering on the back.
Somebody
learned their lesson. Somebody learned their lesson.
He learned.
Yeah, it's like he'll take the extra step, and now it's serial numbered on the back. It's very clear now. It's very clear now.
Yep.
Yeah, Dave says, okay, you just rework my chase for Beer Player Ultimate 2-2 cards. Hey, listen, man, I went back. I got that Medano autograph patch on the last mail day. That wasn't in the game. Be a Player Ultimate as well. I have a whole 2 rows 1600 count box of Be a Player Ultimate. It's all those ones in those holders. They're fun cards, but like after a while there were just so many that I literally have this box full. The thing weighs a ton. It's stupid. Like I'm sitting there like. I used to try to make some videos for my Medano collection. I would make a couple of videos. I'm like, this will take forever. There's just so many boxes. There's so much shit. I just go through it. Boom, boom. I don't even sort the new stuff, Bobby. I literally have like an overflow box. It's not even sorted. I can't be bothered. It's too much.
Yeah, but you got content for days. That's the best part.
I got content for months.
Months, years. Okay, whatever.
It's hilarious.
You'll never run out of stuff to talk about. How's that?
Yeah. The only good part about this being Be a Player is since I do have a Be a Player in the game box, this can go in that one. So that'll be part of it. But I'll record the pickup video first. What's that?
They don't mingle with the other cards?
So what I tried to do, I don't have the energy to properly sort everything all the way through, but I tried to set up boxes. So I have a couple of upper deck boxes that are literally upper deck product only. And then the in the game Be a Player is like a 3-row box that I have. So it's in the game, Be a Player, and leave.
Yeah.
So at least it gives me an ability to be like, that box is the best destination for it to go. So at least it's in the proper. If I need to find one of these, at least I know what box to go to.
Bang. Yeah.
Yeah. So it evens it out a little bit. Otherwise, I'd have to sort each individual thing. I'm like, oh my God, I don't have that much energy.
For my collection, I don't have the energy.
At this point, Bobby, I need an intern. I literally need an intern to be like, you sort it. Here's a checklist. Figure it out. Bobby Champ says, I had to contact Fanatics Select multiple times for an in the game Marc-Andre Fleury rookie card that was limited to 10, but they wouldn't put the out of 10 in the title because it wasn't serial number. That sucks because that is because you're losing money because if people don't know, well, it's literally the coloring. It's the same thing what I just talked about. The issue in the year.
How do you tell PSA or something? What do you say? What can you say? How can you prove it? Like that's the worst part, right? Like it's known amongst the hobby, but does it come up in a price guide that you say, okay, Beckett has it, or does?
Well, it'll say gold. Yeah, it is labeled that the print.
I know
the print
it's labeled,
run,
but is it out of 10? We don't know. Is it?
No, yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. So for the coloring on the card will actually correspond to the gold version, which is out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah,
but they won't grade it as that. Is that what he
No,
said?
the problem was Fanatics Collect wouldn't put it on the auction listing. So Fanatics Collect,
then?
It wasn't graded. No.
Okay.
Yeah, because if it's in the PSA holder and it says gold version,
It'll say
gold, then at least you've got it attributed correctly. So therefore, you can at least link it. The problem is that, so Hobby Champ's point here, and I agree with it, is that in order to represent it accurately, when you're saying it's a gold version, you do need to specify somewhere. You have to give the audience that information. The gold versions were limited to a print run of 10. Tell them that information, because the bidders may not know. They may have no idea.
I can even see at PSA sitting there going, "That's a gold version. What? Do we have to look this up?"
Yeah. Sure well, for them, the only job is just to put the word gold on the label. As long as they've done that, they've done their job. That's all they have to do.
Thousands of issues with different, things. So what are you gonna do?
I get it. Yeah, Bobby, that's supposedly
job.
hypothetically. Yeah, hypothetically, look, we joke about it. Hypothetically, that's where they would supposedly have somebody like me that go, that's the gold version.
Yeah.
Here it's out of 10. It's on the list right there.
Yeah.
But if they don't, then yeah, they're screwed.
But the gold looks like this other one we just graded. I don't know which one.
Yeah. That's where you need somebody with the in-house expertise to be able to say, actually, I know exactly that issue. That is the gold version. That one's the silver version. That one's out of 90. That one's out of 10.
Yeah, and if they archive the pictures, then they should be okay.
Yeah. Once you have the information there, you can pull it up, and then yes, because it is possible to find it, but you have to create your own materials.
Yes.
Or again, consult with someone who knows, who can then help you make the materials, and then you have it. Name says this is not a critique. I just find a lot of the newest collectors can't tell the difference between jersey and patch cards. They literally can't. Calling everything a patch. Yes. Need the BIC scholarship for them. If I was like Eric, I would literally lose my top every time because they literally will use the word patch for every single jersey card.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm like, guys, the patch is the thing that is attached to the jersey. It is a raised little patch. It is a physical patch.
It's a logo. It's a team emblem. That is a patch. A jersey is just part of the mesh or the whatever it's made of.
Yeah, it's got to have it's the raised material. It's not the material underneath. Like this is stitched in directly, but this is closer to being a patch because this is actually an individual piece.
It's a patch.
Yeah,
it's actually a crest. Usually crest. They call it patch.
But I'm saying for like a jersey, it would be attached separately. It would be elevated above. But this material would be like the jersey. The jersey is the actual this piece. This would be if it was stitched on as a patch. The thing is, a patch is literally a patch. The word is what it is.
Well, I've run into that with the documenting the hobby when we have collect crest and patches that aren't really a part of the jerseys that people bought them arbitrarily. And I always say that a patch is something to patch something up. So you would I would say under 3 inches is a patch. And so if you had a hole in your shirt, hole in your pants or something, you would put a patch on. A crest goes 3 inches and larger. So you want it on your outside of your jacket, or you want it on your jersey. That is a crest. Jersey, patch, crest. Simple. So anything under 3 inches should be a patch, because a patch is to patch something up. A crest is to emblemize or show off, that. The other one is novelty, below 3 inches. And that's how I've determined it. Anyways, that's just my determination. So when I do put something there, I call it crest or patch. And and that's what a patch is. A patch is to patch something up. Is it not?
Well, you know what's funny on top of that? Like in the same vein,
Sure.
when they did this, these ones were actually just called emblems.
Well, emblem is another word too. Yes, that's
they would make a distinction because the reason they did it is because they would make a distinction between the emblem and the number and the nameplate. Because you would have different parts of a hockey jersey that you would have, because you could have a nameplate piece for the nameplate piece.
That's different.
Or the numbers itself, or the number piece itself, or you would have the emblem, which could be the big crest patch on the front.
Yeah, well, the patch is usually a shoulder something, right?
Yeah, and they've also got the big
then
one
you're
on the
into
front
a
as well.
smaller size, and then the crest is the crest. So it actually does determine. But emblem is a team logo. That is it's the
and that was exactly what they did with this
team.
Particular one.
Yes.
This one was the emblem version.
Yeah. Okay. So that represents the team.
Correct.
Name. Yes. And those are the determinations that I've come up with, and I hope they go forward. Just saying.
Yep. Hobby Champ says eventually did after I told him to check Beckett or trading card database. Yeah, both of them do acknowledge it. You have to point them in that direction, and then it shows the print run as well, because that has been documented. PSA and issues go together. Peanut butter and jelly. Eric doesn't like peanut butter or jelly.
Yes,
I do. I love it.
I love peanut butter and jelly.
And mayonnaise.
No, that's disgusting.
So on what bread do you have peanut butter and jelly? Be
I don't want to
specific.
say.
You better be specific,
Mm.
because it only goes with one type of bread.
Canadian white.
Well, thank you.
That's what I. That's my favorite kind of.
We can move on. That's fine. If you would have said rye or sourdough, I'd have come over and climbed up over there. And anyways.
No, can I buy Canadian white bread?
It doesn't have to be Canadian. It just has to be white.
No, it's
No, it has to be Canadian. Eric is a Canadian protectorate state. He has to buy Canadian. Anyway, so Ken says, I can't say the new money collectors get off my damn lawn. Yeah, Eric, get off his lawn.
Yeah.
Someone's lawn.
You nouveau riche.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You can't even
Jerk.
spell that.
Yeah.
None of it. because the word is en français.
It is.
I don't do that.
Nouveau is
Mhm.
new.
I don't believe in that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a real language.
It's like feng shui. It's Japanese, but it means something in English.
Mm-hmm.
It means your room is fucked. Anyway.
That's the reason Eric's curse is feng shui is so messed up. The lemon is in the wrong wall. It needed to be 90 degrees over. You jerk. That's why everything's gone wrong.
That's right. You're not adjacent. You're perpendicular.
That's right.
I skipped an opportunity to see him tonight to do this stupid ass show.
Which one? Who?
The Reggie Lemelin. The Bruins alumni are having a game tonight at the Warrior Ice Arena in Boston, and we're doing an event there to raise money for charity. You know, so
This sounds an awful lot like Bruins alumni were committing a crime. You know, his hesitation tells me like it's like I was trying to help him with the break and entering, and Reggie would acknowledge me. He said he'd be my friend.
So the shop
And the
is
contrary
doing
Gonna participate in the crime? Go on.
Yes.
the shop is doing a live auction of several pieces to
That
raise
were
money
stolen.
for the charity. And I had an opportunity to go, which means then I'd be able to hang out with all the, alumni. And I'm here instead, unfortunately. And I sit here now going, I could be out drinking beers with Reggie Lemelin.
We're keeping you out of jail. That's all.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could be in a holding cell, Reggie Lemelin, while the man is holding you down.
The man,
I
again.
could be out hanging out with who I don't know exactly who's at the game tonight, but I could have been out hanging out with Bruins alumni. Instead, I'm here with you. And I continue to make poor choices in my life. It's all I know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Sounds an awful lot like a story of a man who thinks every janitor is Peter Forster would say.
Oh, yes. Mop that up, would you?
Indeed. It's not y'all on my lawn. I'm in Texas and it'll be 80 tomorrow. I did hear about that. So the Hockey Oracle mentioned that in Texas it's in the 80s. And it's like, here, it is not.
It is not. Nope.
Mm-mm.
It's cold in this damn garage. I'll tell you, boys. I'm rubbing my legs.
Did Eric just add an R to arena?
Didn't I say this earlier?
You did.
I probably said arena.
A what?
Yeah, probably.
Arena.
Yeah.
I probably said arena.
Oh, let's see. What is going? So, all right. So tonight for the Americanos, it feels like 10.
Yes.
So it's fairly chilly. Fairly chilly.
Yeah. It was nice.
For everyone else in the world, it's -12. For everybody else in the world, it's -12.
It was like +1 or 2. It was not bad, which is about 20.
When it was sunny outside, it was okay.
It was nice. Yeah.
But as soon as it got dark, like the temperature plummets straight down.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a couple of hours. It was sunny today. It was actually not bad for a bit. Ken says, why didn't the people on Cheers have that Boston accent? Is that a new thing?
Always been there.
Not one actor on the show was from Boston.
Mm-hmm.
How about that for a reason?
That's a good reason.
Hobby Champ says, who's the one guy that played for the Bruins for like one season and was in that Legend set? I always forget his name. Half the people in Legend set would probably qualify.
Yeah.
SB Signature Legends will live in infamy forever.
Yes.
I'll tell you exactly who it was that pisses me off the most is what the hell. He came over from the Rangers, but before that, I mean, he was a star in the league.
Peter McNabb.
No.
Donovan McNabb.
Yes.
Donovan. I knew it was him. Wrong guy.
What the hell's his name? He was a real
Shaka
star
Khan.
in the league.
Shaka Khan.
By the time he got to Boston, he was complete trash.
Milt Schmidt?
Milty.
That's not funny.
Uncle Milty.
Oh, it's very funny. Like, look,
Yeah.
Milt Schmidt went there to suck in Boston, and then Bobby Orr left Boston to go be great in Chicago.
No.
And then they
It's a
made
story
that
as old as time.
song, John Jacob Jingle Milk
Oh,
Schmidt.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time.
He came over from the Rangers, but
Two cities.
I can't remember his name now.
Brad Parker. He came from Rangers. No.
Mm.
Didn't go to Boston.
No,
Rick
this was-
Nash?
Yeah. Rick Nash. Yeah.
Was it Rick Nash?
No.
Yes, that's who I was thinking of. Rick
Really?
Nash.
There you go. Paul's got you. Paul's got you.
All
Rick
those
Nash
shit.
is
Watch
the
that.
one that is in the Bruins Centennial set.
Carlos, can you
All-time Bruins great.
Oh,
take Eric out and get Paul in here?
I was gonna say, yeah, Paul's got that.
Oh, I'm
Paul.
I'm okay.
No,
with
Eric,
that.
shut up. Eric, shut
You
up.
just want to go. I know.
You're muted. You
want to
sit
go
there and
to
you don't go
Japan.
anywhere. You don't go anywhere. You don't get to leave ever.
That's it.
Lifetime contract and beyond means lifetime contract and beyond. Perpetuity is a thing.
Yes. Woody said so in that movie.
Indeed. Well played. Yep. Paul's going to bed soon. I think that's fair. By the way, Paul, are we my plan is still to do it. I'm planning on doing the Super Bowl watch along thing. So are you still good? Are you still in? Just let me know. I still plan on doing it. I figure it'll be fun to just watch it that way. I think some folks are not going to be interested in the game that much, so we'll just hang out and BS. That's kind of my plan.
Carlos, there's a long weekend show coming up after Family Day there, the next weekend.
Is it okay? So it's following weekend,
The Hamilton.
and that's the Hamilton one.
Yeah. I'm going to go to the Hamilton one. I got to meet a few people for.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of funny. This guy had a Toronto Maple Leafs a garbage can, trash can. Like those are quite popular any which way from the 70s and 80s. I had it on for $5, and I said, "Who do I know in Hamilton?" Because he wouldn't deliver, he wouldn't ship, right? So it's I don't blame him. It's a big item to ship. And then I called a friend. I said, "Hey, listen, he's got some Hamilton Tiger Cat stuff too. Why don't you go over and pick it up?" So he says, "Okay," and then I'll meet you at the Hamilton show on the next following week. So the guy had it at $5.
Okay, so that's February 17th, right?
Yes, it would be. Yeah, the Monday, the long weekend Monday. Yeah.
Okay.
It should be pretty primed because there's really we're in the mid to late February, so the weather shouldn't be too bad, and I think the crowd will be really good. There's nothing really happening. We get Family Day, and then you got that break, and then it's good. So I think a lot of people will be looking to go out that way, and a lot of people aren't working as well on that Monday. So
okay,
I'm
gonna say I'm 85%. Let me confirm with you this week, and then I will know for sure. Yeah, I will get to 100%. And then if I'm good to go, then yeah, I'll probably do the same thing. I'll probably just grab the hotel nearby, enjoy my breakfast, and then we'll prance on over.
Same hotel.
Well, the hotel is good. It's everything outside of it that's the problem. The hotel's great. The hotel's great.
I don't like parking my car out there.
Yeah, the hotel, but Bobby, you got to admit, the restaurant was good. Yeah, like the hotel is fun.
I'll come early and have breakfast with you. It looked like
I was going to say the hotel's the good part.
It was a great looking breakfast you had.
Yeah, and the bar upstairs. The bar upstairs, great service. Can't complain.
That place was huge. Like
it was, yeah.
There's nobody in there.
Yeah, Bobby, that was the joke. So, but like I said, I think that's why they were so nice to me. They're like, "Oh my God, someone is patronizing the establishment." So I was like, "Great."
Isn't that cartoon that we got a customer and they start serving them everything, lobster and all this other stuff because we have that one customer. Anyways,
hey, I'll tell you, Bobby, it worked out great. It was a very nice stay. I enjoyed it. It was a good time.
Looked like a nice hotel. Yeah, it was very nice.
It was very comfortable. Very comfortable. So yeah, sounds good, Paul. In that case, I'll make sure to send you a link. Sounds like a plan. So yeah, Paul and I will hang out. We'll BS, and I'll reach out to a couple of other folks and see if they want to join in as well. So we'll see. Either way, like I said, if you want to ignore the fixedness, you're welcome to just BS with us because we'll talk about whatever while we're watching the game.
And Sylvie's not working, so I have the car all day, no problem. And all night. And the previous night, hey, I'm coming up. Stay in the hotel. We'll have fun in the wings and beers and all right.
Yeah, and we can send Eric a picture that says "Wish you're not here." Oh wait, you're not. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that.
Yep. Eventually, your legs will get so numb that you won't notice the cold anymore. I like that Carlos says that from Atlanta. From Atlanta.
Actually,
I like that Carlos says from
everywhere
Atlanta.
Else, it's just that actually putting my boots on was the best.
Well, so I always joke about how it gets cold on the main floor. It cools comparatively because upstairs is not so bad. So I will always put on shoes when I'm down here for the Friday Live because it's like, no, I need to keep my feet. I'm like Carlos Sr. this way. I need to keep my feet warm. If my feet get cold, it gets bad. It's the worst. It's uncomfortable.
I have these slippers that are flip-flop kind of slippers. So, they're kind of exposed. So I had to change it. It was just like, no, we can't do it today. And I got thick socks on too. It doesn't matter. Oh, yeah.
Now you have your Uggs on.
I don't wear Uggs because
you
I don't know how to spell it.
Listen, I've seen you.
They're Nikes. Don't worry.
Wearing Uggs.
I don't even know what Uggs is.
Yeah, right.
I'm an old
Eric
man.
lives in Uggs. Eric lives in full body Uggs. Full body Uggs.
That is something.
Woo.
Tom
Let me tell you.
Some of those.
It gets exciting.
I want an ice cream, but I can't have one because I'll just make me cold. I bought those ice
Maybe
cream
probably.
sandwiches. They were on special. The Yukon ones from Chapman's. Ah, they're so good.
Okay.
Maybe I'll have one later. Snack
Yeah.
time. Yes, later.
Yeah. So Hobby Champs was asking the question. I know Paul answered it, but I'll also answer it. I'm on a Discord with Paul and Dakota and those folks. So yeah, he's still doing cards. For the
Dakota's
most
still
part,
around?
he's
Jeez.
yeah. Well, we chat. Like I said, he's not doing YouTube anymore, but we'll chat on the Discord and BS on there. But the thing is that for the most part, he's focusing mostly on the Pokemans. Although
Really?
a lot on the Pokemans. Although he did tease that apparently he's made a sports card pickup. So we're gonna see. We'll report back our findings. We'll find out. But yes, for the most part, he does pick up some stuff here and there. For the most part, I think he just likes at this point in time not making content, which I
think
get.
a lot of people went that way. If you look at the content that was going on in 2020, 22, now it's like 1/10, I would say.
Yeah.
Only a few survived. So the Hall of Fame is really, if they had done the Hall of Fame in 2020, that would have been something, eh? There'd be like 500,000 members.
They did do the Hall of Fame in 2020.
Did they really?
It's been going on for 8 years.
So there must be a lot of people who aren't around anymore.
Oh yeah, there are people who are in who haven't made a video in years.
So then they should be out.
That makes sense.
That's been a pitch made. That's been a pitch made.
No, it's a real pitch because
yeah.
that's why these 1 year people getting in is not. I think it's wrong in a sense that you're popular now, but how long are you going to be here for? 2 years, year and a half, until what?
Well, so the thing is, so real quick,
And that's why the IRP should be in, because they've been doing it for 27 years, and they all need to be in.
Oh, at least.
Investments.
Yeah. Like, listen, I don't care about how math works. My understanding, and I could be wrong on this.
So.
My understanding is that the IRP has at least 47,000 years of YouTube hobby experience.
Yeah, there's like 10 billion minutes in content for sure.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, so that's the thing.
Productive content? Okay, that's a question. But
no one makes such ridiculous marketing claims. We just go with content. It exists.
They've been talking a little bit more about food and stuff too, so that's good.
Yeah. So the thing was that kind of that point though is, and we talked about before, is that it's actually really hard to consistently make sports card content. What's funny was it was very amusing to me was that the video I made yesterday, I got a really good response for it, which is great. I haven't bothered to do. I actually was in front of the camera because usually what I'll do is I'll screen record and do whatever. It's just easier for me to make a video that way. But I realized as I was doing it, it's like it had been a while since I had done a in front of the camera on a normal video. The YouTube Hall of Fame thing is a different thing. That ballot thing is different. I'm talking about just a regular video where I'm talking about whatever topic. I'll talk about it and then boom, I'm off. I'm on the screen for the majority of it. Fine. But I thought it was very funny that, because Victor was like, I was like, oh no, I like your talking head videos. You should do more of those. It's like, it just hasn't been as much interesting. The thing is that we cover so much ground on the Friday that most of the time I don't need to add more. In this case, I was like, all right, I'll touch on this because I had a specific question. I'll answer the question and then also give an update on this. Since I'm here, I can do both those things. And it justified the video. But apparently people like that I did a regular video. I was like, literally just sitting here in front of it. I'll record it. Here you go. Here's your thing.
Yeah, and the Discord, we all agreed that you need a haircut. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Yeah.
It is true.
Long overdue.
Oh, no, it is long overdue. But that requires me to go outside in the cold. So our long national nightmare will continue at least a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
Zack says, good evening. This is why you need to make a new Hall of Fame. Make Bobby commissioner, baby. At least if Bobby was commissioner, his vote would count.
Yeah. Can commissioners get voted in? That's a question.
Yeah, they literally can.
Oh, okay.
That literally happened both times. Both commissioners have been voted in.
First vote, first round.
Jake has made it a thing where he is not casting a ballot, whereas Mike did cast a ballot when he was obviously it was his originally. But yeah, both commissioners have been in. They're both in.
Yeah, I guess because somebody has to start something. I just started another group on Facebook. I did a Canadian non-sports group, and we don't have anything. We have the non-sports group or non-sport nonsense, whatever it is. Anyways, they're there, but you get buried with the Canadian content. Nobody knows anything. Nobody cares. It's 50,000 posts of whatever, miscellaneous people. So this is very centric in the Canadiana, I guess it is. And I think it's a really good thing. So I'm just trying to put more Canadian content out there for non-sports, and just trying to see if nobody does anything, nothing gets done. So somebody, just like my books, just like anything else.
Yeah, Eric.
If you don't say fuck it and do it, then nobody's going to do it.
Thou shalt not effort. That's my way out.
That's a good quote. I think we could put you in the Hall of Fame just for that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Adjacently.
Mm-hmm.
Perpendicularly. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Perpendicular is behind adjacent, so you're really not adjacent.
I think Eric's more of a quadrilateral kind of guy.
I think so. Isosceles.
I'll take
Kind of keeps going in circles, but it's a triangle.
It's still adjacent. No problem.
Mm. Okay.
I don't care how adjacent.
Oh, it's adjacent. Already.
The level. So we got levels of adjacency.
Oh yeah.
Are you like first degree adjacent, second degree adjacent, third degree adjacent?
It doesn't matter to me.
A guy named Jason will get in before you.
Yeah.
So, but eventually it'll happen. If you need something like that in your life, we'll get it for you.
I need it.
So you need to perform better. You've been very quiet on today's show and very disjointed and unhappy.
Yeah. And Eric, I will have you know, we talked about precious metals. I gave hashtag scholarship on in the game / be a player.
You did? Yeah.
That was a real thing. We did that.
That's top quality. You can't find that anywhere.
I even uncovered a scandal on this very show.
Yes. And that was by me. I was scandalized.
Mm-hmm.
You were scandalized.
Yes. And I don't like that.
So I uncovered the scandal. Bobby was scandalized. You're scandalous.
It's all scandal. It's all scandal. That's
all scandal.
3 degrees of scandalization.
Mm-hmm.
That equals
nothing good happening here. I know that.
That equals Hall of Fame adjacency to the 10th degree. Well, at least the third.
I'll take to the 10th. I don't care.
The third degree because we don't get 3. So
we were robbed. My feeling is hurt.
Feeling? You got one feeling or more?
He's only got one.
Yeah. Okay.
And
what he's never told you guys though, the feeling he has is indigestion.
I do.
That's the only feeling he has. Like that's literally it.
You know,
like, that's it as far as feelings.
Oh my god!
Like if you see, like the man doesn't eat anything worthwhile. Like at this point, he's eating cardboard.
So when you go to a place to get a hot dog at one of the famous Boston places, hey, Eric, what do you want? You want one of those fucking hot dogs with a fucking ton of pepper on it still? And everyone laughs in the background and stuff like that. Is that what goes on? Or is it not? Something else? No?
Sorry, repeat that question. Sorry, repeat the question.
It isn't really a question. It's more of him just busting my balls because
I like the bust balls. So, you know, when you go into a nice deli and you say, hey, give me a hot dog. And what they do there in Boston, I saw the videos and everything. So they give you a hot dog with all these freaking onions on it and they roll it up, put mustard on it, and that's it. So when Eric goes in and he asks for a hot dog with lots of pepper, what are people saying around there? Are you really from Boston?
I actually think personally, my theory, allow me to offer a thesis as a hobby dog.
Okay.
I actually believe that Eric asked for so much pepper that a long time ago they realized they didn't even need to put a hot dog in it. They just give him a block of pepper in the shape of a hot dog, figuring he can't tell the difference anyway.
It's cheaper.
At this point,
it would be way cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't notice anymore.
Do you like pepper on everything or just certain things?
Most things.
Okay, I figured as much.
Ice cream cake, pepper.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Chocolate sticks, pepper.
Just a sprinkle on the cake, though.
So would this pepper would it be like a black pepper?
Yeah.
Could it be a white pepper, a red pepper? Peppercorns.
I put red pepper on
green peppercorn. Any peppercorn? Any preferences? No. Yes.
No. Actually, peppercorn. It's funny you bring up peppercorn. It's been a while since I've had a peppercorn burger. That used to be really good.
Oh,
that's not bad. It depends. You know, black is very pungent. Green is very mild. Pink is very, very, very mild. Then you get into the white pepper. Wow, that's spicy. I put a quarter tablespoon into a vat of soup that I make, probably about 4 liters. It's just, you know, a quarter teaspoon will just kill you. Like I can't believe anybody puts more than that in white pepper. That'll just wreck you. Anyways, that's good.
I like putting black pepper on stuff.
I like it on chicken
Yeah.
salad, maybe because tomorrow I'm going to have a nice clubhouse with lots of mayo. And
Now, do you feel so?
Who
Bobby,
doesn't have mayo on a clubhouse? Honestly, out there,
Eric is a very strange man.
Let's ask everybody out there. Who
Do you
does
feel
not? No mayo, please. I want a dry fucking sandwich, please. Just give me some lettuce and some bacon.
Well, look, Eric needs things to be dry when the man. Eric needs things to be dry when the man is holding him down.
I don't eat tomato.
So anyway,
you don't have to have tomato. You can just have it, bacon, lettuce, tomato.
I don't like bacon.
Oh my God, what?
It's wrong.
We've touched on this. We've talked about this, yes.
I must have forgot because that's just unbelievable. Who does
what happened,
not
Bobby?
like bacon?
What happened, Bobby, is that you were so traumatized by this revelation
Probably,
that you blocked
I
it out of your mind.
suppressed it.
So now all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm learning about this all over again.
I know it's horrible. I suppressed it because I didn't think it was real. And then
I don't think
Eric Fra Diavolo. I like it.
who does not
Candace
like
Team
bacon?
Black Pepper.
Me and John Travolta, we don't dig on swine. Pigs.
You don't like pork chops?
Shit.
You don't like pork chops? You don't like ribs?
I don't like ribs. Pork chops are okay every once in a while.
Okay. There's some good stuff with pork, I'll tell you. Anyways, bacon is probably the best thing in the freaking world. I stay away from it as much as possible, but when I dig on it, I dig on it. So, like a bacon sandwich is a bacon sandwich to me.
Hey, listen, bacon's its own thing. We'll talk about bacon here in a second. Carlos says, picked up some habanero pepper sauce from Trader Joe's this week. Sort of like Tabasco. Tried it with a fried egg on toast. It was good.
Trader Joe's, is that not that place you drink at?
No, that's in the U.S. There's a whole run. There's different Trader Joe's. It's like a supermarket
It's
chain.
a bougie supermarket that I've never been to.
Wait.
Oh,
And
bougie?
And I actually have
It's a place you live at. Go on.
I actually have a gift certificate to shop there. I've had it for years, kicking around.
Go.
Just go buy
And-
pepper.
You just
Never
said
been.
bougie. You should literally be lit. You should be on the logo.
I probably should.
Be
I
right
should
back.
go check that.
You probably are Trader Joe.
Yeah, I've
Go.
never been. Someone gave me it as a gift. I'm like, I've never been. And here's a reason for you to go. And I'm like, okay.
When you go in, all of a sudden you're going to discover, Eric, we've been waiting for you. My
Been like
people.
5 years. I don't know how long the gift certificate's good for, but it's been in my drawer for like 5 years.
Listen, you go to the bougie supermarket. You are a bougie man. They greet you like it's Cheers. Everybody knows your name. You're like, oh my God, it's my people. Your gift certificate is good all over that town. Moving on. Dan here says, Mike Petty's on Jeremy Lee tomorrow night. Good for them. You should get Bob Boozle. Not a bad idea. I don't know what Mike Petty would be on Jeremy Lee's for, but sure. Good for them though. Bacon should be its own food group. Facts. The BLT might break poor Eric. Listen, the man cannot handle a BLT. He is not ready for this jelly. Just saying. Carlisle says maybe he's thinking of Canadian bacon. Eric is thinking about a lot of things. He's a deeply concerning individual.
I don't have Canadian bacon. I don't eat ham. I don't eat regular bacon. I don't like it. It's gross.
Wow. Trader Joe's has amazing mayonnaise. Wow. Eric is double intrigued. If they rebranded mayo and called it chicken oil, he would try.
Tastes like chicken.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. Well played. Well played. I just like the idea. Now, see, this is where now I kind of wish you actually made content for your channel, because I would love Eric goes to Trader Joe's and meets his people. That's what I would entitle the video. What's this? Bougie, my people.
I should put those videos of me riding this past weekend up on that. I haven't put anything on my YouTube channel in years, but
Yeah, that's a valid question.
the only thing on there is mountain bike videos. So I guess maybe I should add the ones I took this weekend.
I think you can, because at least, we're demonstrating a little bit of violence. I need some more crashing, though.
That's all I did was crash. You should see the long version.
I do not see you with a piece of tree impaled on your body.
I
You
was
gotta
in
try
a
harder.
ditch.
Try
I fell
harder.
off- I fell into a ravine at one point. I had to crawl out of it. That kind of sucked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I see. Doesn't like bacon? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? I know. What about hamburgers? Valid question.
I eat hamburgers. Yes.
I'm nice and warm.
So then you do dig on swine. Lying bastard. Moving on. Carlotte says, bacon bits, not bacon. How do they get away with that? Listen, scandalous.
But
Scandalous.
anybody who buys bacon bits is a freaking commie.
Eric. Name says, a full day of eating with Eric. 3 jars of mayo a day. Gonna easily get 100,000 views. Yes. All right, hold on. So Sammy Thunder's here. Good evening. Carlos, please rank your beer preferences. This is an important question. I need to take a second here. Your
Uh-oh.
beer preferences from worst to best. I need to make sure I read this properly. He's saying worst to best.
Let me go first. Ready? Guinness.
That's worst. Go on.
Your
What's
turn.
next?
No,
No,
Beer
that's
with the
worse.
alcohol
So-
level over 7.
Yeah, he said worst. So you said Guinness. Okay, fine. What's next?
Worst to best. So Guinness. There you go. That's it.
So Guinness, and then everything else is best.
You don't like IPAs, so
Okay,
Guinness.
got it. Got it.
That's it.
Okay. No, Bobby, I like IPAs. I literally drink one half the time.
Oh,
like
sorry.
the Bone Shaker is literally an IPA. Okay, so let me think here. So he's saying worst to best though. Okay, so I'm going to say, so he's saying sour. So I'm going to put sour as worst, not because it's bad necessarily, but on the list you're giving me, I'm going with that as worst for me. Let me think here. I want to make sure I get this in the right order.
the one you order the most.
Lager Pilsner. I'll put Lager Pilsner next after that. Then I will put ale, stout, and IPA.
See, stout.
Stout's right up there.
Yes.
But I'm saying IPA is my personal favorite most of the time because there's Bone Shaker is a big one.
Yeah.
I love that. But the stout, like a good stout, is really good. Like I'm a big fan. That Russian Imperial Stout that I had the other day was really good. I enjoyed it.
Russian stout?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Russian Imperial Stout is very good. Yeah, it's quite good. I think I got everything.
Have you ever tried
So
that?
Sammy, you guys can fact check me. I think I covered everything on that list, and I think I ordered it all.
What's
I
that
think I got it.
Japanese one that came in that was what was it called? Did a lot of commercials in the last, well, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. What was that Japanese beer that was coming in?
Hipporo or
Yeah,
Sapporo?
Yeah.
Sapporo?
Yeah.
I think it's
Sapporo?
Sapporo?
Yeah,
Something like that. Yeah.
You ever
Yeah.
tried that?
To be truthful, though, other than the sour, to be honest with you, other than sour, I drink them all. But again, personal preference.
As
No,
long as it has
lager,
alcohol,
pilsner, ale. Yeah, I drink all of those. But the reality is, IPA is my personal favorite. And then, like I said, I'm a big fan of the stouts.
Yeah.
But other than sour, I'm not into it. But the other ones, I will not reject them. I will happily have it. So let's see here. How about a sports card video, Eric? Maybe in the Hall of Fame. True. Bacon bits are solid on baked potatoes. Yeah, but you can get bacon and make them into bacon bits. You don't need to buy bacon bits. You can make bacon
You
bits.
can make your own.
Yeah, you can make.
I make my own croutons. I make everything myself. You ever have croutons that are nice and soft and beautiful and crunchy? And it's like you make your own. It takes like 15 minutes. But people pay $3.99 for like hard, crunchy shit that doesn't taste like anything.
All right, I'm gonna make my first card related YouTube video. Ready?
You got to be on your own site.
Okay, I'm muting him while he's yammering on. So Mike says, I don't understand the fascination with Guinness. I don't like to chew my beer. Valid.
Guinness
That's
is
a
nice.
solid list.
I've had Guinness before. It's not
It's
bad.
fine. It's
In the right-
to be
Actually,
honest with
nice
you, it's
with-
fine.
It's nice when you have a certain meal with it. Like it's good with a cheeseburger. It cuts right
Yeah.
through.
If you take
Um,
something thicker, if you take something heavier, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Solid list. Thank you, Dan. Sapporo. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's Sapporo. That's probably the
Sapporo,
one
yeah,
that it
that's
probably-
what it
yeah.
is.
Because they had commercials a couple of years back. I definitely
Yeah,
saw
it was
those.
really popular, and then I never did try it. So
I've had it. It's okay. Not
It's okay?
not like amazing. Yeah, it's okay. Like
Well, the way
my
they
dad bought.
grandstanded it. It was
My dad
amazing.
bought. Well, whenever you get marketing, that's marketing. But like I said, it depends on your preference. That's why I said that's why I'm leaning more into the IPA category.
Yeah.
Personally, That's a personal preference thing. Some other folks will be the opposite. They won't want that. That
Some
isn't what
people
they're
like
into.
the hops taste. Some people like, everyone has their own preference. Now
Yeah,
they have so
and,
many combinations, like the grapefruit and orange, blends, which are kind of
and
nice.
even for some of those ones, even within that category, I'm not a citrusy beer kind of guy.
No.
I really do prefer like that. Like if you ever have, if I ever get the chance, Bobby, I'll bring one of those bone shakers so you can try it. You can see for yourself what it is. Like I said, I like it personally, but some other folks would be like, oh, I'm not so much into it. Yep, completely fine. Totally. And like right now, just because that was the one that I ordered from that Uber Eats thing, right now I've got Stella, but that's because that's what I got him to get because I wasn't sure if they had enough selection. So I was like, you know what? This is easy. I know you can find it. Just grab it and bring it to me. Yeah. So in a pinch, this works, but I'll usually get bone shakers. My preference.
Stella's not bad. Stella's not bad. I have to.
It's a solid choice. Yeah, it's a solid choice.
Over time. Yeah.
I think all the beer should be served by the pint. Way better than 12 ounces. Pints are good.
Yeah. How much is a pint in ounces?
Well, this is a pint, 473 milliliters, so it's approximately this.
So that's it's a pound. So
let's see, 473. I don't know what it's at in ounces. I'll find out.
In ounces, well, that's 16 ounces. Because it's almost a pound in 450.
Yeah, 16 fluid ounces. Yeah, 16 fluid ounces.
That's right.
That is right.
I'm good.
Look at you.
I know coffee because I know 454 grams is a pound. So if you do that, and 16 ounces is a pound. So it all works out.
There you go. Are you done? Are you done with your foolishness, Eric, or do we need to keep muting you forever? What do you want?
Now go to my YouTube channel and see my very first card content.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'll get on it right at the end. 2 8-ounce cups. There you go. Got it.
Yep.
Perfect.
8 and 8 is 16. Smart. Actually, it's 4 ounces. Sorry.
Wow. You're getting heavy with the maths.
It's 12. Okay, we can get into all this.
Yep. My disappointment, Bobby. Sammy Thunder came in with the beer question, profound as it was, and then ran away. That's it.
He came, he saw, he conquered. Wow, that was Vinny BDBC.
I was going to say. Carlos says they never tried these Oreo thins. Eric only prefers Oreo fats.
Okay, the Oreo thins are misleading because, like, really, if you're gonna have an Oreo, you just have.
I just want an Oreo. Look, if I'm having an Oreo, I want an Oreo.
Well, the thing is about the thins is they have less calories, so you go, oh, I can eat a few more. So it's sort of like, okay, well, I had 4 Oreos with my milk and cookies, and now I'm having 8 thins because it equals 4 Oreos. So you feel like you had more, but you had less, but with more guilt because the numbers. The maths work out to be seem worse, I guess.
So does the video look something like this, Eric?
No.
Oh yeah, there we go. There's the boys.
And I'm gonna guess that's probably from Paul, and he can go pound sand. I got no views. Yet for my card content
because we haven't looked yet.
But Sanderson to Orr on the YouTubes. I got no views.
Is this hockey related?
I
so
showed.
You'll be able to
I showed. My
okay, so the video is entitled. It's a YouTube short. It is entitled "My First Card Content."
Yeah.
Well, is that going to qualify because he's not going to be a year totally in? So you maybe should say second, and then kind of backtrack and do a first.
Well, let's see what we can do it here.
I got no views. Why don't I have views, people? I need the views.
All right, hold on. So here it is, Bobby. Unfortunately, like Eric, I can't hear anything. It's muted.
Oh, we get the other perspective of what he's looking at every time he's standing there. Oh my God.
Hold on. Is that's a Gordie Howe card? That looks fake to me. Hold on.
Where's the Bobby
dislike? Orr? Thumbs down. Dislike.
And we have us playing in the background. That's the YouTube Hall of Fame adjacent thing if I've ever seen one. Yeah.
That's awful. That's just traumatic. That's horrific.
It is. It's actually dramatic. You're right.
Oh, look, see, Mike is muted. See? Eric, you gotta make the part of the screen bigger. Like, what the hell? You got so tiny on the screen there. What are you talking about, Eric?
Really?
Are you questioning myself and the Burrell? Just because I muted your video doesn't mean it has sound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. Lost all respect.
I keep pulling the refresh and it keeps saying no views, but I know that's not true because you just looked at it.
because you're not.
Yeah, and I let it run a couple of times, and then I hit thumbs down on it. So
Yep.
Clearly, you've got views.
You're not adjacent. I'm sorry.
Somebody
You're
that
not
said
gonna
I'm
get
still
the
here
views.
enjoying the conversation. That's fine. I get you. Do the tariffs affect cards as most of them are printed overseas? No. So look,
Whatever.
you know what the thing is? Like, legit, I have gotten this question this past week. I'm sitting there like, okay, a tariff is not the same as customs. Just so we're
No.
all on the same page. It is
Big
not the same
difference.
thing.
No.
And tariffs are based on where something is produced. If a hockey card is produced in the United States, and let's say somebody in Canada opens a box and sends it over to the United States, do you think you're getting a tariff or a customs fee? Again, they're not the same thing.
No.
It is a US made product, or in some cases, made in Italia. Because
Well,
Upper Deck will make some cards in Italy.
and Panini always did. Yeah, I think that's the big thing. When you send something over to the States, if it is made, they ask you where it is made.
Yeah.
If it is made in Canada, it's tariff.
And by the way, that doesn't mean they can't
Apple,
charge you customs
they can.
on
If
a
it's
purchase
made
of
in
an
USA,
item.
they cannot. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
A tariff is a different thing. Yeah,
Once-
a tariff is
totally
is-
different.
From the 51st state, all the tariffs would go away because we're all together.
The 51st.
But what if
state-
we're the 151st state?
Yes.
That still, even if
Are you
you're
sure? Because the states in between might disagree with you.
I really love the
151st state, no tariffs for you.
There are 100 states in between, and
and your
Name's
healthcare would
family
be so much
owns
better
half of
because you
them.
have to pay for it.
Are you sure you want to make those claims, Eric?
No.
Because I can think of 47 states that are ready to secede.
Yes. At least
47.
out of 50, not
Mhm.
51.
Mm-hmm.
And
saying.
then you're
And
still gonna have problems
Massachusetts,
getting
and we don't even want to talk about Massachusetts because all they want to do is burn you as a witch.
basically. They did that in the past. That was a big
Those
thing.
people are literally like a mile that way.
That's why I'm saying, do you want to invoke these forces? Calm yourself.
Please.
Sit down. Sit down.
1 second.
So anyway, Sammy says, Eric, which sportscaster do you have behind your computer? So I can actually see what it is, but do you want to say what it is?
Yeah, it's an autographed Gordie Howe. It says, "Hi Eric, all the best, Gordie Howe."
And what team is he playing for?
Houston Aeros.
Correct, in the WHA. That is right. I can see it from the picture. Literally, blurry as it is, I know exactly which one it is.
Yep,
But
but
yes.
You are correct,
it's
sir.
autographed. And I get to look at it every day, so it's one of my
There you
favorites.
Zack says, hockey's not a sport, so it doesn't count. Facts!
Ooh, who said that?
Zach,
Zach, you're in trouble.
listen, Bobby, I'm sorry. I understand. We gotta make sure that Eric doesn't spread these lies. Hockey's not a sport.
You know,
Cyclocross, borderline.
actually, I'm going to send it to Carlos. Oh, do I have it here? I think I saved it.
All right, you figure it out.
Okay. Anyway,
That says great video, Eric.
Oh, thank you.
so someone,
All right.
anyways, I will tell you the story regardless. Some
Okay.
lady listed in Sudbury. It was a Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth picture with autographs on the back of them playing in Montreal. I think it was the Babe Ruth's whatever it was against the
Yeah,
Gehrig.
it'd be a barnstorming tour. It'd be a barnstorming tour.
And this was just amazing. Photograph. She wanted $500 for it. I'm sitting there going, and I was second person to contact her. So anyway, I didn't win. I didn't get it.
Right.
I didn't. Anyways, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig autograph, real photograph of the time. Damn, you just
Ooh.
can't win them all.
Is it a type 1?
It looked like a homemade kind of like a picture from somebody, like a personal picture. So, anyways, she said it's in a plastic piece and it was top loader, like a really old top loader, one of those yellow ones, those fancy ones that most people can't afford. Anyways, it was in one of those.
Okay.
And you always question those ones because I looked at the autographs and they were just bang on. They were beautiful, perfect. And then the picture on the front, the quality was there, so I knew it was a real photo. Damn, just can't win them all. Because that's about 10 grand. Got to be somewhere around there.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it would depend. Like a photograph like that would definitely be interesting. Obviously, you got
But
the
the
two of them there.
autographs are on the back, Babe Ruth and Gehrig.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the fact is both of them is kind of neat. On a barnstorming tour kind of thing is interesting because then you
It
can
was
have
game played
you
in
can-
Montreal. It was the Babe Ruth, whatever they were called, against the Lou Gehrig, whatever they were called.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
something like
That was the whole thing with barnstorming. They would have their teams and they'd bring some players in and whatever. That was
Yeah,
a way
yeah.
for them to make some extra money, and it was kind of a fun way for them to keep playing.
Yeah, and she had it there. But then you question, is it really real? And I looked at the autographs and I went, boy, those are so good. They were so nice. They were right bang on. And I just went, this thing has to be real. Now, it's kind of funny because the day before I changed if you're on Marketplace, you have a 500 kilometer radius. And I changed the radius and it went up to Sudbury and I went a little bit over and and that popped up. So it actually, the time that I did it, it popped up probably about 2 hours before I did it. So I think I was second on the line because I said I have a friend who'll come pick it up right away, and they well, if this person doesn't turn out, then yeah, I'll sell it to you. I went, okay. But then again, you question everything, right? Because everybody's on the scam right now. So I don't know. She seemed like she had good feedback. She seemed like she was, selling different kind of, novelty. Okay, who knows? You just never know.
Mm-hmm. Carlos says, might need to explain portrait versus landscape. Obviously, challenging topic. Eric's still figuring out this very day.
Portrait versus landscape.
CC says, Eric, just subscribe to your channel and like the short. Man, it's all like.
Did you like it? Because he pays for the like button on that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you allow comments in your short, Eric? Eric doesn't want
All
feedback.
right. First of all, and I'll answer this, and he knows because in our interactions on technology, I screw up all the time, and I have no idea how any of this works, and he knows that. So all he's trying to do is embarrass me here on the show because he knows I have no idea how this thing works. I don't know how Instagram works. I don't know how to make videos or open things or close things or make.
You don't know how a toaster works.
He knows this.
You don't know how a sandwich works.
All he's doing is taking the opportunity now to try to embarrass me on the show. All right. So all you people who think he's so wonderful and great, I've been trying to tell you for years now just how horrible he is. Here's an example.
I don't
Eric,
think that's...
can I ask a question? Can I ask a serious question? Hold on. I want to ask a serious question. What Eric is implying, I want to make sure I understand you correctly. What you are implying is that someone that is involved in this very production, the longest running episodic, whatever it is, this hallowed ground, would actually be attempting in some way, as men of peace, would be trying in some way to embarrass you. Why would anyone ever do anything intended or shaped in any way to try to embarrass you, Eric?
It's been known to happen once or twice.
I can't even imagine.
That is the greatest picture of all time.
And now he's trying to do it because he's mean and nasty.
This is outrageous.
He knows.
Bobby, in a night of scandalousness, I am scandalized at the very thought and notion that anyone would ever take pot shots at Eric and even allude to anything inappropriate. We know that Eric's already being held down by the man. He kind of enjoys it. But the point is that I can't even imagine that someone would try to embarrass Eric again in these hallowed halls.
True.
I agree. It shocks me.
Eric, I got 10 years on you and I know more about the computer than you do. And you need to learn these things as you go forward. Okay. So then you can catch up to me by the time you are 60, then you can catch up to where I've been. And then you'll at least be a little bit more informed on what's going on in the YouTube's world and whatever spaces that you're.
It's scary.
It's not scary because once you do it, I know you're scared. It's okay. You can just go forward and just keep moving on. And once you do a little step after a little step after a little step,
and when Name makes fun of me, it makes me want to do even less because I lose all my self-confidence.
Yeah, but you gain more self-confidence if you do things against him at that point. Well, you can't beat Name anyway, so it doesn't matter. He's got 16 kids that he serves apples to every night, so good luck.
At least, yeah.
And
you can't
look. It sounds to me, Eric, like you need a little pick me up. Sounds to me like you need inspirational words from a great person.
Oh,
Something that will at least help you try to overcome some of these challenges that you are facing in this time. So
yeah.
I think
So
I think I can manage that.
I can do that too. I
Yeah,
got
you
something.
could, but I think this will cover it, Bobby.
Okay, go ahead.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
That wasn't nice.
Kind of says it all.
Yeah, I I don't understand why he was so grumpy.
I don't understand why I'm out of beer. This is very sad.
You're out of beer. Can you not order any more?
Well, Bobby, technically I do have a couple more beers. I'm just not going to grab them all tonight. I do want to save some a little bit. But
I
yes,
got you.
but this particular beer is now at its conclusion. Alas,
Gotcha.
much sadness. But
Well,
yes.
Eric, you don't know what you don't know. That's why you don't have. Because if you knew what you knew, you would have. And to know and not to do is really not to know.
All you're doing is confusing me. Make the words stop.
What would you prefer if we talked about the Pythagorean theorem?
We
Because
could.
we could do that. We could do that.
Because Mr. Pythagorean was quite a mathematician.
So Rob says, nice. How are Otto, Eric? Zack says, Eric, do a card room tour. That can be your video. Looks like you have a lot to go going on back there. Yes, he does.
Oh,
He
yeah.
says, why I would never. I know.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
Totally would.
Brendan Ryan says, top 10 bougie cards of the week. I know. It's a statement piece in terms of the stunning visage that I showed a little earlier, which is facts. Thank you all for the comments.
I've thought about, showing more stuff that I have, but I am concerned of showing too much.
Have you thought about just doing
Yeah,
a
Too
video?
many Lemelins. I gotta watch.
Have you?
those
No,
before I
Bobby,
get robbed.
Bobby. I
And
have
my
a
house
great
is
idea.
swapped.
I have a great idea. I think, on the contrary, the video series should focus on the
I think
Reggie
so.
Lemelin M&Ms.
It should.
And the reason for it is because, very similar to some of my old friends back in the University of Guelph, Eric's favorite place,
Not
Yes.
they lived in such squalor that at that point, if you were a robber, you would literally come in there and realize what you're surrounded by and actually leave money out of pity. So in much the same way, if Eric's worried about security by leading with the Lemonims, then they would look and go, oh my God, this man is a
Let's stay
collector
away.
of garbage, trash.
They will stay away from your place.
Sir, here's $100. Please buy a reasonable sports car.
You might
Goodbye.
get donations. Yes.
Yeah.
Never thought about that. Yeah. You
Mhm.
could make money from.
You could incur
Saving
so much
money.
pity.
Oh yes. Pity money is good.
Mhm.
I like any kind of money, but I worry about showing. Sometimes I worry about showing too much of my collection.
Okay. Oh,
Have you
anyways,
considered? You could obviously clearly vault it all.
So I had this. I was looking for something, and I had this in a box with all. It was all wrapped up nice and everything. I think I showed this before. This
I think
is
you
sort
did,
of a planter. What they used to do back in the 70s is they would import them from a certain company, and they would make them as planters. So they send them to a kid, and then the kid would, the plant would die, and then they would
And,
use it
and they're
as.
still paying tariffs on it to this very day.
They probably are 25% plus.
Mhm.
Anyways, it's kind of cool. So I'm looking for something, and sure enough, I dropped this damn thing on the ground. Now I did glue it back together. It's actually all glued because it broke, and I went, damn. Here's a $175 item that I just kind of randomly was looking through my stuff and I dropped on the ground. And I looked at it at the time and I didn't. And then I went to grab it out today to take a picture and I was going to try to sell it. And I went, okay, well, I guess I just lost about $100. So anyway, it still looks nice. It holds together well. It's still solid. Crazy glue works. Dollar store. Dollar. Actually, nothing at the dollar store is $1 anymore. Why is that? Anyways,
Tariffs.
I knew it. Damn it. 25. Yeah, it was $1.99.
Oh, the problem is even the stuff made in Canada probably has tariffs. They're like, Quebec is charging a tariff.
Damn.
Nova Scotia is charging a tariff.
Everybody's
Alberta,
charging a tariff.
tariffs.
Tariffs. Saskatchewan.
So now it's a
You're
$30.
gonna, well, Eric, you're gonna see that it's gonna get so tariff mad over there that you're gonna have tariffs from one side of the neighborhood to the other. If the ice cream man comes by, he's gonna be like, your price just went up 25%. But
Yeah.
why? You're the ice cream man.
Tariffs.
It was a different price over there. I'm sorry.
No, tariffs. What are you gonna do?
Nothing.
Wild, man.
Don't worry about
Wild.
the tariffs.
I
Moving forward. in my
You have another month to get your shit together, and then we're gonna have to talk about it again.
We don't have to talk about nothing.
Eric, no one is talking to you about anything.
No.
No one is including you in the meetings.
We pushed it.
There's
back.
no we. There's no we. You're not American. Stop it.
If you-
Stop it. Stop it.
All right.
Stop it. Nope.
We're not getting
You've
into
been
the
muted.
politics. We're not getting
Americans
into...
actually get to talk. No. Bobby, it's not even the point. Eric's not American.
Oh, that's right.
I am offended that he is misrepresenting himself. He is lying to people and pretending he is from Massachusetts. The only people less American than those in Massachusetts are like Yiddish people, Germans, the
I
French.
do like the Yiddish.
The French are actually more American than Eric is.
And
And they're in
half
France. And they're in
I'm half
France.
French. I'm not Parisian. Yes, I am Parisian, actually, if you go back enough.
You know where the fake Americans? People named Eric in Massachusetts. Lying sacks of shit. Liars. The whole lot of them. And then they're sitting there like, I'm American too. No, you're not.
Nope.
No one believes you.
You're not. Nope.
Now stop lying, people, Eric. Stop it.
Yep. There's no fentanyl here.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's mostly in
It's
Eric's house.
all made in Vancouver.
Zach says, we all assume Eric is rich, so if he's concerned we're going to be surprised by the value of his collection, it won't happen. It's true.
Yeah, I wish I was rich. I wish I had money at all.
Money at all.
I have no money.
What'd you spend it on, Bougie Eric? Did you go over to Trader Joe's?
Maybe.
I bet you went to Trader Joe's and bought one of those fancy Dijon mustards.
Oh,
I bet you did.
That probably was Grey Poupon.
I should have
Mm.
gone to the hockey game tonight and worked and made some money. But instead, I'm here with you fools with no money.
And no affiliation to the Hockey Hall of Fame, no adjacency, no perpendicular, no isosceles triangle, no nothing.
Just
got it.
emptiness.
Nada.
Emptiness.
I don't know
Sorry.
who's going to. I didn't see who was going to play in this game tonight, but someone who plays in the game quite often
In the game?
in the Bruins alumni game,
ITG?
is Hall of Famer Joey Mullen.
Joe Mullen.
Well, that was your first mistake. You're talking about a Bruins alumni game. So, in other words, I think we've got like a midget hockey game down the street that's higher level hockey.
Oh, Quebec, actually, this is the weekend for, I think, oh, yeah, they have the big tournament down in Quebec. That's where Yannick is. He's at that, you know how they have all the leagues from all over the world come to Quebec for that one weekend? And then they have a show set up and all that stuff. That's going on this weekend. That's right.
Oh, it is. Wow.
That's what's going on. Yeah.
I think that takes place at the Reggie Lemelin ice rink.
Oh, for fuck's sake. did you have to
Pronounce it
bring that in
correctly, you
there?
worthless bastard. Come on.
It might be.
Unbelievable.
Possibly.
His supposed favorite player, and he can't even say his damn name right.
Reggie Lemon.
That's better. Okay, now he's got
Yeah, I was going to say, that's closer, at least.
Lemon ice arena.
Look, Bobby, we know. Like, look, we got pictures of the damn place. It's not that hard. Look, I'll even show you guys. Look, Bobby, Eric can't even say the damn thing. It's right there. It's Arena Rhodium.
That's who did
It's right
that?
there.
That's great.
Can't read it? Right there, Eric.
That is
I see it.
officially on their.
Look at all the goddamn
side.
syllables. It's all right there.
I see it.
Is on the side of the building.
So
right
what the hell
there.
are you talking about?
Yep. You got to go Reggie Lemon, then. There you go. That's the right pronunciation.
Caught lying again.
It's right in black and white there. You can't miss it. And a little bit of red.
That's how I know that jersey in the background there's wish.com, you lying bastard. There's like 3/4 of the letters missing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Believable.
Two squatters.
Unbelievable. Incredible. Zach says if he wanted to rob his house, it would be because people don't like him, not to get silly cardboard. Exactly.
Yeah, they wouldn't worry about lemon. Yeah.
The people that rob his house would be like, who robbed the house? I think it was an inside job. How do you know? Michelle already admitted to it. She and Ham absconded with all the shit in that room.
Her and Ham sitting there going, hey, we robbed that.
Don't touch my bike. I don't care.
Yeah, there
It's
you
all
go.
been stolen and sold on the black market of Florida, man.
You can have all this crap. Just leave my bikes alone.
Well, see, this is Reggie Lemelin Arena. That's right.
Arena.
Arena.
That's where the R's go.
Yeah, I know. And the A's.
I think Britain Ryan's valid on this one. So you want to? I'll actually show you something kind of random, and it was interesting because I did not know this until I actually, well, again, in the spirit of looking up the checklists and stuff. Because if you don't know, you don't know, and it's even for a current product. This is for a modern, a brand new product.
How you did that? You don't know what you don't know. Anyways,
so one of the ones that I had talked about with the AMG folks was recently they released Synergy was one of the series that Upper Deck came out with a little while ago, in the last couple of weeks. I think it's going to be the last Synergy because obviously it didn't sell super well. Really? It was a weird product anyway.
Cheap box?
But what's that?
Was it a cheap box?
Comparatively to today, yes. To me, it's still more than I would want to pay for it. I think it's like $140 or $130, which today is like if we're grading on a curve, right? So for today, that's not terrible. There, right? That's not terrible. Yeah. Okay. What was interesting though is that they had these insert called Cast for Greatness. I think I'm going to verify, but I think they're metal cards because Upper Deck has liked to do that recently. They like having little metal cards. But what happened is, so Medano's in that checklist. So for me, it's like, oh, okay. He doesn't have a lot of stuff in that set. So I was like, okay, cool. If I come across one, great. Well, apparently it was a gold version. So I saw that on eBay and I was able to make an offer on it and pick it up. But I learned something interesting after the fact. So I'll show you the card, but then I'll explain what was interesting. So pretty straightforward. Cast for Greatness. It's got his picture on it. There's a numbering to 10. Okay, we got it. So it's the gold version, numbered to 10. Cool. Apparently you get these by redeeming the bounty. So there are these cards in it that have a little scratch off in it, and whoever gets the complete set of them with the little scratch offs first, I think gets a complete set of these Cast for Greatness out of 10.
No way.
So in order to get it, you actually have to redeem it. In order to redeem it, you have to get the inserts in it. So it actually is another layer. You can't actually pull these in packs, from what I understand. Wow. So which is actually kind of an interesting wrinkle.
That's the regular card,
the regular Cast for Greatness is in packs, but apparently the gold version is only via the bounty.
So if you have a lot of unopened packs, you can, the rarity on that is like crazy.
But what happens though is what if you don't redeem them all? Because realistically, you have to actually redeem it within a window because eventually the redemption period ends.
You lose the redemption. So actually,
once it's done, it's done.
That could be a 1 of 1, really.
Well, since it's number 3 of 10, I assume that at least 3 of them have been released. But yes.
But who knows? Look, it doesn't matter the number, right?
Yeah, I think they do them as a set, though. That's my understanding. I think they do them as. I think if you redeem it, I think you get a whole set. So I would guess they would just number them all.
And they redeemed 1, 2, and 7, 8, 9. You know, if you got 3, then maybe you only got the 1 of 1 of 3 of 10. Yeah. Right.
So what I've got here is that the checklist is 36 cards. The base version of it is 1 in 60 packs for the hobby packs. There is a purple parallel, which is also available in packs, but the gold out of 10 is a bounty award, not in packs. So that is specifically stated in the checklist here.
I like that kind of program. It makes it a little layer of, collectability there.
Yeah. So that's why. So just a heads up for anybody that collects the hockeys. So when I found out that was the gold card, I did a quick search. When I found out it's only bounty is the redemption, the only way you can get those, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I am interested. I would like to get that card.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
Nice one.
Yeah. So sometimes you can still find sneaky stuff like that. But again, in the course of this story, I had to do a little bit of research. I went to double check because I don't necessarily know that off the top of my head, but I know enough to check. Go, okay, so this is out of 10. Because I see the same seller has a bunch of these gold ones. So I go, oh, I wonder why. So then I do a little digging and I go, okay, that makes sense. Now I get it. So that's how you can find stuff like that out. That's the only way. And it looks like this seller, just looking at similar items, they're all 2 of 10. So I suspect they probably released the set and give you 1 of 10 and then 2 of 10. So this Medano is 2 of 10.
I would assume, yeah.
So right now that is the highest number I see. So,
and it could be the only 1 and 2. That's it, right?
Yeah. That's why I say with redemption stuff, you never know. Like there is a print run on it. It is serial numbered. Doesn't mean all 10 will get out.
No.
So just something interesting. So for me, since the product is still relatively new and I see it there, I was able to make an offer on it. I was like, okay, that's cool. Interesting. All right. I'll check that out. That's fine. So I look out for stuff like that. So I ended up getting it for like $30,
Oh wow.
which is
See,
fine. So I was like, yeah, cool. For me, that's fine.
out of
Sure.
10, $30, not bad.
Yeah, I'll take it. But you got to look out for stuff like that. For me, I just have my safe searches. I'm always looking. Occasionally, most of the time, I see the same stuff over and over again. And this would be maybe a topic here, Eric. I don't know if you encounter this too much with stuff you're looking at. I've got so many safe searches, but at the same time, if you're not disciplined in, you can get bored seeing seemingly the same stuff all the time. So your brain kind of shuts off. So you could miss something if this came up in one of those safe
It
searches.
becomes routine, and
It was interspersed in all the other stuff that it's like, yep, I got one of those. 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 So if you're not willing to take that time and look at it, then you miss stuff like this.
one
or
day
stuff
that
like
you
that.
miss, you can miss it. Yeah.
I'm consistent. For all these years
Me
that I've been
too.
doing this,
Me
I'm
too.
checking that save search all the time. 99% of the time, I come up empty. There is
Yep.
nothing there. But once in a while, hidden in the middle of a bunch of random stuff I already have, you catch one.
Yep.
Sometimes. Yeah, the cast of greatness usually all get redeemed. Yep. Good eye. Yep. Rob says it's silly hard in the late 90s to figure out the tough inserts. We had no internet. Yep. We
I
we
know.
kind of had to guess or hope that they published the odds occasionally.
Good luck on that. Yeah.
Yeah, we just didn't. That's why I say today I don't. That's why in that podcast episode we were talking about the whole easy button thing. And Bobby, you can attest to this. I'll get questions all the time, but sometimes I'll get questions where it's like, but you could look it up in 4 seconds. It's so much easier now. Some of this stuff is so much easier now to look up that it's like it's a 4-second job. The thing about the vault thing that Ken was asking about earlier tonight. Okay, you know what? Ask me about the vault thing because that's complicated. that's actually I know the answer to this question and I can explain it to you, but it's not straightforward. Even if you try to search it, it may not come up the way you expect it to. So yeah, something like that is really particular, very niche. Yeah, we can get into that. But a lot of this other stuff is like, oh, the checklist for this, that checklist is published. It's published. You can look that up in 30 seconds and you will find the answer you seek.
Most things
You
are,
don't-
but there's a lot of things that aren't. So
Yeah. But a lot of people don't even want to try.
The other part, right?
Yeah, a lot of people don't even want to try. They'll default straight to, hey, give me the answer.
If I didn't see it in the top 2 Google searches, it ain't there, right?
Yeah. But that kind of goes into Rob's point though. In the 90s, we weren't I couldn't Google it. That was not an option. That checklist wasn't published. So I'd have to go look. I'd have to go find it in a book. Or if I'm lucky, I'm acquaintances with somebody who is knowledgeable on this and can give me some background, can help me with some information, or can connect me to somebody who can. That was it. Your network was basically your knowledge base, and then whatever was published somewhere that you could get your hands on. That was it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Today we got way more resources, so it's like it's a shame when people don't even want to give the cursory, surface level attempt at looking it up. At least give it a shot. You might find the answer faster than you can type the question. Honestly,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's why I say like I understand, but teach their own. But it's like you learn more trying to figure it out sometimes. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
I like this, Paul. You could have Netscape navigatored it. Good old Netscape navigator. Navigatored.
Yoo-hoo.
Yeah.
Good old
I
days.
miss Netscape Navigator. Netscape Navigator was fun.
Yeah, that's for sure. Where did Eric go? I think he wanted to go since he came.
Eric literally always complains about going somewhere.
I
He's
guess
probably filling up a cup full of mayonnaise and chugging it down. He
my
just doesn't want us to.
God, maybe.
He just doesn't want us to know, Bobby. We know the truth.
I know.
The way you can tell Eric is lying is if his mouth moves.
But we kind of know that.
That's the secret. That is
Yep.
the secret. You know what's exciting?
Nope.
I was able to get fresh muffins today
From
from the supermarket. So I've got I have like I think they're banana nut
what
muffins.
supermarket?
The one near me, Metro.
Oh, so Metro. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have nice ones there. Yeah.
Yeah, banana nut
Did
muffins.
they have the on-site bakery?
Yep. Mhm.
See, this is why I asked, because I know all the shopping centers. I know what they
Yeah,
have.
these ones they do it fresh. They do a good job.
Yeah, I know they are. Yeah. They're
Yeah,
really
if you
good.
get it right when it comes out, it's pretty fresh. So it's
And which
pretty-
ones do you buy?
It depends. So sometimes I get the chocolate chip. I like those. The regular banana ones are fine. Banana nut is solid. This is the one that they got this time.
I'll tell you one that's
so-
really good is the Morning Glory.
Oh yeah. That's a solid one. Yeah.
Very good. Very, very
Mhm.
good. Yeah. Got raisins in it and everything, and nuts on top, and yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. I'll even have the Raisin Bran sometimes. That one's all right sometimes.
Yeah. I think
I've tried
on
the
Raisin
different
Bran, I would put some margarine on it or something, some butter or something, just to
I
give
think
it a
that's
little
fair.
bump.
Yeah, warm it up a little bit.
But some of the other ones are nice enough by themselves. Like the other one is really good. The Morning Glory is my favorite, and I buy it all the time from Metro. They are a little pricey, but I mean, they're not bad. And actually, if you look, they have this, if it's day old, they have that day old bin. I don't know if you ever seen them. You can kind of pick them
Oh yeah,
off.
with the stickers on them. With the stickers on
Yeah.
them.
Oh yeah, 30% off. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have some good stuff. Mine changed a lot. They actually get a lot of the items in frozen now, which has changed the chemical composition of how they're baked. It just doesn't. The cheese buns, the BAP buns, all these other things. I actually made a big post on the on my Facebook site saying that I was upset that they changed everything and they get them in frozen and now they bake them off. It's not the same than making them on site. And it has really changed their business a lot. So I don't even buy them from there anymore. I don't even shop there because I used to go there specifically for those things, and now I don't even bother. So everything's changed.
Gotcha. Brendan Ryan says this gap from paper price guides to the internet era might be worthy of a second look. New old rabbit hole. So in all seriousness, there is a major gap in knowledge from that period when it crossed over. That's why I say that vault thing that I explained to you, it's come up before. The reason I was able to do that for you so quickly on the fly is because it's not the first time I've been asked about that one.
Yeah.
It's such a weird little niche pocket thing. If you know, you know. If you don't, it's like this weird thing that has almost been lost to the sands of time. So I hope you enjoyed it and you know what Name was saying earlier tonight, this might be a scholarship thing. I might have to clip it just to provide it as like a thing. I give a full explanation of the vault, what it is, when it came out, what the whole deal was, and why it's annoying. And I gave a whole little that little couple of minutes there is like an explanation. That whole thing is right there, so that maybe somebody can have it as a reference point because it is really weird. It's a very niche thing, but it's very strange.
And prior to 1990, I got it covered, guys.
Four Leaf, what's up, everyone? Hope you're having a great night. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Carlos says,
I'm only at 3 views. Okay. It's been 35 minutes. I got
Eric, it literally looped like 4 times when I was doing it.
I'm just saying. All right. I'm trying to get into the Hall of Fame. I have to do a video I have to do a content video on cards. I've done that. I got 3 views. How's that going to get me in the Hall of Fame?
I think the best play is to convince them of your commitment to the art. And you can do that by challenging your local rival to death by cyclocross. Bleed for your art, Eric. Bleed for it.
I bled a little bit this past weekend.
Well, you need to bleed more. You're not doing enough. Carlos says, to mix things up, have you ever considered speaking Canadian to you? What do you think Eric's been doing this whole night? He's not speaking English. He's been talking in nothing but Canadian.
You know what I mean, eh? Sorry.
No, stop trying to fake it. You were already talking Canadian the entirety of the show. You're already doing it.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
See? Now he tries too hard. See, Carlo? Now you got him self-conscious.
Sorry.
Now he's overcompensating.
Sorry, eh?
Told you. Rob says 8. That's right. Zack says, what if Eric got curious and tried mayo and loved it so much he has to go off character to get his fix, but his pride won't let him tell us? I said it. He filled up a gallon full of mayo.
Yes, I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up right on live TV or whatever the hell this is.
Put that piece, share it on your socials. I know you know how. We'll see. I've never worried about. What's funny is that Instagram serves a good purpose as a communication hub. I share cards on it. Like honestly, it's been the wrestling cards lately because that's what I'm having the most fun with. But I will get the Medano card on there in the next probably this week. I've got a couple of other cards. I kind of want to do the Chosen Rose and vinyl. I think it's a fun card. I like it for what it is. Can you see the pattern on that?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I just think it's neat. It's Josh Rosen, so who gives a shit? But I like it because it amuses me. Just fits that. I think it's a neat looking card. And this one I didn't even.
You didn't read Name's comment correctly. Let me read it for you again.
While you're reading it, I'm going to show this. Ooh.
Share it on your socials. I know you know how. That's another dig at me, because he knows I wouldn't be able to do that because I don't know how to do that. So you have to stress the word you in reading that, because that was a clear dig at me, another attack by him on me. And I'm just not going to let it stand. I'm going to call it out. All right. I'm getting so sick and tired of this guy coming on here every Friday, disrespecting me, attacking me. And I'm standing up for myself. I'm not going to put up with it anymore.
Would it be fair to say that this type of behavior elicits in you rage? Some would say infinite rage.
Name is the ultimate cause of my infinite rage.
It's important. Brandon Ryan says, buy subscribers, post daily content twice a day, and trigger hobby Karens. The formula has been laid out. Carlos says, now that Eric's addicted to mayo, facts.
Oh, God.
Does he go paper or plastic straw? Maybe both. Thank you, Carlo.
I'm going to throw up.
Mike says, Eric, did you know chocolate sticks are made with mayonnaise? Facts. JW, tip Eric. It's not about the card or content. It's how dramatically you reveal it. Slow motion drama.
Okay.
I'm liking tips. Thank you, JW. Good evening.
Thank you. I will do that, because I have lots of cards
that you can slowly reveal.
I'll go so slow you wouldn't even know what happened. I'll go so slow it will seem fast. That's how slow I'll go. I'll break your brain into thinking.
I think you should go so slow it might be a Bob Lewis video on Bob Lewis's channel.
He is a Hall of Famer.
You defied time and space, and you've wound up on that channel, even though you started on yours. Think about it.
I am.
Strong right there. I like that idea. Big time. Bigly. Let's see. Just looking here just to see. I think I've covered the main hobby topics I want to talk about. Oh, next week, I think. 7th today. I think Sunday's the 9th. Actually, yes. A week Sunday is the new hobby documentary. The Hobby Hustle one. So I will confirm. I'm pretty sure it's the 16th. I double check that. If it is, I will watch said Hobby Hustle, and then I will report back my findings. I will probably make a video on it and or talk about it on the Friday Live. But my intention is to go check it out. But just letting you all know, I did make reference to it the other day, and I thought I would remind that I think we're getting close to the actual release date on that. And one of Eric's friends, who are ignoring us, is the F1 expert brought in.
Yeah.
What is the F1 collector?
I got to send her.
The clock's ticking. The clock's ticking.
I'm going to write a note right now.
Make a note. All right, Carlos says, I'm beginning to empathize with Bobby. My air conditioner keeps engaging. It must be 72 degrees in here. Wild. How do you suffer such indignities? Name says Eric, Infinite Rage Wade. My good says Eric, go sloth mode.
That I will go so sloth mode. Yep.
When you do a slow motion review of a card, you must equate its value to an EV for the Zoomers. I like it.
72 degrees. Wow. Just heard that.
Wild, man.
72 degrees in there. Here it's probably 60. Maybe 50.
Oh, you got like a space heater?
No, there's a heater vent that comes in. There's only one.
Okay.
And the rest of the room is whatever.
That's the only problem. I like I said, I always talk about how the air stays cold down here. The problem is it isn't that I don't have, now that I have the heat pump, it's much better. Like it got so bad some weeks that I swear I felt like I needed to put on the winter jacket. Like it was so cold. I thought about putting on gloves. It was bad. As it is,
Edmonton,
it is much better. Like I can wear layers, and you notice I haven't had to zip this all the way up, but I'll still wear them because it's still a little bit chilly. But it's because you get cold air coming from parts of the house still a little bit. So it's a heat pump. It's not like a duct heating system. You don't get super hot air pumped in. It just warms it up a little bit. Go in sloth mode there, Rick. All right, keep doing sloth mode. Meantime, I'll read this. But yeah, I think part of the thing was that, yeah, you got this cold air, and whatever heater you're using can only do so much. Like it's can only keep it to a certain degree. Bobby, just curious, why do you sit in the garage of knowledge and not in the house? Ooh, it's been a while since you've explained this one. Do you want to say
it is in the house, but it's not. It's in the house. You pull in the house, but it's the garage.
Yeah.
Regardless.
No, but do you want to say why you sit in the garage of knowledge?
Why I say the garage? Well, I think Carlos coined the phrase.
Why you sit in it as opposed to your podcast location during the day, which is a different location.
Because the computer is sort of right beside the living room, and my wife is watching TV, so.
And that's the reason why. That was the question.
That's the only thing, yeah.
Yep.
Otherwise, it would just conflict with, she said, that's fine. You can just, I'll put the TV on, whatever. And I said, no. I'm not so freelance at that time, so. But if she's not here, yeah, sure.
Let me just add to this. Why is Bobby in the garage? The same reason Eric has done the show from a hotel bathroom while sitting on the toilet. Because our wives said so. Okay?
My wife is good with it, but
in Eric's case, though, in fairness, to be fair. Thank you. To elaborate on what Eric's saying, though, more specifically, his wife asked him to, but also Ham said he's ruining the mood, so they both asked him to leave.
That does sound vaguely familiar.
So there's a little bit we gotta make sure, like, to fully develop the image, just so we're all on the same page.
Wow, that's a good one. So I started in a non-sports group. There's like 6 posts, 32 members, and I've already made 2 sales. Amazing.
Because Bobby is a respectful man.
I'm sitting here watching you guys.
Making money, making the bucks. Because Bobby's a respectful man who loves his wife. Telepathy counts as witchcraft, Eric. Maybe.
Hey, we've been together on the 15th. It'll be 29 years. Long time.
Yeah, but I told you, Carlos Stevens will go. You beat. It's a long time. I'm 42 this year. They were made a couple of years before I was born. So
it doesn't seem like a long time. It seems like a very short time. Since everyone, got back into documenting the hobby and stuff like that, that's when we first got together. It seems like that time has flown. Like sitting here today, I would say that went pretty fast.
Right. Makes sense.
So as you get older, time goes faster and you look back a lot quicker and you go, wow. You say 2003. I'm with Steven. We're still going I know exactly what we did, what we pulled, it's kind of different. And 20 years doesn't seem like 20 years until you really look back and go, that was 20 years ago? Huh, okay. Or that movie that you saw and you go, oh, that was 25 years ago. What? Really? Jeez, it seemed like yesterday. Anyways.
Well, that's the biggest reason for that is because it becomes a smaller percentage of your overall lifespan.
It does, yeah.
When you're 30, 20 years is 2/3 of your life. When you're 60, it's 1/3. So like it changes the math real quick. Like it becomes a different.
So in 20 years,
number.
I'll be 80. If I get to 80, I'm lucky. So I got like 10, 15 years left. Let's have a good time, guys.
Yeah. But that's the thing. But I was saying to Brandon and Eric when we were talking about it on the podcast, and also I was mentioning it on kind of the AMG one as well. My realization now in my age bracket is Topps does that throwback 35 anniversary for all the flagships. So they'll take an old design. The problem is now we're into the year 2025, so 35 years is now 1990 Topps. And we're right at the era when I was starting to open packs. So I'm like, these
35
right up until this point, we were getting closer. We were getting closer and closer and closer. But now officially, 1990, this is the year I started collecting in the hobby. So now these are cards that I know very well.
That's when the newer hobby started. Yeah, when everything exploded and everything changed. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, that is 35 years ago.
Changes, which is kind of interesting, really.
Yeah. But the thing is now officially that is 35 years ago. So when Topps is doing 35, it is. So next year would be 1991 Topps. Well, 1991 Topps was the first box that I opened a full box of. Mm-hmm. That's next year's.
Yeah.
So like we're right there. We've arrived. It was getting closer every year, but we've arrived. My good sense, I go
Doesn't seem
back.
that
and
long
Google-
ago, though, right?
Well, the thing is, I remember very vividly the
Vividly.
elements in between. So,
Exactly.
like, I have very clear. That's why I said I could go to the Vault one because for me, that's only 2016. I remember I was around during that time. But for these
One of
other
my
ones, even the
favorite
1990,
years. I love that year.
yeah, even the 1990, I remembered very well. I remember that series and a lot of stuff in it very well. I could look at some of the cards and be able to visualize them. So now we've entered with those throwbacks into the era of designs that I actually know those sets fairly well, just from visual memory.
Funny part is,
my
I
good-
remember in 1990 going down to Legends of the game and down on Queen Street there, King Street, and I remember they had 1972 packs and they were like $25-$30 each. Now they're worth like 500, 600. It's like, oh my God, who'd have thought, right? Damn, should have spent some more money.
Like I says, I don't feel old, but my buddy reminds me of it every day.
Yes,
Eric can tell you about it.
wait till you get past 50. Then it's well, Eric can tell you.
Or wait until your 50,000 crashes in.
Yeah, on top of that, right?
Yeah,
And
well,
your-
that's how many crashes I had this past
And
week.
your hips made of palladium.
The problem, Bobby, is that his hip is made of Californium.
Yeah.
Californian, yeah.
No wonder it's glowing. Damn it.
Mhm.
I don't need a night light when I get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night.
Obviously not.
That's a feature.
That green glow of, oh yeah, it's nice.
Nice reveal, Eric. Now add a conspiracy.
Ooh.
You know what's
Yeah,
a
so we're
conspiracy? The Burrell's vote not getting counted.
Is that, yeah.
Well, we'll have to make our own sort of thing, I guess. I don't want to put veteran. I think we should do a hobby Hall of Fame of who are the important people in that, and put Burdick first and a few others. And I think if we do that across the board, I think it
Ooh,
should be
Bobby,
noted.
you know what you're asking for? You're asking for a hobby #scholarship Hall of Fame.
Yes.
The Hollowship. #scholarship.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'd rather do
Burbick
a
would
hall-
count. Burbick would count. Totally.
It's fair.
I would much rather do a hall of shame if possible.
All right,
that's
you're in.
easy.
You're in. Like right there. First guy.
Yeah.
Whatnot is first. Eric second. Yeah.
Yes.
At least you're Jason. Yes.
Oh no, Eric's in. He's getting the crap statue.
Oh, you're
No,
right.
literally,
Yeah.
it's made out of crap. Like that's the statue.
Yeah. It's not bronze. It's
No, yeah.
brown, but it's crap. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just want to be acknowledged for my existence.
I think everybody does.
Amanda
She
says,
loves
"Tell him, Eric,
Jimmy's.
This is why the Hall of Fame has started. Don't you worry about that.
got to be done. Got to be done." All right, Amanda,
Imagine
don't
in
forget to
50
do.
years what the Hall of Fame would be like. That'll be interesting.
It will not be there.
It will.
if it gets another 5,
It'll be
6 years, I will be
laughed away,
tremendously
I
impressed. I will be super impressed. Okay,
Yeah.
5 years, forget 50. 5. Get me to 5 or 6. I will be impressed. I will be legitimately impressed. Beyond that, who knows? All bets are off. We'll finally get our damn flying cars. Maybe by that.
Maybe.
That's our best bet. So Amanda's saying, "Tell him, Eric, I'm gonna be queen of Tim Hortons to get in there." So Amanda, you got to include the shameless plug. You and British Man. And by the way, denied. I was there, Eric. I was there last time. I was there to save the day, and Amanda abandoned us.
Man,
Eric was literally there all night, sitting on the channel, going refreshing, going, "When is the live stream starting?"
Mhm.
He shakes his head because he doesn't want to admit it, but he literally was there all day and all night, just refresh.
Stupid ass show ends. I run to the bedroom, disrobe, jump in bed, and
The
within
man holds you down.
the man is always out to get me and to hold me down, and I pass out. I'm less than a minute after I say goodnight, everybody. I am asleep.
wow. You was tired.
But yet you say that occasionally you have insomnia and you're up at 3 a.m. So we should be sending you
3 o'clock
text
this morning.
messages.
So 3:00 this morning on the dot. It was like, I wish I could show this to people. I wake up, I go, oh crap. What time is it? 3:00. I'm like, son of a bitch.
As long as it's not 333, you're okay.
No.
Mm.
3:00 on the dot.
That's the witching hour, and 666, as you know. So, anyways,
I'm right in the 10-minute area every time that I have insomnia.
I can tell when I get up what time it is almost every time. It's just amazing.
So I was up for a while.
5:45, and it's like 5:47. Yeah, it's like crazy.
So I was awake from like 3 to 5 a.m.
And then what do you do? Go back to sleep?
I fell back asleep around 5.
So
5.
what?
It was like almost 5. It was like 4:50 was the last time I saw the clock.
And then what time do you wake up again?
I got up around 8.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
So you're getting a full 8 hours, but no REM. So I got my.
You're just when that happens, you're just as
crutch.
tired as if you didn't do anything. it's like the worst of all worlds. It's absolute trash.
That's why I'm always tired. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
UAP?
UAP.
I don't know. I got nothing. Try watching a Bruins game. It helps me sleep. There you go.
Yeah.
I won't. I haven't watched a Bruins game and
Well, the depression will help you sleep.
they suck. They're horrible. They are so bad. I get so angry. I've stopped watching them.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They just
So
suck.
again, Eric is a quitter.
Yes.
Wow.
We all knew that. Are you cutting out
Yeah.
in 10 minutes?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to take it right up to the
I'll hang
top
on
of the
to
hour
10
there, and
10
I
more
think we'll go.
minutes then.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we'll go to the top of the hour and we'll call it good.
All right.
I think
Sounds
I have a muffin. I have a muffin that is calling my name.
I gotta
We'll get to
fill
the
it.
top of the hour.
I
I
got
had a sugar-free oatmeal cookie. So
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm
Was it any good? Was it any good?
You know, it wasn't bad.
Okay.
When you got nothing other than ice cream that you don't want to eat because it's too cold, yeah, it's not bad. It'll work.
Well, as long as. Fair enough.
Yeah, take a look at this. If I graded cards, I would grade this. This is an O-Pee-Chee 68, 69 O-Pee-Chee 40 now, and I am telling you, this thing is sharp.
You know, it's actually slightly OC, and there's no diamond cut on that. That's pretty good.
And the corners are sharp, and it fits in the mag holder perfectly. So it hasn't been cut. So it's not, it's the right length and everything.
Yeah, because they're usually diamond cut, off cut, miscut. Yeah.
But this thing is, I'm trying to show the corners and stuff. I mean, you could poke an eye out with these things.
That's one of the nicest centered ones. It doesn't look that great, I guess, to the average eye, but like for 68, that is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You see that comment on the screen there, Eric?
The marvels of Kurt card juice.
That's it.
But yeah, this is O-Pee-Chee version.
There you go. Here you go. Rob's got your diagnosis.
I would
6.
Yeah, well, you know something? In 68, 69, O-Pee-Chee 6 is really good. So I
Those
would
are the first packs I officially
grade
remember
that.
opening, but 69, 70, 70, 71 is probably where I remember most. Because we had all those cards in our collection too.
maybe when maybe the next time I come up for the show, I'll hand this to Brad, and
I think you should really, because is that tops or that's O-Pee-Chee, right?
that's O-Pee-Chee.
Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Let's see the back.
Everything, yeah. First of all, everything's O-Pee-Chee, including this.
Well, you
The
haven't
rules,
heard my-
Poppy.
you haven't heard my third series yet, though. So who
Okay,
knows?
this is not 66 tops. This is 66 O-Pee-Chee. I have a book on my desk. That's what they call it. That's what they tell me this
A
is.
book that you revere like the Bible.
I was
Yes.
wrong all these years. Everything's O-Pee-Chee.
Yes,
That's
the word of
true.
Richard Scott is gospel. Blessed
Yeah.
be his name. Anyway, my
Thank
good
you,
says
Phil.
the new
Eric.
all I'm saying. My good says the new PSA grading scale would give that a 3 to go with SGC. Does the PSA have new rules? So it's the other way around. 60-40 was the previous. It went to 55-45. And for the lower grades, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, you probably get a 6 on that for sure, just because of the
Maybe.
centering.
Yeah, I don't know.
You might even get a 7 on a push.
Well, I don't know. When you're dealing with PSA
Then you might get a 3.
and when they're looking at O-Pee-Chee cards like 79 O-Pee-Chee, they go, well, they made them bad, so you got to give them a 10. Well, everyone knows that 68-69 is a complete shit show. This one's not a shit show. Therefore, it's a 10.
Isn't it adorable,
68-69.
Bobby? Isn't it adorable how Eric is trying to play this role like he doesn't, like his BFF, best friend for life, Brad from PSA, isn't going to give him the homie hookup?
I think
We know
so.
what's going on.
He
Look,
might.
I have it on good authority that Brad once upon a time gave Eric the vaunted Booby Oro Peachy card.
I think he did. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we do.
So all I'm saying is in that scenario, can we trust that Eric's indignation is real? I think he's full of shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Interesting. Huh.
But you might get a 6 on that. You might get a 6. And that's
That's
actually
nice.
a high grade for that. That issue is like
For that issue, it's a tougher one.
64
says
Tall
nice.
Boys, that issue, and 74 OPG as well. Those are the top 3 OPG tops. We'll just say OPG.
Everything's OPG.
No, it's all
Yes,
PG.
I forgot. Those are the toughest ones for centering because they have the least amount of borders. So
Sounds good, Zach. Have yourself a good night. Rob says, nice. 1980 was my first pack opening. Nice.
1980.
Aaron says,
Wow.
he did the flashlight test and was satisfied? Maybe.
Hmm.
For vintage, go with SGC. I think you can if you want to.
Yeah.
Some of the cards will look good with the white borders on it. I've never been a big fan of the tux, but if I buy a card that's already in the holder, I don't mind it. Like it's one of those things. It is not my preference.
It's not worth
but I
crossing
don't mind it.
at that point.
But I don't mind it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're buying a vintage card, there's nothing wrong with an SGC card.
Unless
They do a
it's
good job.
KSA.
They do a good
I
job.
only have one SGC card in a holder. Would you like to see it? I
Yes.
only have one.
Only one.
There's only one. I only have one in an SGC holder.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Dang.
That's the only one I have.
But it's not signed.
Yeah, I was
No.
gonna say.
I'm not completely sure he knows how to write his own name, so I'm not sure.
So that makes 2 of you.
Yes.
That's what we have in common.
I was gonna say you've been signing on an X for quite a while.
Remember, we were, you have to look at Tim's history, and we are at the start of his history. We invited him for dinner, came out with you, drove up with you. All these things that happen.
Pretty much owes everything to me.
I think so. I was getting there, but yeah, okay.
That's pretty much how I look at it. He pretty much owes me everything.
And then you owe everything to the Burrell.
And he gets everything. Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you get nothing.
No, I get nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Less than nothing.
Not even an adjacent. Nope.
Nope.
Not
Not,
even
even Jason. Yeah.
Not
Whew.
even that ass thing.
We were close.
Jason's asking a lot.
And then votes didn't even get counted. And if one vote
I
didn't,
know.
Scandalous.
was there 2 votes that didn't get counted? Was there 6 votes?
10 votes, maybe.
Was there
Carlos, you might have been first. You might have
950,450
been
first?
first. Who knows?
Like I said, Bobby, I am convinced, and I will not be dissuaded from this. I believe, bless Orlando. I'm completely good with his results, completely good with you. But I feel strongly that I had at least 950,000 to 1 million votes there. And
Yeah.
I want to know where they went, is what I'm saying.
They're miscounted.
I have deep concerns about this process.
I think
Seems
they
like
were
a
thrown in
deeply
the
flawed
garbage.
process.
Like I
Just
said
saying.
earlier, I want all my followers to head to the Capitol. Whatever capital you want, doesn't have to be the
All
same.
4 people who liked your video?
Yeah, whatever capital that you want to go to.
All right, hold on. Shut up about your insurrection talk. Mike was reading my mind. Mike is picking up what I was about to put down right here. The Dutch were in charge of the vote counting.
Knew it.
Was fun. Eric, no joke. I was literally about to interrupt you and say something about the Dutch, and Mike beat me to the punch. You guys are getting it.
Yep.
I understand now what happened here. I know that Burt Blyleven's greasy hands were involved somehow. I will find out.
I bet
And
Puck
be held to
Peter who has still not wished my mother a happy birthday,
Oh, no.
even though I requested her to do so.
She didn't listen
I
to
bet-
you. You're
I
not
bet
even adjacent. How can
they
she
had
listen
something
to
to
you?
do
You
with
have no
this.
status.
We're going to find out that every single one of my missing votes, all of the votes that would have launched me to greatness, are all hidden inside of a windmill somewhere. by
I
those
think
damn
so.
Dutch.
Yep.
It's all there. Wow.
And the windmills were just grain grinders. So, you know, you don't even have a loaf of bread from the Dutch. Damn.
Unbelievable.
How bad is
Unbelievable.
that? Amazing.
This is rough. It's real rough.
Life is rough.
That is quite the bombshell, Eric. We've learned a lot tonight.
I think
Been some scholarship
I
moments.
think we hit every base that we could possibly. Vintage cards, whatnot, you name it. Food.
New cards, old cards, hashtag scholarship, like, oh man, medals, periodic table.
AMGs, yes, periodic table. Periodic table. We've never hit the periodic table until today. And we covered it pretty good. The highest to the, we didn't go to the lowest. I guess lead is probably the lowest. But anyways. Yeah.
Eric, there is
But
only
we're not
one
Hall
thing.
of Famers. Okay.
Eric,
Whatever.
there's only one thing left.
What's that?
We've hit on everything. There's only one thing left that we have not hit
did
on
we
tonight.
leave out?
Killing name.
You will never be able to kill Name. His children will overwhelm you with numbers.
Oh yeah,
You're screwed.
for sure.
All your
What?
plans will fail.
He does have his own.
He has a private army.
Yeah.
He
yeah,
does.
he's-
Yeah.
Like you're doomed. Your best bet, Eric. We're gonna go with it. We're gonna go out on this. This is it. Get ready,
Mhm.
Eric. I want you to grab your phone because we're about to do something.
Uh-oh.
The only thing that was left, the only thing that we did not do on this episode
Okay.
was Shakespeare.
Oh shit. Well, we did talk about Tempest.
No, I understand,
We did talk-
but Eric, I think we need to go out a little bit of culture, a little bit of hashtag culture to finish the night.
Mhm.
Get yourself ready. Last comments. Throw the last comments in the comments section. Thank you everybody for joining tonight. Remember to hit the like button
Mhm.
because Eric pays for it. Remember, Eric pays for it.
Yep.
If you like Eric, hit the like button. He appreciates it. If you hate Eric, hit the like button. He will pay a horrible price for every single one like that he gives. Every single one. Noble metals, precious metals, new cards, old cards, ranking beers. Did that tonight.
Rhodium, Californium, all of the
Mhm.
stuff. We covered it all.
Eric,
Gold,
which
Bitcoin.
item do you have for us?
Well, let's see. Something new.
All right. Man, it was saying not Hamlet. So you're not doing Hamlet again?
Let's see if we can find something new.
All right. Last comments, get them in there. And by the way, thank you everybody. And also, I will be doing the live stream for the Super Bowl. Be hanging out, doing a little BSing during the Super Bowl. I'll figure out the exact start time. It'll be a little bit before the broadcast gets going. It takes forever anyway with the national
gonna keep it
anthem
open?
and the. What's that?
Are you going to keep it open for a chime-in?
You mean like for what? The link or?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to provide the link to anybody who wants it, but I don't put it in the chat. It's just not worth the
No,
extra.
I understand.
But anybody that I know that wants to reach out and say, "Hey, can I get a link?" Yeah, no problem.
Because you know Justin Boat will be there.
Oh, well, this is why we've increased our security as a result of this. We've had to be a lot more careful with the link.
Yeah.
As a result of it. Are you ready, Eric?
I am.
All right, Rob was the last comment here. You guys are great. Good show. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you. All right, Eric, take us out. What do you got?
This evening, we will be reading a passage from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet.
Wow, he's going for it.
Mm-hmm.
Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona, where we lay our scene. From ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life, whose misadventured piteous overthrows doth with their death bury their parents' strife. The fearful passage of their death-marked love, and the continuance of their parents' rage, which but their children's end.
Infinite rage?
Infinite rage.
Almost. Could squeeze that in.
Could remove is now the 2 hours traffic of our stage, to which if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss our toils shall strive to mend.
Why do